of the Conference of Heads of Government of the Caribbean Community, the Honorable Mia Amor Motley, Prime Minister of the Republic of Barbados, the Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit, Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of Dominica, the Honorable Deacon Mitchell, Prime Minister of Grenada, the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, Prime Minister of Jamaica, the Honorable Philip J. Pear, Prime Minister of St. Lucia, the Honorable Dr. Terence Drew, Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis, Dr. the Honorable Ralph Gonsalves, Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the Honorable Brigadier Mark Anthony Phillips, Prime Minister of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, Her Excellency Dr. Carla N. Barnett, Secretary General, CARICOM, the distinguished heads of CARICOM. We acknowledge the presence this morning of His Excellency Serge Leshemy, President of the Collectivity of Martinique, Honorable Ministers of Government, the Honorable Kamala Persad-Bissessar, Leader of the Opposition Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, other heads of delegation, Your Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, judges of the High Court, members of Parliament, heads of international organizations, permanent secretaries and deputy permanent secretaries from the region and from Trinidad and Tobago, commissioners of police from the Caribbean, representatives of the Interreligious Organization of Trinidad and Tobago, representatives of non-governmental organizations, faith-based organizations, and civil society organizations, other specially invited guests, members of the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Regional Symposium, Violence as a Public Health Issue, the Crime Challenge. Good morning to all, and all those who are also joining this event via broadcast, social media, and video conference platforms. And a very warm and pleasant good morning from the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. We welcome you all. For the next 2 days, we focus our attention on workable strategies and solutions to addressing violence and crime within the CARICOM region, with the aim of creating a safe Caribbean. Should you find yourself engaged in social media during the deliberations of the next 48 hours, we invite you to use the hashtags #SafeCaribbean and #TheCrimeChallenge. At this time, I invite to deliver welcome remarks Her Excellency Dr. Carla Barnett, Secretary General of the Caribbean Community. Your Excellency.
Good morning, everyone. All protocols having been established, let me simply welcome Honorable Philip Davis, Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and Chairman of the Conference of Heads of Government of CARICOM, and Dr. the Honorable Keith Rowley, Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and lead head of government with responsibility for crime and security in the CARICOM quasi-cabinet, and our host for this important symposium. Ladies and gentlemen, delegates, it is a distinct pleasure to welcome you all this morning as we meet to engage in this pivotal regional symposium on crime and violence as a public health issue. I extend an especially warm welcome to the heads of government who, in spite of their heavy schedules, made the decision to participate in this symposium. This is a clear indication of the gravity of the crime and violence situation in member states and the importance that heads of government attach to finding strategies to effectively address the situation. I also welcome all the delegates, honorable ministers, and representatives from multiple sectors, including our regional institutions, law enforcement, health, education, social development, academia, faith-based, and non-governmental organizations. Warm welcome, too, to the heads of delegations and participants from non-CARICOM countries, such as Colombia, Mexico, and Martinique. I am also very pleased to acknowledge the presence of representatives from several of our many international development partners who have accepted the invitation to participate and collaborate with us on this issue, which is critical to growth and sustainable development of our community. Given the cross-section of participants, I anticipate rich and robust interactions and exchange of views resulting in specific, achievable, remedial, and mitigating outcomes. I express my sincere gratitude to the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Honorable Keith Rowley, and his government for the excellent arrangements for this symposium. I am also grateful to the interministerial team that has been in charge of preparations for the discussions over the next 2 days. This symposium began as a national undertaking here in Trinidad and Tobago, but it is clear that the rising crime and violence is affecting all of our member states. So the move to expand the frame to give it a regional scope is much appreciated. Heads of government and distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, violence in our region is an epidemic, and like any epidemic, effective strategies to combat the spread require data and research as well as human and financial resources to allow timely implementation of solutions to address the root causes of crime and mitigate the devastating impact of crime and violence on our societies. For the next 2 days, we have an ambitious program of work to help us in that regard. I do look forward to the discussions and the recommendations emanating from this summit. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretary General Barnett. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure now to invite to the podium the Honorable Philip Davis, KC, MP, Prime Minister of the Bahamas and Chair of the Caribbean Community, to bring remarks. Prime Minister.
Good morning to all. And I stand on the protocol established. I wish to thank you, Prime Minister Rowley, for graciously hosting us all today for such an important discussion. Thank you as well to all heads of government and representatives who have joined us. We have gathered here due to a shared concern about the escalating rates of violence being experienced by member states. This symposium provides us with an opportunity to hold an in-depth discussion about what we can do as a region to develop a holistic approach to violence reduction. There are so many things we love about this Caribbean. Our friendly people and rich cultures are a source of great pride. Millions of travelers from around the world visit us each year just to experience a slice of paradise. We are rightly proud of who we are and the very special places we call home. No matter where we are in the world, we carry our national and regional pride with us. Our identities have been uniquely shaped by a composite of cultural experiences that make us whole. Because we love our country so much, it can be difficult to accept that all of this beauty and joy can coexist with such unprecedented violence. An epidemic of violence grips our nation, one that claims lives and generates fear and anger. In 2022, Jamaica had a staggering homicide rate of 52.9% per 100,000 inhabitants. Trinidad and Tobago had a rate of 39.4% per 100,000. And the Bahamas, St. Lucia, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines all recorded homicide rates above 30 per 100,000. This is over 5 times the global average. Millions of people throughout the region live in crime hotspots, never knowing if they will be a victim on any given day. In the Bahamas, I have sought to bring comfort to mothers and their families who have lost their sons and daughters, and I know many of you have done the same for your people. Violence spreads like a virus, gaining momentum as one violent crime begets another. In fact, there is a substantial history of analyzing patterns of violent crime using many of the same references used in epidemiology. Violence is contagious, and those who map the commission of violent crimes find that their data mirrors the spread of infectious diseases within a community. Violence can strike in waves and can grow exponentially. Those who come in close contact with violence are most likely to spread it and most likely to fall victim to it. CARICOM has embraced the view of violence as a public health crisis, requiring comprehensive interventions to battle an epidemic that has claimed far too many lives. As we would with any public health crisis, we must define and monitor the problems, identify the risks and protective factors, and develop mitigation and prevention strategies to halt the epidemic. The discussions we will have throughout this symposium will deepen our understanding and provide us with a foundation from which holistic strategies can be developed. There are already many innovative public and nonprofit programs with established track records of success throughout the region. We must continue learning from one another and collaboratively develop data-based violence reduction models. I know I don't have to persuade any of you about the urgency of this work. On a typical day, some estimates suggest that an average of 13 young adults between the ages of 16 to 30 lose their lives to violent crime in our region. Each day that passes is another day in which lives are ended, families are broken by grief and loss, and our communities threatened. We need to mobilize resources with the same determination we would bring to fighting any other life-threatening epidemic. We know that the battle is a complex one. There's a tangle of social, economic, and environmental factors at the heart of this crisis. During these 2 days of deliberation, we must find the resolve to untangle these layered issues. It is not merely a policing or legislative problem, nor is it solely the domain of the courts. While better laws and expanded police capacity are important elements of a successful strategy, we need all hands on deck: parents, social workers, educators, rehabilitation specialists, social scientists, community workers and activists, mental health professionals, religious leaders, and many others must come together to address this pervasive issue. Later today, we will hear from Dr. David Allen, a renowned Bahamian psychiatrist who was instrumental in expanding the international understanding of the cocaine and crack cocaine epidemic of the 1980s, which many see as a precursor to the violence we are experiencing today. In his most recent research, he has linked the physical and sexual abuse of children to physical, mental, and psychological illnesses later in life. Many of these children grow up to be the perpetrators and victims of further violence. Dr. Allen concludes in his research that an abused child becomes a dangerous adult. Addressing violent crime requires us to confront these ugly truths about the harm, damage, and broken people can carry forward from generation to generation. But we can't look away. We need to interrupt these cycles of violence. And I believe each of us have valuable perspectives, strengths, and insights to contribute to a more effective set of crime-fighting strategies. Interagency cooperation and regional cooperation are absolutely necessary to address the problem of violence which exists at the intersection of so many other issues of our countries. CARICOM is committed to fighting violent crime in all forms. There must be zero tolerance for violence against women and children, and there must be more outreach to and support for our at-risk young men. There is considerable research suggesting that a young man who makes it to adulthood without committing a crime is far less likely to become a criminal. Given this trend, it is critical that we provide more support for our boys in their transition to manhood to keep them on a productive and peaceful path. Our most at-risk and vulnerable populations require interventions to meet them where they are, in their homes, communities, churches, and schools, to make a real, meaningful impact. The recent Carifta Games were an excellent example of what our young people can accomplish when given positive avenues for self-exploration and achievement. Recreational, educational, social, and career-related outreach are all needed to appeal to our youth and shield them from the recruitment tactics of neighborhood gangs and drug dealers. We must dedicate resources to collecting data and better understanding crime at the community level to develop more responsive interventions, and we must allocate resources to address the social and economic causes of violence. Violence may be occurring in our communities, but the guns used in approximately 70% of violent crimes do not originate in our countries. We do not manufacture guns in the Caribbean. Every gun used to commit a crime in the Caribbean is smuggled into our countries. In the Bahamas, 98.6% of all recovered illegal firearms can be traced directly to the United States. In Haiti, 87.7% of all recovered firearms can be traced likewise. In Jamaica, it amounts to 67%, and here in Trinidad, 52%. We have asked the U.S. government and U.S.-based gun manufacturers to cooperate with CARICOM member states when it comes to identifying weapons purchased in the U.S. as a part of a wider effort to hold weapons dealers and manufacturers and traffickers accountable for the many lives lost to gun violence each year. We must call on our neighbors to the north to better police the trafficking of guns from the U.S. to the Caribbean. Last month, the Bahamas, along with Antigua and Bermuda, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Trinidad and Tobago, and Mexico, working along with the Latin American and Caribbean Network for Human Security, jointly filed a brief in the United States Court of Appeal in support of the $10 billion lawsuit to hold U.S. gun manufacturers liable for the destruction of American-made guns, of course, in our countries. It was an action initiated by the Mexican government. We intend to challenge the laws that previously protected gun manufacturers from lawsuits. We are sending a clear message to the world that we are very serious about fighting gun violence in all forms and all fronts, not just the home front. CARICOM's commitment to regional security is clear. I know that we are here today because we share a determination to work together in unprecedented ways for the good of the region. A powerful example of the strength of a united region could be seen in October 2022, when 19 Caribbean countries participated in a joint operation with Interpol, in which 350 weapons, 3,300 rounds of ammunition, 10 tons of cocaine, and 2.5 tons of marijuana were intercepted. 510 arrests were made as a result. Such collaborative operations must become more frequent if we want to meaningfully impact the inflow of illegal drugs and guns across our borders. The CARICOM Crime and Gun Intelligence Unit was created to strengthen Caribbean and U.S. collaboration in using data and technology to intercept illegal firearms and traffickers. We must fully leverage this partnership so that those who put guns on our streets are stopped and brought to justice. We need to reduce violent crime. The need to reduce violent crime has never been more urgent. Each year, hundreds of lives are at stake, and many more affected by the resulting trauma. This moment of crisis for our region requires a collective response. The impact of violence goes beyond personal loss, as terrible as that is. High levels of sustained violence undermine investor confidence in the region, scare visitors away from tourism-dependent economies, and place a strain on healthcare, educational, and social support systems. If we do not act decisively, our economic prospects will be further eroded by this ongoing wave of violence. As we come together to take on our individual challenges, let us not forget the ongoing humanitarian crisis in Haiti and the need to work together with the Haitian people to stabilize their situation. What happens in Haiti has implications for the entire region, and CARICOM has a duty to provide support in whatever ways we can. I'm hopeful that the discussions we initiate today will serve as a launching pad for the development of impactful interventions and solutions. There are no quick fixes, yet we must act quickly to save our people from this epidemic. Each day that goes by, precious lives are lost. We can take steps toward reversing that trend, starting today. By facing this crisis head-on and leveraging the unique resources and expertise of each member state, we can make a lasting positive impact on the lives of our citizens and ensure a brighter future for our Caribbean region. Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister Philip Davis, Prime Minister of the Bahamas and Chair of the Caribbean Community, for delivering the Chair's remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, will you please welcome now to deliver the welcome address the Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and Chair with responsibility for energy and security at the CARICOM level, Dr. the Honourable Keith Christopher Rowley.
Thank you very much, Wendell. I hope, with your permission, to make the last full acknowledgement of the protocols. It would be not satisfactory if I, as your host, did not recognize, with your permission, the Honorable Philip Davis, Prime Minister of Bahamas and Chairman of the Conference of Heads of Government of the Caribbean Community, Prime Ministers, all my colleagues from the Caribbean Community, the Honorable Chief Justice, Mr. Justice Ivor Archie, ORTT, Chief Justice of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Honorable Bridget Anisette George, Speaker of the House of Representatives of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. Carla N. Barnett, Secretary General of CARICOM, His Excellency Serge Lechmi, President of the Collectivity of Martinique, Honorable Ministers, other heads of delegations, Leader of the Opposition, Your Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, Judges of the High Court, Members of Parliament, heads of international organizations, permanent secretaries and deputy permanent secretaries from the region and from Trinidad and Tobago, commissioners of police of the Caribbean, representatives of the Inter-Religious Organization of Trinidad and Tobago, representatives of the non-governmental faith-based organizations as well as civil society organizations, other specially invited guests, members of the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, fellow Caribbean leaders, peoples of the Caribbean, from Mexico to Suriname, welcome. Welcome to this symposium, this unique exchange of experiences and perspectives among the people of the Caribbean. This morning, we, the many components of Caribbean leadership, stand here as a collective body, speaking to and with you, the whole of the Caribbean, above all, in our geographical, social, racial, religious, economic, and democratic complexities and diversity. This is a truly historic moment. What brings us here is not that diversity. It is not the usual command gathering to deal with trade, education, finance, tourism, health, or diplomacy. We have assembled here in this unity of purpose to confront a problem, one that is common and threatening to every aspect of every individual's life in the Caribbean. The founding fathers of this great Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. Eric Eustace Williams, standing before a similar audience at the signing of the Treaty of Chaguaramas in 1973, noted that, and I quote, "All of us here today are genuine representatives of the Caribbean with a common history based on the Caribbean Trinity, colonialism, monoculture, and racism, the symbols of fragmentation and isolation of one territory from another," unquote. He added that there could be no Caribbean dispensation, no Caribbean future, which does not truly mean the integration of the peoples of the region and their economies. Dr. Williams then referred to what he described as, quote, "a larger aspiration," unquote, a larger purpose, advising that the Caribbean's strength is in its union and that the Caribbean's danger is in its discord. This morning, ladies and gentlemen, leaders of the Caribbean, we are here to address an aspect of that larger aspiration that Dr. Williams spoke of, displaying our union of purpose, and hopefully, we are all fully aware of the dangers that await us in this discord. As we are now well into the 21st century, the record will show that for all of the new era, we have continued to be haunted by violence from the domestic quarters at home to our schoolyards, to our streets and our borders. In short, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, violence is threatening to destroy our paradise in the Caribbean Sea. This is not to say that we have not been struggling to cope with this truth. On the contrary, we have been. But if we are not careful, its stubbornness and metastasizing malignancy could overrun and overwhelm us. Violence in the Caribbean is a public health emergency which threatens our lives, our economies, our national security, and by extension, every aspect of our well-being. In Trinidad and Tobago, in the years 2011 to 2022, we have lost and have had to grieve for 5,439 lives lost to violent murder, largely through the use of imported firearms and ammunition. In 2011, we lost 352 lives. And by 2022, the annual count was over 600, a new record, already being challenged by the murder rate for 2023. Except for COVID in a pandemic, none of the listed dangerous diseases have taken lives like this in our populations. For the thousands of wounded, victims and perpetrators alike, a surgical intervention to the head costs $170,000. A surgical intervention for a chest wound would cost about $135,000. A shot to the leg requiring surgical intervention would cost approximately $100,000. And a leg shot without surgical intervention could easily cost $40,000. All of this before you leave the hospital, and that in medical care and attention. All of these are frequent, daily incurred costs, and they are to be borne by taxpayers at every level, from scarce revenues diverted from other more deserving productive priorities. Our current laws acknowledge a suite of afflictions, such as yellow fever, smallpox, plague, cholera, Ebola, novel coronavirus as notifiable, warranting emergency responses if even only a few cases are known to appear. Violent behavior, violent crime involving the use of firearms, the associated individual and group mental health trauma accompanying violent behavior, so ever present amongst us now, pose a far greater destructive threat than these diseases, and on that basis alone qualifies violence as a public health emergency in our country and throughout the CARICOM. During the last 15 years, using the Trinidad and Tobago example, in the growing quest for safety and security, we have seen a significant increase in the allocation in the national budget for national security. In 2008, policing alone represented 32% of the $4 billion national security budget. By 2017, that rose to 38%. Even in the tighter budgetary environment of 2023, policing still now accounts for 43% of the national security allocation. In the political arena, some believe it's all about having the right national security minister. Others share the epiphany of separating the Ministry of National Security into fragments of Homeland Security and Defense. I wish it was that simple. In fact, Trinidad and Tobago's own experience put those theories to the test. In recent years, we, Trinidad and Tobago, had 10 ministers of national security sourced from career politicians, including that of Prime Minister, the military, and the private sector. One administration, PNM, had one minister who served for 7 unbroken years, grappling with the upsurge of violent crime and insufficiency of policing. A succeeding administration, the UNC, in a 5-year term, had 5 national security ministers with junior assistants, with tenure ranging from a few months each to 2 years. This current administration, PNM, has had 3 ministers in 8 years. And the one indisputable fact in all these musical chairs is that the violence has not abated. It has in many instances increased and become even more cynical. Clearly, the problem does not exist and grow because of a shortage of ministers or even ministerial output. This forum has been long in coming. Recently, CARICOM heads of government began looking at rising crime and violence in the region as a public health issue, with commitments to mount a symposium as this in 2019. But all the efforts were understandably displaced and delayed by the coming of COVID-19. It's against this background that when Trinidad and Tobago announced its intention to have its own national discourse, and our Caribbean neighbors gladly agreed to join in, that we had no hesitation in making room for widest participation. But having done so, we are all here today. And you must remember, as Booker T and the MG say, time is tight. So let us all very conscientiously make the most of it in small doses as we speak, listen, and absorb in preparation to fight this demon. Ladies and gentlemen, just look at media reports. They appear to be telling us that across the region, territories are under siege from the acts of crime and violence from elements of our own society. Just minorities who are today creating larger atmospheres of fear, despondency, trauma, surrender, and hopelessness among all of us. This is a battle in which we must all be engaged. This is a war that we cannot afford to lose. In this engagement, governments are open to uncomplimentary charges of, some say, indifference, others say impotence, unimaginative planning, discrimination, abdication of duties, poor leadership, and with the repeated calls for resignations. Old talk is cheap. We know that, but let us try and extract some light from the expressions of the next 2 days, in the fervent hope and expectation that the beast of violence, which has stalked us for virtually all our existence in this blue Caribbean Sea, will be starved of its sustenance, condemned to wither and die, so that we all may live in peace, safety, and harmony, from the home to the streets, from the schools to the borders. Our presence here is admission that crime and violence are now a major part of the Caribbean's overall plethora of problems, ranging from petty theft to school violence, home invasion, domestic violence, sexual abuse, human trafficking, drive-by shootings, drug gang warfare, mindless daily revenge murders, and the list continues. When such a situation arrives at the door, it is said that there was a failure of the society to spot the oncoming crisis. Then there may be a later failure to perceive the extent of that arrived situation as a societal problem. Further, there may be problems of finding solutions, and whether the solutions selected may even succeed. Today, if there's one aspect that we all may be guilty of, is that the problem of criminality and violence was not dealt with sufficiently in a much earlier time frame. In the homes, in the schools, in the prisons, in the courts, and I dare say, in the parliaments. There was what can be described as, quote, a creeping normalcy, unquote. We allowed slow, moderate, deviant behavioral trends to increase. We allowed slips in our age-old standards, in ethical and moral norms in our family homes, in our schools, in public institutions, on our roads, and in public places. All of which, hindsight reminds us that we should have checked very early. Instead, we seem to have been saying that these times are different. This is the age of American gun culture. As we adopt the internet revolution with its tremendous promises and all its warts, an age of selfish individualism has been allowed to flourish at the expense of the society itself. So morals and values are now considered flexible. Their lines are blurred, and they occupy spheres of their own, determined and shaped by one's personal whims, the present, fashionable social trends, and worse, the political and bureaucratic shortcomings of something malleable called the system. So over the next 2 days, Caribbean people, helped by inputs from cross-sections of the Caribbean citizenry, will attempt to address the full scale of the problems of crime and violence in the context of a public health issue. Hopefully, there will be elements of operational consensus after the planned examination and exchanges, which will form a plan of action that will give the Caribbean people their much-needed assurance that something beyond talk will be done, using the same planned, programmed, and strategic methods that were adopted to confront the deadly challenges of COVID-19. Ladies and gentlemen, again, welcome to the Twin Islands of Trinidad and Tobago. And I pray that as we have done here in our Constitution in Trinidad and Tobago, that we recognize the Almighty's presence throughout all our deliberations. Finally, I must assure you that the Caribbean peoples, in spite of our circuitous history, we have evolved and continue to stand strong today. May Almighty God continue to bless us with success. Thank you.
Our thanks to the Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and lead with responsibility for energy and security at CARICOM, Dr. the Honorable Keith Christopher Rowley. Ladies and gentlemen, as you are seated, just an advisory that during our program this morning, after the cultural item that is being prepared now, we will have just a moment to assemble the stage for the roundtable discussion that includes the heads of CARICOM. May I ask your indulgence, therefore, that after the cultural item, you remain in your seats for the opportunity of just clearing the stage and preparing for the roundtable, which will follow immediately thereafter. Your cooperation will be appreciated, and the coffee break will be deferred to a moment subsequent. It's time now for a cultural item. Shivanjali is being performed by the Shiv Shakti Dance Troupe, the Malik Drummers, and the Shooting Stars Tassa Group. Please welcome them for the cultural performance, Shivanjali. Special thanks to the performers, the Shiv Shakti dance troupe, the Malik drummers, and the Shooting Stars Tassa for their cultural performance titled Shivanjali. We're preparing the stage now, ladies and gentlemen, to move into the second segment now that we've taken care of the official welcome for the regional symposium. Our format for the day's proceedings will include segments that commence in each respective segment with remarks from our heads of CARICOM. In just a short while, we shall present the first remarks. And a reminder from the social media standpoint, we have the opportunity to continue to post and follow the activities online, and those who are joining us online also have the ability to continue to share their comments in the respective chats and sections that are available to all via the CARICOM official website and, of course, via TDT Live Online, as well as the other broadcast media here in Trinidad and Tobago. The main hashtags are Safe Caribbean and The Crime Challenge. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We are now ready to continue with the agenda for this morning. And I now invite the Honorable Philip J. Pear, Prime Minister of St. Lucia and CARICOM lead head with responsibility for sustainable development and chair of the Council for National Security and Law Enforcement, CONSLE, to deliver remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Honorable Philip J. Pear, Prime Minister of St. Lucia.
Thank you very much. Let me recognize the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, our host Prime Minister, and other Prime Ministers and fellow heads of government, ministers, leader of the opposition, members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. I'm very pleased that soon after the 44th regular meeting of the CARICOM Conference of Heads of Government held in the Bahamas in mid-February on the matter of crime as a public health concern, this special symposium has been convened to address that critical subject. I thank Prime Minister Rowley and the government and people of Trinidad and Tobago for their trademark Trinidad and Tobago hospitality, which my delegation and I have received. We must admit that this conference is timely, and I'm pleased that the community has embraced this approach. I commend Prime Minister Rowley for reviving this initiative. In 2009, the Ambassador of St. Kitts and Nevis to Washington and the OAS Ambassador C. Williams, whom I note is represented at one of our panels, delivered a comprehensive presentation to a caucus of CARICOM Ministers of Health entitled Violence Prevention, a CARICOM Public Health Imperative. He addressed the public health considerations of youth violence and the need to adopt an integrated multisectoral approach to this challenge with leadership from the health sector. Further, a 2017 IADB study on the crime and violence situation in the region also recommended that approach. The IADB report team stated, the CARICOM doesn't have a crime problem, it has a violence problem. While the study stated that gangs are greatly responsible for crime and violence in the Caribbean, it went on to say that violence is believed to begin in the home. The authors of the report were surprised by the magnitude of violence in the region and pointed out that this helped perpetuate the problem. The report asserted that Caribbean governments had not found the right balance between prevention and control of violence and urged them to replicate successful violence prevention programs from other countries. Our own recent experience in St. Lucia also demands that we quickly explore new approaches to the problem of violence crime in our country. Our homicide rate jumped from a total of 30 in 2016 to 60 in 2017 to 74 in 2021, 76 in 2022, and to date 27 for 2023. The latest figure means that we are currently averaging 2 homicides per week. There must be a halt to this. The majority of these homicides have been firearm-related and have involved young people, both as victims and perpetrators. The fact that the majority of these murders is concentrated in one area is no source of comfort. The rising crime rate is occurring in the context of various policies and laws that have been in place to combat violent crime. Our criminal code is bolstered by laws such as the Anti-Gang Act, which prohibits gangs and gang-related activity and provides for aggravated circumstances justifying severe sentences in instances where the convicted person is a police officer or gang leader. The Firearms Act addresses the carrying and use of firearms and ammunition, as well as the illicit manufacturing of and trafficking in firearms, ammunition, and explosives. And amendments to the Act last year imposed much stiffer penalties
for its contraventions. Related legislation, including the Money Laundering Prevention Act and the Proceeds of Crime Act, further disincentives crime by providing for the forfeiture of confiscation of the proceeds of specified crime. On March 26, 2023, we passed legislation to extend police powers by the Suppression of Escalated Crime Police Powers Act. Of course, we urge the police to observe the human rights of citizens and follow only legal methods. Mr. Chairman, colleagues, I believe it would be common knowledge to all of us in this room that in early March this year, St. Lucia requested the support of the RSS to quell an escalating crime situation in the southern part of the country. I want to take this opportunity to thank the RSS member states for quickly responding to our call for assistance. The scale and barbarity of the violence that occurred in that town over one weekend is unparalleled in our country's history. What is particularly concerning about the situation is that while the homicides were gang-related, the perpetrators were seemingly targeted family members of the perceived foes, raising their criminality to a new and different level. The situation calls for more than a law enforcement response, but one that is comprehensive and multidimensional, that will seek to find and eradicate the roots of this cancerous violence. But as we all know, Mr. Chairman, violence, particularly organized gang violence, is a disease that is not easily arrested, especially in a reactionary mode and a scenario where it is aided and abetted by the influx of guns and ammunition from outside of the country, notably from the United States. We therefore welcome this symposium, as we in St. Lucia are in the early stages of implementing social and crime suppression programs that can provide an avenue for the resolution of that situation. My government is convinced that crime must be tackled scientifically and as a public health concern. While we continue to provide unprecedented resources to our police force, it has become clear that a proactive and evidence-based approach can bring about a sustainable abatement of crime and antisocial behavior in our country. There is also the crucial matter of diverting our young people away from crime, and my government has put in place a basket of initiatives to drive this. The first of these is the creation of a youth economy, which aims at helping our young people to become entrepreneurs and business people. The vehicle for this transformation is an agile, specialized youth agency, the E, which will provide financial and technical assistance to our youth to convert their hobbies into entrepreneurship and skills into business. Related initiatives include the Youth Resilience, Inclusion and Empowerment, YIRE, programs which will develop the learning output of St. Lucian youth, prepare them for professional job opportunities, connect them with professional development initiatives, and strengthen the St. Lucia community and family structures that impact youth development. The Dept project, Generation of Employment and Private Sector Development Program, is a PPP funded by the European Union to address youth unemployment by providing technical vocational education. There is also a program entitled Opportunities to Advance and Support Youth for Success, which will seek to improve the diversion of youth away from custodial sentences, support evidence-based diagnosis and treatment in rehabilitation and diversion, and facilitate the reintegration of youth in the St. Lucian community after rehabilitation. Mr. Chairman, I'm also hopeful that our symposium will produce a regional plan of action to tackle crime in a proactive and preventative measure. Public health and public security share similar policy objectives, as they both aim to provide the maximum benefit for the most people. In considering the application of the public health approach to crime and violence in our region, there are a number of observations and questions to which we hope the symposium can provide answers. At the regional level, I see parallels between the role played by CARFA in a public health context and impacts. Therefore, I see a reformulated impacts that will adapt CARFA techniques to take the lead in the application of the regional public health approach to the prevention of crime and violence. A public health approach to public security will require huge investments in capacity building, both in terms of equipment and training of frontline personnel. Ideally, we will need a comprehensive assessment of the training needs for a whole of government and whole of society approach to crime prevention and control. We need a core of well-trained and resilient counselors and psychologists in our schools and communities who can handle the emotional stress of working with at-risk children and provide family therapy for young people at the risk of gang involvement and exploitation. The approach is what I mean will create the understanding that the underlying economic, social, and environmental drivers of crime and risk factors are applying targeted interventions to help divert individuals, families, and communities at high risk away from violent crime. Mr. Chairman, a focus on the family and the community is warranted because these are the incubators of good and bad behaviors and values. So the family, so goes the community. And so we need clear and early warning indicators that the risk factors of serious violence that can enable the relevant agencies to act and then assess the effectiveness and impact of their interventions. Over the past decades, we have seen a steady decline in the traditional structure and function of the average family in our region. And this is not helped by a work system of shift where several parents have to be out of the house at hours when the children are in. The system that allowed parents to earn their living while the children were cared for by immediate and extended family members is no more. The disrupting the transfer of positive values. A preventative approach would entail the deployment of multidisciplinary teams of family practitioners to give sustained moral and emotional support to at-risk families. And while we are at, Mr. Chairman, we must take an urgent and hard look at our education system to ensure that it's not contributing to the situation rather than to the problem. I also see the benefits from applying the primary healthcare architecture in our countries to public scrutiny, with community police stations adopting the preventative culture and approach of community health centers, contributing to research on standard public security data, and feeding intelligence to a central point where it can be analyzed. And recommendations set up the chain of command for targeted interventions and antisocial behavior from hotspots. Of course, Mr. Chairman, this will have to be done securely and confidentially. While the different national circumstances will dictate how the public health approach may be implemented in each member state, the securing of the additional financial and other resources to sustain this work will have to be undertaken on a regional basis. One question that we have to ask ourselves, Mr. Chairman, is given the weaknesses in some of our public health systems, can they realistically be incorporated into a public health approach in stopping violent crime? It is understood that both Trinidad and Tobago and Jamaica have attempted the public health approach models against violent crime. The Cure Violence pilot project was used in Trinidad from 2014 to 2017. An evaluation by the Arizona State University found a 45% reduction in violent crime in the service area. And this was regarded as providing strong evidence for expanding the method to effectively reduce homicides, woundings, and shootings. In Jamaica, the Jamaica Injury Surveillance System used the approach for injury prevention. If these models did so promise as indicated by the evaluators, why have they not been applied in the region? And if so, why have these countries continued to experience significant rates of homicides? While I've been referring to gun-related homicides in my remarks, other aspects of violent crime in our region should also be considered. In fact, homicide is just a part of the band of outcomes of violence. One of the most notable for us in CARICOM is domestic abuse. It is well known that gender-based violence is a problem across the Caribbean. A recent survey of 5 CARICOM member states revealed that 27 to 40% of women reported to have experienced violence from their partners, and various national studies have shown that there are links between the development of violent traits among youth and their growing up in an environment of domestic abuse. In 2007, the UN and World Bank study entitled Crime, Violence, and Development Policy Options for the Caribbean, while lauding the evidence-based system of the public health approach, pointed out one drawback. The one disadvantage of this approach is that in many of its most important interventions, such as programs to reduce unintended pregnancies, and to promote early childhood development and parental training, many have payoffs in terms of reduced violence only after some time has passed, end of quotes. This means, therefore, that we still have to grapple with strategies to reduce violent crime in the interim, and consequently, the criminal justice approach must be fortified, although Caribbean governments are said to have an over-reliance on it. It should also be pointed out that the same study declared that not all public health-inspired interventions have delayed effects. Limiting the availability of alcohol and providing recreational and mentoring programs to remain in school, for example, may all produce relatively quick impacts. Mr. Chairman, with the adoption of a public health approach to violent crime, what we will be embarking upon is the creation of a legacy of a Caribbean that is as much a safe and secure place for our children in the future as it was for us when we were children in the past. We have a responsibility to our people to provide them with the necessary resources so that they can become wealth creators and custodians of our patrimony. I welcome this symposium and ask that we move swiftly to implement the recommendations which will be put forward. We cannot afford otherwise. I thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister Philip J. Pear, Prime Minister of St. Lucia, and of course, Chair of the Council for National Security and Law Enforcement, Consley, for delivering remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, the subject area now moves to the discussion and presentation on violence in our region. Presentations will be made by Trinidad and Tobago, the Bahamas, and Jamaica in this room, live here at the Hyatt, and we'll be joined virtually for the presentation from St. Lucia. To share more on the Trinidad and Tobago experience, please welcome the Commissioner of Police, Erla Harewood Christopher.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies. Honorable heads of state and leaders of government from CARICOM and across the Caribbean region, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Today I will present on the Trinidad and Tobago's experience following the outline, noting the violent crime paradox, providing some information on violent crimes in Trinidad and Tobago. I'll look at the health approach, identify some risk factors, some protective factors. Then I will look at some interventions to prevent violence, closing off with TTPS's outlook. In Trinidad and Tobago, violent crime, especially gun-related homicides, have been increasing at a phenomenal rate, peaking at 605 in the year 2022. This problem is associated with guns, gangs, and drugs. More violence leads to more victims, and more victims can ultimately lead to an overwhelmed public health sector. This can be referred to as the violent crime paradox. And as it is critical for the survivability of the public health sector, the issue for consideration is, how do we control it? In Trinidad and Tobago over the years, violent crime have accounted for a large percentage of all reported serious crimes. This pattern of violent crimes, accounting for a large percentage of serious crimes, has continued. And in 2022, with 12,578 serious crimes, violent crimes accounted for 38% of those crimes. Data also highlighted that 72% of the victims of serious crimes were in fact victims of violent crimes. In analyzing the statistics on crime, what is very revealing is that a very high percentage of the victims of violence are persons aged 15 to 29. There is no universally agreed definition on the age of youth. The United Nations defines youth as persons between the ages of 15 and 24 years. However, for convenience in addressing violence in Trinidad and Tobago, we have adopted a definition of a youth as any person between the ages of 15 and 29 years. The analysis also boldly points out the devastating impact that the use of the firearm has on our youth through firearm violence. An analysis of violent crimes in Trinidad and Tobago shows that the youth victims in 2013 accounted for 41.6% of all the victims of violent crimes. This percentage has varied over the years 2013 to 2022, with 33% recorded in 2022. The analysis prominently highlights our youth as victims of crime, and I dare say also as the offenders in violent crimes. The 2013 figures show that 60.7% of violent crime offenders were youth offenders. The high rate of youth offending is shown over the years 2013 to 2022. For instance, for violent crime offenders in 2017, 54.5% were youth offenders, and in 2022, 54.6% were youth offenders. The consistent high levels of violence needs a different approach in addressing it, and I submit that a very useful approach to adopt is a public health approach. This approach involves 4 steps: define and monitor the problem, identify risk factors and protective factors, develop and test prevention strategies, and 4, ensure widespread implementation of effective strategies. This approach allows policing to benefit from what works for public health, just as how policing has benefited from what works for medicine. In addressing violent crimes, especially as they affect our youth, there are many risk factors to consider. The most prominent is the lack of social control from the institutions of social control. These institutions are the home, the school, the church, the community, and the police. If these institutions are working effectively, there will be reduction in the levels of violence in our country. Some other risk factors are listed here. They are bullying, unemployment, exposure to gang activities, involvement in drugs, and access to illegal firearms. As a countermeasure to the risk factors, there are protective factors. These factors include the opportunities for productive engagement provided by education, sports, community development, and charitable or social work. In Trinidad and Tobago, the police service has incorporated the protective factors through numerous interventions in order to prevent violence and crime generally. These interventions are delivered via the police youth clubs, the Hearts and Minds program, Project Grace, school intervention programs, and other community-focused activities, such as the Enterprise Community Initiative. You will have the opportunity to hear more about these interventions during the course of the symposium. Police Youth Clubs. The success of the Police Youth Club is very worthy of special mention. The Trinidad and Tobago Police Service has been promoting this intervention for many years, and it has generated phenomenal results. We can boast that Police Youth Clubs have molded many youths who are model adults today. Some of these youths now hold prominent positions in society as medical doctors, pharmacists, teachers, pilots, police officers, immigration officers, custom officers, fire officers, prison officers, members of the Defense Force, and even a serving government minister. Project Grace. Project Grace, sponsored by the United States Embassy. Grace refers to the Gang Reduction and Community Engagement Project. It's a technical assistance program designed to increase the capability of the polices to address gang-related security challenges by strengthening the TTPS's community-oriented policing and intelligence-led anti-gang efforts through process improvement, planning, development, and the execution of activities designed to prevent and reduce crime and gang activities. With the implementation of Project Grace, we look forward to a restoration of public trust and confidence, strengthened community engagement, and stakeholder partnerships. The Hearts and Minds Program. The Hearts and Minds Program, initiated in 2006, is geared towards bridging the gap between the citizens and the police service in 53 communities within the East Port of Spain, Laventil areas. The program, with the motto, "Changing the Hearts and Minds to Form Better Communities," has assisted in the development of programs and projects to positively influence the residents within these communities. The Hearts and Minds program provides services which include school visits and lectures, youth and community interventions, stakeholder partnership, conflict resolution, sporting initiatives, cultural and social initiatives, and community relief initiatives. Violent crime can effectively be controlled by using a public health approach supported by prevention interventions, as with evidence-based policing. In closing, as early as 1998, world-renowned experimental criminologist Professor Lawrence Sherman, in publishing his seminal article on evidence-based policing, suggested that, like evidence-based medicine, where the practice of medicine benefits from what has been scientifically proven to work, you can use research evidence of what works to guide policing practice. Evidence-based policing has since grown into a contemporary policing strategy of targeting, testing, and tracking. It is reasonable to conclude, therefore, that we can similarly deploy the public health approach to solve the violent crime problem in our region. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you.
And our thanks to you as well, Commissioner Erla Harewood Christopher, Commissioner of Police, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. Well, ladies and gentlemen, just two items to share with you before we get to the next presentation, and one that is a gentle reminder to members of Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago that they are invited to continue to participate in the symposium over the next 2 days. But the other is really for those who have to come to this podium. I have the good fortune of being able to grant you a dispensation. That lovely list of protocol that I would have read at the beginning, that are the salutations, you are now free to dispense with using that for the rest of the proceedings, which means that the extra 2 minutes that you may have needed can now be easily accommodated. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen will suffice, because we have acknowledged in our opening the presence of all and afforded them their recognition at the start of the program. Thank you. So as we continue, we now share the Bahamas experience, and we invite to deliver the experiences thus far from the Bahamas environment, the Commissioner of Police, Clayton Fernando. First? Right, we're on. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good morning to all, and please allow me to stand on the established protocol. As mentioned by our Prime Minister, we had the good fortune of holding the Carifta Games, the 50th Carifta Games. And I just want to commend on behalf of the Prime Minister again and the good people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, that it was a pleasure to host and police that event, our young and future Olympians, without any incident. So give them a round for us, please. I just wish to quickly go over violent crimes within the Bahamas. I'm a 40-year veteran of the Royal Bahamas Police Force, and I spend most of that time in the Criminal Investigation Department. I've visited hundreds of homicides and had to communicate with hundreds of family members and grieve with them. So I'm pretty much aware of what is going on. But it's consistency and communication. This symposium is so very timely based on what we see going on in our region today. The crime problem within the Bahamas, we have human smuggling, illegal trafficking of firearms, drugs, gang violence as a result of drug turf wars resulting in conflict, retaliation, and gang recruitment at high school age. The crime problem research concludes victims and suspects are between the ages of 18 to 35. Violent and serious crimes from murder to attempted murder, armed robbery, shootings, stabbings, and the grievous harm. Move to the next slide. Just a breakdown for 2022, we had a total of 128 murders compared to 119 in 2021. Thus far for the year, we have recorded 35 for the first quarter of the year. You could see a decrease to compare with 22. Around the same time, it was a total of 45. So you could see a decreasing. The attempted The murders, 8% increase over 2021. We could solve these matters, and you could see the excellent results by the detectives. Out of that 128 last year, we had 28 solved, which represent a 69% increase. I think this is excellent. You won't see this detection rate within the world. This will match. But we want to prevent these matters from happening. That is our focus, to prevent. But we believe that we could solve any matter that occur in the Bahamas, and the results is there to show. But we want to prevent these matters. You had 35 suspects committed murder while they were on bail for murder. 35 victims killed while on bail. 30 victims killed while being monitored with the device. And 46 victims known to the police. And firearms, almost 98%, is the use of firearm as a result of gang turf, retaliation, drugs, and conflicts. That is what you're seeing. The weapon of choice, what we are seeing now is the high-powered rifle. That's what is being used in the commission of these murders. When you focus on the armed robberies, we had an increase in 2022, a total of 555. And they are armed robberies of choice. You had 100% male suspects, 14 involved tourists, and 96% is as a result of firearms being used. And you could see the age group as well, between 18 to 35. Next slide. The illegal firearms taken off our streets last year, a total of 280 pistols taken off our street, 22 revolvers, 38 rifles. As I indicated, the rifles are the weapons of choice at this time. 30 shotguns taken, which give a total of 370 weapons taken off our streets in 2020. This far for the year, we have taken over 100 weapons for the first 3 months of this year. So what this is telling us, that the streets are flooded with weapons, illegal weapons. That is a problem. Next slide. Firearms trafficking. There are so many creative ways these individuals now are bringing in the firearms. If you see how the Bahamas, how we are set up graphically, positioning to the U.S. and the container port in Grand Bahama, where thousands of containers move through our country pretty much on a daily basis. So you can imagine the resources. We don't have the resources to be able to check every container that moves through that. The equipment is not available. X-ray machines is not available. You have couriers that these weapons are coming through, and we have registered over 200 and something couriers coming that is registered, and we suspect, and we have arrested individuals who had brought a number of firearms through the couriers. This is a seizure and coming right through our custom area. And they are so creative. Play that slide for me, please. And just watch the box, how they break it down. This is a high-powered rifle that came in through customs. and they have it break down in different parts. There are the magazines. And that's a shelving, and it's strapped, well wrapped, well sealed. A full high-powered rifle. And on that seizure, you can see the number of weapons that we got from that same shipment. Go to the next slide. This is another box that came in. Let it play. Full of snacks, and the boxes are very much sealed. So they are creative, very creative. You'll see it's packaged in the cornflake as the footage moved through. So you can't take nothing for granted. You have to check. Watch the cornflake box, the cereal. And Prime Minister, they robbing us for our revenue, clothing oil coming through, not paying customs. Well sealed. You can see the weapons, surround wrappings. Out of that shipment, we had a total of 9 pistols and the number of ammunition found in those same containers. Go to the next slide for time. These are a number of other weapons that came in the juice boxes. It was recovered in one of our family islands, Bimini, and destined to the big city, Nassau, where most of our crime is occurring. And they were well sealed. As a result of the proliferation of firearms, our Prime Minister has just opened a month or two ago, our task force firearms unit, gang and firearms unit. And in that unit, all of the law enforcement agencies are in there: customs, immigration, as well as ATF, our US partners, and HSI, Homeland Security. They are in there, all of the law enforcement, including Inland Revenue, who's responsible for regulating the couriers. They are in there as well. Play that small clip there for me, please.
I'm elated to see this initiative come together the way I envisioned it when I addressed the nation for the first time as Commissioner of Police on the 5th of July, 2022. I put my trust and plans into the Lord, our God, and He came true. I am proud to welcome you to the launch of the Firearms Anti-Gang Task Force unit. This is a very important occasion, the coming together of multiple law enforcement agencies to stem the proliferation of illegal firearms in the Bahamas.
We know that the Bahamas is serious about combating gun crime, and so are we. We have a long history of collaboration. We have been by your side since independence. And we know that the collaboration on the law enforcement side really started to ramp up in the 1980s.
But this, again, is an initiative that I would have to thank personally.
This is our Minister for National Security, Mr. Wayne Monroe.
Our friends from the United States of America, who just as we assisted, as the Chargé said, when narcotics was flowing through our country to theirs, they step up to assist when firearms are flowing from their country to ours.
I'm honored to be here today to discuss our continued efforts to fight against illegal weapons in the Bahamas and to address the issue of gang-related activities on our shores. As you all know, this is a critical issue that affects the safety and security of our citizens, and we must take every step to prevent the smuggling of illegal firearms into our country, which also inspires gangs to become more criminally active.
So you could see that we are very serious about eliminating these trafficking of firearms, not only within the Bahamas, but across the region. And what we have done in recent time, our Chief Justice have identified 2 courts that are just focusing on firearm cases. If you are found with an illegal weapon today, the turnaround time for completion is 2 weeks. 2 weeks. We have the capacity with our forensic to get all of the reports out in a timely manner. So 2 weeks turnaround, you're caught with an illegal firearm, your matter should be completed. If you're lucky enough to get off, that's fine. But you go 2 weeks straight to jail, once convicted. I have here with me Chief Superintendent Thompson. He's a forensic scientist, and he will just highlight some multiple purchases with respect to firearms. Quickly.
Good morning. As the Commissioner said, I'm Chief Superintendent Thompson, a 30-year veteran of the Royal Bahamas Police Force. And I will just show the forensic perspective on firearms trafficking. We know and understand that any holistic approach to crime in the Bahamian context must deal with firearm trafficking. As our Prime Minister stated, 90% or up to 95% of the firearms that are recovered are found to have come from South Florida. So I'll just say quickly, this slide shows the approach that we take towards examining firearm incidents. We try to get an examination of all firearms within 2 days. A murder happens, that examination happens within a day. So we try to get results to any investigator, especially for murders, within 24 hours. So just to map it out, somebody shot today, firearm recovered, fired evidence recovered, and submitted tomorrow. By the following day, we have the results out to the investigator. And it just shows the areas in which that report goes. It goes to the Commissioner of Police, Officer in charge of Intelligence, Officer in charge of CID, Officer in charge of Homicide, and the other areas, relevant areas of the force. I guess I'm going to point it this way. Okay. Oh, Ben. So we generate what we refer to as intelligence reports. Anytime there's a hit, what we refer to as a hit, we generate intelligence reports. And for the period between 2020 and 2023, we've generated 764 intel reports that have gone out to investigators to assist in investigations. And if these firearms are also traced, and if the trace data is significant, we attach it to the intel reports. And the metrics that are considered indicators of trafficking for us is, first of all, multiple purchases, which means, for those who are not in law enforcement, that a person would have bought one or more firearms at a particular instance. The second one is what we refer to as short time to crimes. And time to crime is a moniker that was the ATF uses, which means that the time between a firearm being purchased and the time it is interdicted. That interval is referred to as the time to crime. So short time to crimes is an indicator of purchasing. And the third metric that we look at is the purchaser's place of birth, Bahamians or other Caribbean nationals. And we've found, and particularly in the Bahamian context, that there's a lot of dual citizens that are purchasing guns and trafficking guns to the Bahamas. Just to give you a snapshot of what an intel report may look like, and just to explain, we have here where a firearm was recovered 1st of January 2022, and this is an actual case, a 10mm Glock pistol. The firearm was purchased on the 28th of January 2021, which is almost a year interval. But what is significant, when we look at the ballistics of that particular firearm, the first time that the firearm was used in the country was on the 17th of February 2021. So for us, the real time to crime really is a month, because the firearm was purchased on the 28th of January, and the first instance we saw it being used was the following month. And so we use this data to look at trends and to help assist in our investigations. Just yearly statistics, we see the increase in traces over the years. For the year so far, we have 103 firearms that have been traced. Just looks at the firearm types. Of course, pistols, I think it's the same for the region. Pistols seems the most popular firearms that are being used. But there's a caveat that the Commissioner mentioned. In recent times, there's been an uptick in the assault rifles, the 7.62s that we've seen. And this is borne out both by the recovered firearms as well as the fired evidence that we're recovering from the scenes. So there's certainly an increase in the amount of rifle-type weapons being used. Just a snapshot of a trace form and how it looks. What is indicated here, what is important for us is that we try to, first of all, trace guns as soon as we get them. That is, we find that it's the best method of determining trafficking trends. So, for example, if you look at what I have highlighted, the firearm was recovered on the 7th of February 2022, and the time to crime here is 8 days. So this firearm was purchased on the 30th of January 2022 and recovered in February, 8 days later. And this is not an uncommon occurrence for the Bahamas. In fact, we've had 2 instances where the time to crime is 1 day. So that means that somewhere in Metro-Dade County, a firearm was bought and was interdicted in the Bahamas the very same day. 2 instances of that. So I can tell you the scope of the problem we face with the firearms trafficking. Just to give you an example, we cannot approach, at least in the Bahamian context, we cannot approach the firearms problem without approaching or dealing with the trafficking aspect. And this is an example of why. Here we have an alias Bob, who has dual citizenship, who was born in the US, grew up in the Bahamas. He purchased 46 firearms. 46 firearms. But only 9 of those firearms have been recovered thus far. So if we only focus on the possessions and not looking at the wider scope of what he's involved in, so we suspect that the remainder, in fact, we're almost certain that the remainder of these firearms are floating around in the society. And so we need to look at the bigger problem of the trafficking that's happening from the US side. This is just a breakdown of time to crimes, and we've seen for 3 years, we've had 75 incidences of where the time to crime was under 3 months. I'm sure that this is a phenomenon that is experienced in the region, this issue of ghost guns. We haven't had that many, and again, just to explain for those who may not be in law enforcement, a ghost gun is a firearm where the serial number is not present. And the problem with this is that there's an inability of tracing these firearms. And the US had a construct, a legal construct, where some manufacturers were allowed to make firearms up to 80% complete and sell those firearms to consumers, and they would complete the process of manufacturing the firearm, and it wasn't required to have a serial number. And so those guns were finding its way to the country, and we've had 4 instances of ghost firearms where we could not trace them at all. I think there's been now a change in the American law to address that issue. So hopefully that's not an issue that we see any longer. Also, we had one instance of a 3D printed firearm. Thankfully, we haven't seen many of those, but also that type of firearm cannot be traced. I'll just go through this quickly. This is not an issue of violence, but certainly it's an issue of crime and health. And I'm curious to know if in the region we're seeing any issues of fentanyl. And I'll go through this quickly, but this is something that is an emerging trend for us and something that we're extremely concerned about. We had 5 cases in total. In fact, the slide indicates 5, but after the creation of the slide, we've had an additional case. So there's actually 6 cases of fentanyl overdoses that we've had in the Bahamas thus far. And just to break it down, I wouldn't go through each slide in detail. We've had 6 cases, 4 were foreigners, tourists. The most recent one was also a foreigner, but 2 were Bahamians, locals. And what we've gotten from interviewing and doing some investigation with regards to the fentanyl cases, the 2 Bahamian cases, is that it led us to realize that we have a problem of pills in the country. And we have local young people who are of, I would say, a different socioeconomic demographic involved in production of pills. And also, I don't know, again, to what extent it's being seen in the region, but there was always anecdotal evidence of pills on the street. Now there's empirical evidence that we have a problem in our country with regards to the production of pills. And the thing is it is not something that's structured. So you don't know the extent to which, you don't know what is in these things. And we've had 2 overdoses of Bahamians thus far. And so that's a concern, and it's a community concern, and it's also a health concern. Thank you.
This is what is fueling all of the gang wars in the Bahamas. In 2022, you had drug seizures, 1,137 pounds of cocaine seized. Marijuana, 9,659 pounds. The plants, 4,849 seized. Next slide. And this is a trend. This is a cargo ship came all the way from Japan. And if K9 was not present, we would have not found over 60 kilos of cocaine came in on the ship. And in the slide, you will see there's a magnet on the package, which is under the exhaust and attached to the metal. So you have to go up under. With your naked eyes, you wouldn't have been able to see that. But our K9 was able to, after we got some intel, was able to sift that out. and found over 60-something kilos of cocaine. So this is the emerging trend. I see in Trinidad a lot of cargo ship, oil ships out there. They are something that I believe that we need to pay attention to as well. I think that is an emerging trend with these cargo ships that came all the way from Japan with vehicles stopping to within the region. And you could see the number of cocaines that were recovered. And after carefully examining, go to the next slide, carefully examining the packages, they had trackers on it. So if you steal my drugs, the king man is able to track exactly where the drugs is, and then you end up dead. That's the emerging trend. Human smuggling. We noticed that there's a trend now. We had an incident. And just watch the photo slide.
Open the door.
And how many migrants you see in the whole of this boat. See that?
Everyone good?
Our hotspots, our family islands, we have a number of safe houses until it's ready, and that we are paying close attention to Abaco, Bimini, and Grand Bahama, that we are paying close attention to. Next slide, quickly. And this is an incident that happened last year, and it was so sad. During the voyage, the boat capsized. You had over 17 migrants who lost their lives. Next slide. And the way forward, you could see we are expanding our operation, aggressive stop and search. Go ahead, the next slide. This is partnershiping with the U.S. in terms of operation, moving to the other islands. Just play that quickly. Play that quickly, please. You got it. If we can't get it, we'll move to saturation patrol. This is what we are now trying to implement. Our Prime Minister has already purchased 100 vehicles. We have changed our fleets to pay attention to all of the hotspots area 24/7. And this is what it will look like on our screen in our real-time crime center. And we will flood the streets with vehicles. We have over 100 vehicles. There will be some trucks. We have recruitment, 120 young officers in training now. So we are looking to flood the streets in the hot crime areas. Either we catch the individuals in the act, disrupt them, and be able to deal with them right there on scene with that. Next slide, please. This is an area, just a division, and that's how it will look, flooding the street with presence, police presence in there. Next slide. Our urban renewal program, go back, our urban renewal program, which is the baby of the government, and we support that 150%, and to trying to save our youths. We have school resource officers within the school with respect to conflict resolution, drugs, and guns. So we are trying to tackle it from the youth, from in that area. So with that, we will end with that. But thank you so much.
Thank you very much to the Commissioner of Police, Clayton Fernanda, and assisted with officers of the Royal Bahamas Police Force for the presentation on the Bahamas experience. Very detailed, very thorough, and of course, we continue to wish you best of luck with all the endeavors that are currently in the program. We turn our attention now, ladies and gentlemen, to Jamaica. And please welcome to share more on the Jamaica experience, Major General Anthony Anderson. Commissioner of Police.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm very mindful of the time that we have, so I'm going to take us quickly through the Jamaica experience, where we are now. I just say as a caveat that the responses in Jamaica are quite far-reaching and broad to this issue of crime and violence. But I'm going to narrow it a bit and look at some of our policing responses and how we span the range from what we do at the high end of violence down to our interventions within communities. As a number of people are familiar with this particular slide, where it shows this hindsight crime, homicide rates in the Caribbean, and we see Jamaica here at the 52.9 per 100,000. This issue of homicides, there's no secret that in Jamaica, homicides, murders have been significant to us over many years. We crossed the threshold of 1,000 of our citizens being killed in 1997. And unbroken since 2003, to date, we have been over that. Sorry, 2003, yes, to date. So that's past 20 years, we've been over that level. But there's a wider story, and there's a bigger story about it than just murders, and perhaps we'll go into some of that today. So, as we look at violence in the region, this issue of guns, and I'm not going to speak more about guns, but our reality is similar to that of the Bahamas in terms of the impact of illegal guns on our society. But what we have seen in recent times is a shift from guns that are highly controlled by criminal organizations and gangs to what you could call a democratization of gun ownership. And this has flowed from the illegal and illicit money that is derived from what is on the upper right-hand side, and that image of advanced fee fraud, or lotto scamming as we call it in Jamaica, and that has provided significant money to young people to use in any way they choose. So all of a sudden, rather than gang leaders controlling firearms and criminal organizations determining how these firearms are used, we find that young persons who are involved in this trade are actually using their money to purchase firearms, and those firearms are playing out in their rivalries on the streets. This issue of drugs, of course, has been a perennial one, and it still is in Jamaica. We have been doing significant interdictions in recent times, and only a few months ago, our largest amount that we've ever interdicted in one amount was 1,500 or so keys of cocaine in one haul, which was being shipped through Jamaica. Now, although we are not what you call a destination country for drugs, we are a transshipment country, have been for a while. In the early 2000s, we were significantly involved in this, and then we went through a process of arresting just 5 people, extraditing them, and that caused those networks to collapse. We've seen persons try to rebuild these networks, and the seizures are a result of these reconstructed networks. The good thing is that we have been interdicting them, and interdicting them significantly. In terms of the gangs, so the gangs are the gangs who use these guns and deal with a lot of this crime are significant to us. So gangs account for a lot of our violence in Jamaica, and no doubt in the region, as has been said previously. But these gangs create such a degree of terror within our communities that perhaps some of them could be cast as more criminal terrorists, not terrorists that are looking for some state outcomes, political outcomes, but in terms of using terror and fear as a means of control, they definitely fall into that group. So for violence in Jamaica, and here's just a few facts that I'll leave. 85% of murders committed in Jamaica are committed with an illegal firearm. The victims and perpetrators of violent crimes fall within the same young person demographic. And thirdly, that males are 9 times more likely to be killed violently than females in Jamaica, which is interesting because that actually is half of what is the average, considered average for this ratio. So we're actually low on that, but overall we're extremely high. So this is an interesting but important slide, which speaks about our attribution of murders. So if you see that 67% of murders in Jamaica are either gangsters carrying out reprisals, fighting for turf, or persons related to gangsters. Another 22% are interpersonal crimes, and that could be anything from domestic to persons who are neighbors, but largely persons known to each other who do violence. And you'll see it done for the most sort of trivial of circumstances. So there's this propensity that we have seen and willingness to go to the extremes of violence for things that normally we wouldn't consider that important or that aggravating to create that kind of response. So if you look at that criminal violence, and here criminal means that the murder was done in pursuit of some other crime. So murder in pursuit of robbery or some other thing. So that accounts for about 4%, and 7% are not yet determined, and that figure will shrink and grow. But largely, anywhere between 4 and probably 8% of our murders are actually murders in pursuit of crimes. So what that means, that tells us something. And this is a point here. We use them sometimes interchangeably, crime and violence, but they're not interchangeable. They come from a different place, and so some of the responses to crime are not effective against violence. And some of the responses to violence are not so effective against crime. So what do I mean? So violence, when I distinguish it like this, I mean there's violence that becomes a crime because it is a criminal to do that violence. But the genesis of it isn't from a desire for profit, a desire to get some gain. It is usually a response to previous acts of violence, and I think a previous speaker had spoken about that. So crime has I'm going to make it, to simplify it into two groups. So crime have those persons who are, where crime is an option, or who are on the periphery of crime, and those persons in the business of crime. The persons on the periphery of crime respond very well to things like opportunity, interventions, and all of the social type interventions and programs to deter crime or to change behaviors and change minds. The persons in the business of crime, not so. And so these ones need to be the focused target of law enforcement activity, those persons in the business of crime. So as we discuss some of the solutions to this business of crime and violence, what we're doing, and I'll throw these out there. I'm going to use this IIOII policing model because the reason I'm using it because it gives a good way of structuring a conversation around this, but it's also how we plan. So as we plan our responses in our policing divisions, it looks at these 5 areas. So each of these 5 areas have to have a plan, and that plan has to be approved and executed. So, intelligence, the first I. So the surveillance, the data gathering, the GIS mapping, analysis, dissemination, all of these aspects of intelligence are significant in our responses to this business of violence and crime. So surveillance particularly relies on a number of things. One is our camera systems, which most people are appreciating. Most modern societies are moving in this direction. But also how we gather information, and we gather information significantly from open source. Obviously, that is a large treasure trove of information for us. We capture and gather data on crimes, and we map them through a GIS system that informs us in an iterative way where we do things and what we must do in those places. I left that point, obviously, in the intelligence thing. A lot has to do with the analysis of the information coming in and the dissemination of those products so that they can be proactively dealt with. The issue down the bottom here of privacy, I just stuck that on, particularly because it's something that comes up every time you speak about intelligence. The business of privacy comes up. And it's an interesting notion nowadays in a time of social media, this idea of privacy. But I guess that could probably be the subject of a whole other discussion. But it matters in that the privacy is a notion that is going to have to be redefined over time. And we always have to balance, I believe, the need for securing your own self, your own information and privacy against a greater need for information to deal with some of these very dangerous and thorny issues. In terms of our investigations, our counter-gang strategy is a key pillar of what we do. We have legislation that supports this, our suppression of criminal organization legislation, and that has allowed us to bring entire gangs. I think the largest one we did was 53 members of one gang before the courts at one time. We've done three of these cases so far. We just completed one where we secured convictions for 15 members, and they are due for sentencing. But what this does is allow us to disrupt a gang in a significant way because they're taking a critical mass of the gang. And it also means that the persons who are on the periphery of the gang but support it can now share in the consequences of being in a gang. Very important in terms of our strategies. We also have created a joint anti-gang task force in combination with the military And that task force is focused on gangs. So you see a common theme here between what persons are doing, and rightly so, because the problem set that faces us is similar. Our communication and cyber forensics, this has become has been so pervasive in everything, every crime that is committed. I don't think there's nowadays a crime that's committed where perhaps a device or electronic device of some kind is not involved in some way in this. It's a great source of intelligence, but it's also a great source of evidence. And our communications and cyber forensics department is something that we are constantly growing and building, and the analytic tools in that department gives us information that is very useful. Our ballistics lab will largely process about 30,000 pieces of ballistic material a year. And we roughly run about 8,000 DNA samples a year. Again, the demands for these are continually increasing as things like DNA become par for the course when it comes to our investigations and investigative strategies. On our operations, so here, to spend a little time, not long, on our enhanced security measures. So that's the first one up there. And we call our enhanced security measures our states of public emergency that you're probably aware Jamaica has used over the last 5 years on and off as we seek to treat with spikes or acute cases of increases of murders and violence. And what we have found is that our states of public emergency will largely give us an immediate drop in shootings and murders and acts of violence of anywhere between 40 to 70% drops almost immediately. And what that has allowed us to do is cauterize high levels of violence. I remember when we did the first one back in 2018 in St. James, where Montego Bay is. The previous year we had 340 murders in St. James. When we employed that measure for the following year, it dropped by 70% to 102 in 1 year. So we've seen that, and as we've used it, of course, there are a load of conversations around that and issues around rights and so on, and how we use and what's constitutional and not. However, at the core of it, and the essence of it is that it immediately drops, and we see that every time drops shootings and murders in particular, and violence. As a matter of fact, when it's in place, even law enforcement and security force violence drops as well. So we see that across the board. Our zones of special operations, largely based on the clear, hold, build strategies used around communities, intervening in communities, and providing the conditions from a law enforcement perspective for social intervention to take place in those communities. We find that when the gangs control or are present in the community, are dominant in the community, interventions into those communities don't work. Largely, funds going into the community, they find a way of extracting it and getting it for themselves. So it's important in this model that you combine security operations with investments in the community. The unique thing about this is when we were looking at creating the model for this, because it's not the first time this model has been used, but in this model, the legislation that was passed caused the follow-on community intervention, social intervention to be enshrined in legislation. So it wasn't just we should do this afterwards, but in the legislation, it speaks as much to security as it does to social intervention, which is an interesting step in creating that model. We have a number of other operational responses, quick response, public order, and public safety, and it's important. The reason why I put that, even though we're speaking about violence, is because we're talking about creating the conditions of order and public safety, and order prevents or reduces the sort of interpersonal violence from things like road rage and those sorts of concerns. So it's still something that we look at, and then obviously in terms of the violence that are surrounding events. This is a significant one, this intervention. This is the third I, or the fourth pillar. So our proactive violence interruption strategy is a strategy where we intervene in communities. We have officers who are particularly trained to go in if there is an act of violence to prevent the follow-on act. We go to see families, we go into these communities, and it has to be done in a very short time after the initial incident to try and prevent the anger that is going to cause the next one. It also immediately indicates to persons that the police are actually taking action, that we are interested, we're invested, and let us deal with it. Rather than you take it up, because that is where the cycle of violence occurs and increases. So proactive violence interruption strategy, very important. Domestic violence, so as a police force, we have the domestic violence centers which we opened in Jamaica, 10 of them at the moment. They handle about 2,000 cases perhaps a year, and we'll see in one center where we have 300 cases, we resolve probably about 60 to 70% of them, so it's a pretty high rate of resolution. And how it works is that either persons can do a walk-in and just come to the center, or persons who do not wish to pursue domestic violence matters in the courts can actually be referred there. Because as people who've worked in this area know that quite often an initial report will be made, but beyond that, it's very difficult sometimes to get people to participate in the process from a law enforcement, legal, courts, judicial process. So this provides another outlet. And it's one of those things that we're very proud of. And it's in terms of a public health response. In terms of that type of response, we have the Domestic Violence Center is critical. And then we have those others that I think some of them have been mentioned before. The Public-Private Partnership, Project STAR. That's just one where the police and the private sector organization of Jamaica, or the private entities, have come together to do a number of interventions in society. Any one of these things could be the subject of its own thing. Information. We have, and I make this point, policing in a time of social media. It has changed the landscape. It means that persons get to their phones directly the things that only law enforcement used to see, and that the response time for us in terms of our communication responses have to be almost instantaneous. It's a reality for our policing, and it's something that we've had to take on board and now use this to our advantage. This information piece is so significant, because even in a Jamaican context, and I think I'm getting a signal here, but in a Jamaican context, if you look at the LAPOP survey of 20 countries in the region that are surveyed and have been surveyed, Jamaicans have the highest concern about crime of all the 20 countries surveyed. Jamaicans have the lowest victimization of the 20 countries surveyed. And Jamaicans feel safest in their communities of the 20 countries surveyed. However, they have the highest level of concern about crime. Isn't that interesting? That's a huge gap in terms of how, you know, and a number of academics are looking at why do you have this gap between how people feel in their community, the level of victimization, and their perceptions that drive their concerns. And so that's our IIOII, Intelligence Investigations, Operations, Interventions, and Information. It's grounded on these things: legislative reform, and we've done a number of them. 4 of them are here: gangs, bail, firearms, and proceeds of crimes. We also embarked on this process as an organization to ensure that we can have persistent and consistent levels of quality. We're actually one of the few ISO 9001 certified police organizations in the hemisphere. And we embarked on this 2 years ago. We got certified last year, and we're increasing this process. It's all grounded on these technologies. And I put up 5 here, but we actually have 30 major technology projects that are ongoing. And obviously, our people are central and key to this. This is where we are at the quarter, the end of the last quarter this year, for the first quarter of 2023. So all major crime is down 22%, and those are the numbers where we are. So our major crimes are trending down at the moment. We have a cautious optimism around it. We'll continue to do the things that we've been doing and do them better. As I say, this is just a snapshot of a few of the programs that we do nationally. But in conclusion, of course, it's a complex problem. It requires extraordinary thought and responses. And certainly we'll continue our collaborations regionally and internationally to assist this process. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much to the Commissioner of Police for Jamaica, Major General Anthony Anderson, and thank you for carrying us through quite a detailed understanding of the progress in Jamaica. Well, we're going to let the technology work for us now, ladies and gentlemen, as we will invite the Commissioner of Police for St. Lucia to join us virtually. I refer to none other than Cressida Dept. Commissioner, just checking that you are with us. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning. Yes, I'm hearing loud and clear.
Excellent. So the technology is working on this side and we will hear you. Permit me to introduce you in just a short while. We've received your presentation and it's now just a moment to make sure that it's loaded clearly. And once you see that come up on your screen, you'll be good to go. So ladies and gentlemen, our final presentation this morning in this segment is focusing on the St. Lucia experience. And I invite to share the presentation the Commissioner of Police from St. Lucia, Cressida Dept.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to adopt the protocol that has been established. In keeping of the conference with violence and the public health issue, I will represent the violent perspective in St. Lucia contributed. I'm not saying my brother, and I just read. Thank you. Next slide, please.
So the presentation is up, and if I ask you just to take your time rather slowly, just that there is, of course, a bit of an audio delay, and you may proceed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. St. Lucia is situated northeast of St. Vincent, northwest and south of Manhattan. The island demands an estimated population of 100,000 during the 2020s. Tourism is revenue cruelty of manufacturing in order.
Okay, so we're going to pause this at this time. I'm being guided that based on the quality of the audio line that's coming from St. Lucia, there is a challenge. It can be corrected, but we don't want to use the time now in order to delay the proceedings any further. So, Commissioner, may I thank you. You and I will be sharing an introduction in a short while. Most likely that'll be early tomorrow. But it gives us the opportunity to proceed now with the round table, which invites, of course, the heads of CARICOM to participate in a roundtable session. We'll invite now the heads of CARICOM, as they are named, to make their way to the stage. And thank you, Commissioner, in that regard. Let's begin now and invite Dr. the Honorable Ralph Gonsalves, Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, to make his way on stage. Followed by the Honorable Philip J. Pear, Prime Minister of St. Lucia. We continue, the Honorable Brigadier Mark Anthony Phillips, Prime Minister of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. Followed by the Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit, Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of Dominica. We now invite Dr. Carla N. Barnett, Secretary General, CARICOM. And followed by Dr. the Honorable Keith Rowley, Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. As we continue to facilitate our seating, the moderator for the proceedings is Senator the Honorable Reginald Armour, SC, Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs for the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Following our moderator is the Honorable Philip Davis, Prime Minister of the Bahamas and the Chairman of the Conference of Heads of Government of CARICOM. Following the Prime Minister of the Bahamas is the Honorable Mia Motley, Prime Minister of the Republic of Barbados.
That sounds strange, doesn't it?
Yeah, it sounds strange.
Followed by the Honorable Dickon Mitchell, Prime Minister of Grenada. The Most Honorable Andrew Holness, Prime Minister of Jamaica. And finally, the Honorable Dr. Terence Drew, Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis. Thank you all. Ladies and gentlemen, the roundtable discussion will now proceed. I turn you over to the moderator of the proceedings, Senator the Honorable Reginald Armour, SC, Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs, Trinidad and Tobago.
Thank you very much, Wendell. Good morning, Prime Ministers, all, and good morning, citizens of Trinidad and Tobago and CARICOM. Ladies and gentlemen at the Hyatt with us today. We've had a riveting opening presentation. We've had a very interesting series of presentations by the three Prime Ministers who opened with us. Prime Minister, the Honorable Dr. Keith Rowley, our Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, spoke to the unity of purpose that he wants us to assemble here today to move forward with. Prime Minister, Mr. Philip Davis, my good friend from the Bahamas of many years ago in practice, reminded us of a very important reality which was evident in the presentation of some of the commissioners of police, and that is that the exercise has to be data-driven. And Prime Minister Philip Pear, another good friend of mine from St. Lucia from many years ago at university together, made to me one of the important points that we have to focus on women and children, because we have to remember when we are talking about violence, crime in the public health context, that we are looking to understand, very importantly, the identification of a violence profile, to identify what are the causal factors, and to follow that up by the development of targeted solutions. That's really what, in my view, respectfully, we will be focusing on in these 2 days. So we've had very interesting data and on-the-spot introductions from our commissioners of police, and I would now ask our prime ministers to engage the conversation, not only with reference to what has already been said to us this morning, but to engage it from the point of view of what we are going to be talking about going forward. Because going forward over the next 2 days, today and tomorrow, we're going to be looking at education, we're going to be looking at the root causes, mental health, economic perspectives, social perspectives, parent-teacher association, education, youth, community approaches, restorative justice, and the private sector involvement. So I will invite, starting with Dr. Rowley, our host Prime Minister, I will invite our Prime Ministers to begin the conversation with that focus. Dr. Rowley.
Thank you very much, Reggie. It seems to me to be coming alive and getting clearer. If we are to agree with the premises that have been put to us that the problem is common and widespread, as we construct mathematical formulae, the next logical step is that the solutions can have some element of commonality. And already I'm seeing possibilities. For example, the presentation of the Jamaican experience raised something with me. It talked to a lot of police officers who are under the accusation in dealing with this whole question of the overwhelming effect of crime and criminality and guns and so on. And people will say, everybody knows who the criminals are, who the gang leaders are, except the police. But the police will tell you, we can't function as effectively as we could because we need information from the public, help from the public. The Jamaican experience has told us that certain interventions have brought success. And I saw one of those interventions is putting up to the public the picture and the name of an alleged perpetrator as a person wanted by the police for assistance with a crime. That has not happened in Trinidad and Tobago for a long time. Because somewhere along the way, enlightened voices have said to the country, through our friends in the legal fraternity, that it's an abuse of the person's right to privacy to have his picture or her picture on television wanted by the police for murder or so-and-so. And what arises to me immediately, that right of the individual to that privacy, having become a person of interest to the police, how do you balance that? And I think that Trinidad and Tobago would do well, and Trinidad and Tobago's police will do very well if they're allowed to ask the public for help in finding Mr. X or Mr. Y. So we're on our way. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rowley. And one of the interesting points in the context of intervention is something that we are looking at right now in draft legislation, which is our whistleblower legislation, to be able to have persons out in the community speaking to the police but getting the protection. But I would turn next to and ask Mr. Philip Davis, the Prime Minister of the Bahamas, if he would lead off from the Bahamas point of view. We've had a very impressive presentation by his police commissioner.
Well, thank you very much, Reggie. I think we have to understand where the red flags, what inspires the raising or hoisting of the red flags. And that is very often the fact of the outcome of these offenses vis-a-vis what happens to the perpetrator and also what happens to the victim. We pay, I think, too much attention in my country, successive administrations have paid more attention to what I call to the detection of crime, the prosecution of crime, and then punishment. Very little is spent, or little resources is spent on prevention, or has been spent on prevention and rehabilitation. Because I think there's a cycle. Violent crimes, I think, is informed by a cycle of behavior. And until at such time as we seek to break that behavior, and we can only do that by early intervention, that is through very robust intervention at the point to ensure prevention of crime. I usually tell my team and the officers when I speak to them, the bookends of crime, the bookend prevention, the other end rehabilitation. In between you have detection, prosecution, and punishment. But very little attention is paid to the bookends. And until we do that, this cycle of violence will continue. And so we are paying and diverting more resources into prevention and more resources into rehabilitation. Reggie would recall back in the day, there's always this thought that more time will prevent crime. And so successive governments in the region, in their response to criminal activity, usually pass legislation that's designed to increase punishment. But where are we today? If you check your own history and your own responses to incidents of crime over many, many years, you see that response was to increase time. But where we are today is worse today than it was then. And so obviously that in itself is not the only answer. When we talk about the gun trafficking, the Bahamas, with the support of my colleagues, have been putting a lot of pressure on the United States to do more in respect to the proliferation of guns coming into our region. As you would have heard, we have evidence, you would have heard evidence of one Bahamian American who would have bought 46 weapons that would have been in a period of less than 2 months. We discovered that they had 9 of them were used in the Bahamas. We made that known to the US, but what has happened to that person? Nothing. And so I've been telling the United States that I'm not going to get involved in their definition of their right to bear arms. But it cannot mean for us in the region that that right to bear arms also gives the right to traffic in those arms. And that has been the theme that I've been impressing upon them. Now, in recent times, they've passed an act that speaks to the straw purchases, etc. But I don't think they've gone far enough in that regard. And so we will continue our collective voices to prevent the proliferation of the trafficking of arms in our country. Hence, we joined the Mexican efforts to see how we can shake up the manufacturers in the United States, who are now, by some act, have immunity from prosecution. And hopefully we'll be able to have that corrected somewhere down the line with these efforts. Again, we in respect to what we do to get the guns off the street, there are any number of initiatives that we've been engaging in. At one point, we had the buyback program, but that buyback program became a business, an industry of persons. And so I've now reversed that to the point where until we're able to stop the flow, the buyback program would not be a successful program, will not meet the goal that we wish, and that is to reduce to the minimum weapons in the hands of criminals on our streets.
Thank you, Prime Minister Davis. You made 2 points. Thank you very much. You made 2 points there that struck a chord with me, and I'm going to ask Prime Minister Holness to give us his own contribution and even to comment on 2 of the points that you made. One is, and it was interestingly introduced by the Jamaican Commissioner of Police, the intervention with the victims. The Commissioner of Police, you'll recall, spoke about the success that the police service of Jamaica is having in reaching out to victims of domestic violence, and they're getting significant successes in that regard. And I was recently alerted to a very interesting study in Jamaica on the opening up in Jamaica of mental awareness and mental health in relation to victims, and the opening up of the mental institutions to more open room, open ward care for persons who suffer from crime. So I'd invite Prime Minister Holness to discuss that with us, but also the question of trafficking, because I know that trafficking in arms, I know that in Trinidad and Tobago, very recently, we have signed on to the, as amicus curiae, to the lawsuit that the United States of Mexico has brought against domestic US manufacturers to stop the illicit trafficking of guns out of the United States into the Caribbean. So, Prime Minister Holness, if you have any comments on those 2, please. Thank you.
Thank you, AG. I may have comments on other things as well.
Please, yes.
I think as a region, we have for too long underestimated the challenge of violence and crime in our various states. The truth is that violence has evolved in our societies to the point where it has become almost a normalized tool of social interaction. Violence is almost the preferred method of resolving conflicts in our society. So violence as a social challenge is something that we have to address. But over the last 3 decades, violence has become the preferred method of the conduct of crime. So crime is intensified by the use of violence in our society. Our response as governments, as state, has not been as swift, it has not kept pace, and it has not been as sophisticated as the evolution of crime and violence, particularly in our region. And so what we're seeing is that the volume of crimes and the intensity of the crimes with violence is increasing over and above the capacity of our states to respond. What this sets up for us is a situation where crime and violence is a threat to the existence of our states. It threatens the effectiveness of the state, and it threatens the legitimacy of the state. In fact, it threatens our democracy. And what we struggle with is how do we, as democratic nations, rights-based nations, how do we use what would be considered reasonable and acceptable in a free and democratic society to tackle some of these crimes, which our laws, which we have had for hundreds of years, have not evolved to treat with. So there is a huge deficit presently in the architecture of our states to treat with crime and violence, from a legislative point of view, from a law enforcement point of view, from a social intervention point of view, and from a public health point of view. So I'm happy that the region is gathering, the heads in particular, to take a serious look at how do we reform our state to treat with this problem that is evolving. There are two accelerants to this problem, new accelerants, particularly for the region. The first is the ease with which citizens get access to lethal weapons, guns in particular. And the second problem is the evolution of the social media, the dissemination of information that could influence or give insight to the use of violence. And in both of these two new phenomena, as states, we have not been able to respond with agility. So, violence, therefore, and its use in crime is a threat to our democracy. It's a threat to our state. And we must respond, and respond quickly. I'm certain that all heads here are struggling with how do we change our laws whilst maintaining rights? How do we put more resources into our police force while at the same time having to deal with health and education and all the other issues? My position, AG, colleagues and friends, is that we must, as a collective group, agree that greater resources must be placed into national security, into our police forces, into our ability to gather intelligence and interdict and prosecute. But we must also consolidate our efforts to lobby, particularly the United States, to assist us as we have assisted them in the war on drugs. They must assist us in the war on guns. It is the greatest unfairness that we have diverted resources from other areas in which we could have spent it to fund and support a war on drugs. By the way, the two things are related, but there seems to be no real interest in stopping the other part of the trade, which are the guns. The guns fuel crime. They are an accelerant. They are needed to protect drugs that are transshipped through our borders. They are then turned to deal with other forms of criminal activities. We have seen in Jamaica where the weapon of choice is no longer the AK-47. It is the AR-15. It is the Glock. These are guns that are manufactured in North America. So collectively, as the leaders of CARICOM, we must raise our voice on this. We must appeal to our friends in the North to increase their efforts to prevent the flow of guns into the region. Aside from that, we cannot negate our own responsibility in protecting our own ports and points of entry. And as I said earlier, we must also increase in a consummate way our own spending on securing our ports and our airports and points of entry, and increase our ability to detect the entry of illegal weapons. And we must also change our laws so that they align with the new and sophisticated crimes that are being committed and the flow of weapons into our country. So I thought I would address another issue, but at my final comment, The issue of crime and violence also has to be treated from the public health standpoint. And in Jamaica, we have established a national commission on the prevention of crime, because we feel in our country that the propensity to use violence and force to resolve conflict is almost cultural. It has become a societal response. And therefore, this is not merely a policing problem. It's not necessarily a law and order problem. It's about the socio-emotional ability for our citizens to regulate themselves. It's about the mental health of the society. It's about parenting. It's about peace building in communities. And so while we pursue the more tactile efforts in controlling gangs and controlling guns, we also have to pursue what I like to call the hardware, dealing with a pro-social society, psychosocial regulation, parenting, and of course, the spiritual nature of our people. So it has to be a comprehensive approach.
Yes, thank you very much for that, Prime Minister Holness. I think the term that we have used here in our conversation today is the whole of society approach. And if you'd permit me to just take off from one of the things that you mentioned, not to exclude any other, and to engage our two youngest prime ministers on the subject of social media, Prime Minister Dr. Terence Drew and Prime Minister Dickon Mitchell of Grenada, as our two youngest prime ministers, who probably speak the language in social media better than any of us do. Dr. Drew.
I think I can be heard. Thank you very, very much. There's another caveat here. I think I'm the only trained medical doctor among the heads. And not to shift away from what you have asked, but I have studied this extensively in my years of study. One of the doctors that I studied with was Dr. Frank Irvin, who's a behavioralist, or was, he's passed, and a neurologist. And I spent some time with him studying behavior. He was from Harvard University and associated with San Antonio, University of Texas, San Antonio. And one day we were studying primates and their behavior. He's a white man, I'm a black, young, aspiring doctor. And the issue of crime and violence came up, and the issue of whether genetics had anything to do with it came up as well, for particular reasons. And he said this to me. When he was studying, he went to the prisons of Boston, and he examined, as part of his research, the criminals. They were disproportionately minorities, black people. And he told me what he recognized is that many of them had illnesses that could have been diagnosed and treated. He said up to 30-something%. And so that drew me into what he was leading me to, is to crime as a public health matter. And so I started to look at it from that perspective. I went further. We did 3 things. I experimented, went to my community, started a youth group, basketball and football, and accounted for all the young men. And we were able to avert the establishment of gangs in the community. Quite interesting. But even from a medical perspective, when I hear public health, I'm thinking evidence-based. That we are not just going to throw all these niceties and they sound good and you're well trained, but the question becomes, at the end of doing all of this, show me the evidence that there was a decrease in crime. In medicine, if you have a person with a disease and you bring a tablet and it costs $1,000, and one costs $1, and the one that costs $1 is resolving your problem, and the one that costs $1,000 is not resolving your problem. The evidence is the one that costs $1 is effective. And therefore, it means that evidence-based approach gives us an opportunity to really solve the problem. And I feel very optimistic, because when I study the data, and I look at it even from my perspective as a professional, I am very hopeful, because this actually has a solution. What has happened, when I look at the Caribbean context, is that we did well when it came to HIV. HIV was doom and gloom, and as a region, we implemented an HIV action plan, and it resulted in good results. Right now, we are dealing with NCDs, and we are implementing a good action plan. What I think, and where we would have failed as a region, and that is why I want to applaud the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Prime Minister Rowley, is that he has come, in my own opinion, to bring us together to really attack crime and violence, not only at the root, but based on evidence and scientific data. And with that approach, I am very, very optimistic, and some of which I'll mention in my presentation later. But from the social media perspective, I agree with the Prime Minister of Jamaica, Prime Minister Holness, when he said that social media is being used as a means to transmit violence. We heard about the COVID virus, and it's transmitted if you cough, if you touch here and you touch there, it's transmitted. Violence can also be transmitted. And so one of the effective ways of transmitting violence, I'm just using what he said and putting it in medical terms, is that social media can become an excellent conduit to transmit violence, and people are using it. People learn different tactics, ideas. How do you use social media to gather information? How do you use social media to reach those who are susceptible? Because here you have an agent, which is violence, and those who are the repository of violence. Here you have susceptible persons in the community for different reasons, family problems, trauma when they're young. And all you need now is to transmit the agent, which is the violence, to the susceptible. And social media is giving you a great medium in which to transmit the violence from here to over here to the susceptibles who are probably using their phone, the tablet, on Facebook, and so forth. So how do we chop that transmission is a great question. So I would support the idea that social media can be misused and abused and become a medium of transmission of violence from a host to a susceptible. And that medium, I think, we have not dealt with, and we need to deal with it as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Drew, for that very compelling contribution. And I genuinely, and I think everybody appreciates the experience that you've brought to bear from your medical and public health perspective. And if I could ask Prime Minister Mitchell to take the last thing that you said, which is the social media as a negative. Prime Minister Mitchell, how do we use social media as a medium of communication to better connect with our young people in reaching out to them and getting them to understand crime doesn't pay, and getting them to understand that they are respected, valued members of the society, and we want to include them in building our societies?
Thank you, and first let me thank Prime Minister Rowley for hosting us and for organizing this symposium. I think the starting point would be, in answer to your question, would be to ensure that we actually have more young people as the ones doing the talking and the communicating.
That's right.
Because I think and I consider myself young, so I'll exclude myself here. I think the we talking to them suggests, which is understandable, being a traditional problem of we know what's better, or we know what's best for them. And I think as much as social media could, in a sense, be viral for negative things, it could certainly be just as viral for positive things. And to me, fundamentally, the problem we have is a problem first with violence before we get to crime. Because we tolerate a lot of violence that sometimes is in fact crimes, and I'll give a good example, domestic violence. But I think we can all accept that to a large extent our societies, including our police, still tacitly treat domestic violence different to stranger on stranger violence. That the wife is told, you go make up, it's okay, we may take him in, and then a month later you come and beg forgiveness. And so we tolerate the violence if it's in a domestic setting. We tolerate the violence if it's violence against children. And oftentimes we tolerate the violence if it's violence against marginalized or disadvantaged groups. And so to Prime Minister Holness's point, violence has become a normal, accepted way of socialization. And so to me, the use of social media has to be to encourage and reverse that cultural norm that it is okay to resolve conflicts. It is okay to pull social rank or status, particularly amongst young persons, by being violent. And I think, therefore, what we have to spend time on is content development, developed by young persons. And we can use the creative economy as one approach to do that, arts, music, to re-engineer the behavior of the next generation of Caribbean citizens to say that there are alternatives to resolving conflict. There are alternatives to career paths that does not involve ultimately guns, drugs, and gangs. And I think if we spend, it is not going to be easy, but I think if we spend the time there, we are more likely to be able to have that behavioral change. And I believe that is where the public health issue comes in, to ensure that we are not always in response or reactive mode. Because once we talk in crime, once we talk in police, we are essentially talking after the fact. Because the violence has already happened, the crime is already happening. So I think certainly, as much as it is, in a sense, a sometimes wild, wild west approach on social media, there are opportunities in my mind for us to use it positively. And then the final point I want to highlight is we should not underestimate the damage that COVID-19 has done to the mental psyche of young persons, many of whom spent their entire time on social media during that period. It was perhaps the only escape, but the question is the escape into what? And in many instances, it has been an escape into mental illness. So I think from a public health perspective, that aspect also has to be looked at and addressed. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Prime Minister Mitchell. I'm going to take the gauntlet directly across to Prime Minister of Dominica, Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit, because I happen to know that one of his early portfolios before he ascended to the prime ministerial position was Minister of Education of Dominica. So I'm going to pass the baton to Prime Minister Skerrit to engage us in the conversation from the perspective of education as one of the tools with which we are building out our public consciousness in a public health scenario to address the question of violence and crime.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable AG. My mic is on? Yes. All right. Okay. I just want to caution you against discrimination. You mentioned the two youngest prime ministers. And I think you were discriminating against the Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, who is the youngest among us. But I want to, yeah, I think we need to have, in my respectful view, a comprehensive review of our education system in the Caribbean and our school system. Our school systems now are focused solely on preparing students for examinations.
Passing exams.
External examinations, national examinations. And there is absolutely no time in the 5 hours or so that the students spend in the school setting for anything to do with the welfare and well-being of the children. Yep. We don't take time to understand where they came from, where they come from, where they live, the economic circumstance, and to appreciate their behaviors in the classroom. And I think if coming out of this very timely engagement, I want to commend the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago for this, we could highlight the need for an urgent review of our education system. I believe that that would help tremendously in helping to dry up the recruitment ground for these violent behaviors. Because we're talking about guns, but we also need to focus on antisocial behavior, which sometimes lead to the extreme end of using guns and other weapons to advance violent behaviors. And so we moved from 7 subjects at CXC and GCE to now 15 and 18 per student. The same 5 hours, it has been increased, but we've increased the number of subjects being offered to our students. Sports and physical education have taken second place. Extracurricular activities in the classroom no longer exist. And yes, we boast of the percentage of passes at CXC examinations or national exams, but we fail to pay attention to the 20 and the 30% of those who did not get to the matriculation level. And I think we are focusing on those who do well academically, but we fail to pay attention to the mental and emotional state of our children. And I want to say to us, and of course we come to the point of the various groups in society abdicating their responsibilities. The whole concept of it takes a village to raise a child. Now it is solely to the Ministry of Education to educate our children. Where are our parents and guardians? Where is the clergy in its missionary work, its evangelical work? Where is the business community? The business community, we are more concerned about the dollar profits. And we only talk about crime when it affects our businesses, not because our children are dying, necessarily. And I think that we need to get the different groups in the society to spend more time in terms of what is my contribution to addressing the social challenges confronting our country. So, Mr. Chair, in short, I believe that there must be a dramatic and urgent review of the school curricula and the school systems in our Caribbean if we're to help current and successive generations to follow the narrow and straight path. We're focusing on the problem. I think the education system would help us in a proactive and preemptive way almost dry up the source of the recruits, the 20 and 30 and 40% of the young people who are not academically successful and who we define as failures in the society. And with the advent of climate change and the impact on agriculture, the impact on tourism, that too is creating a very difficult understanding for many young people in terms of what the future really will look like, taking into consideration their present circumstance. So education reform, focusing more on the welfare and well-being of that creature we call a student, and less on exams, because we have more opportunities now for children. We have many more opportunities now than we had in the 70s and 60s for our children, for us to focus less on the rigors of examinations. Let's take a look at it. Many of us have children in primary schools, and the extent of the textbooks which they have to purchase, and the heaviness of the bags going to school, and the volume of homework, all dealing with academics. Nothing about the child's welfare and well-being. Nothing about interaction with other groups in the community, the senior citizens and others, to appreciate the importance of life. So, Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister Skerritt, for that very incisive contribution on the subject that I challenged you to contribute to, and I'm very happy that you've given us the perspective that you have. I'd like to ask Prime Minister of Barbados, Prime Minister Mia Mottley, without any introduction, to give us the benefit of her thoughts on this morning's session so far. Prime Minister Mottley.
Thank you very much, Reggie. And first of all, let me thank you, Keith. This was something that was to happen in May of 2020, and COVID displaced it. But it is never too late to do the right thing. I want to commend and to endorse all that has been said on this platform, and to just make a few additional points. With respect to the bookends, Brave, you were absolutely correct in framing it, but the one missing thing is how we deal with it. Each of us is here trying to deal with this from a national perspective, but yet the crime is being fueled by things that are extraterritorial, whether it is the movement of guns, whether it is the influencing of values, whether it is how themselves people move. I, in an earlier life, used to report to Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago as well on the matter of security, and had responsibility for security for the 10 Cricket World Cup countries for 2 years. And out of that came the establishment of the Implementation Agency for Crime and Security, the Joint Regional Communications Center that deals with the Advanced Passenger Information System, should have been dealing years ago with the Advanced Customs Information System, but is only now getting there. And therein lies a tale, because a lot of the guns have come through legitimately through ports of entry, rather than just being stolen in the middle of the night. One of the other things was the Regional Intelligence Center, which was supposed to deal with the collation and collection of intelligence, but you can only get out what you put in. And I believe, Prime Minister Rowley, we, in December 2018, took a decision that we've never really followed up on properly, which is that our policemen, our customs officers, and our immigration officers need to know one another. You can't ask people to trust people cross-border if they don't know who they are and have no sense of any kind of feeling for each other. But when you look at the social media that you just talked about here, it's coming from outside and it's being added to internally. We know it is affecting mental health. In fact, last night, I think 60 Minutes did a program showing that since 2012, the introduction of smartphones and the time on social media has shown a marked increase in mental health deterioration. And as Deacon just said, with COVID, it was the only thing that many of them could do with the restriction of movement. In addition to that, you have a situation where, for crime, a lot of the crime on the internet and a lot of the, whether it is actual cybercrime or defamatory comments, once again are outside of the reach of the national jurisdiction. And when you add to that then the jurisprudential developments that have effectively led to people getting bailed for murder, in circumstances when I practiced law, nobody got bailed for murder. And I was practicing criminal law up until 30 years ago. Nobody, I look young, but I still have a little age on me. People did not get bail for murder. Now, when I look at the stats, not just out of Bahamas, but in Barbados and all through the region, the people who are causing the greatest problems are charged with 2, 3, and 4 murders. Something is fundamentally wrong. So I ask myself 2 basic questions. One, how are we going to deconstruct and reconstruct to meet the reality of this jurisprudential challenge development that is undermining the rule of law in our countries? And we're going to have to find ways of cooperating from the level of the police to the level of the courts, but in particular forensics. If you can get people to court Within 9 to 12 months, you have a good chance of a person not being given bail. Beyond 12 months, any number can start to play. So why are we all putting money separately and individually in forensic labs? 2, why are we not doing and pooling training? Because most police services in this region do not have enough forensic people to satisfy their own conditions, and we need to be able to pull it together. 3, why are we not having proactive prosecutions rather than reactive prosecutions? 90% of the prosecutions in the region are as a result of a crime perceived to have been committed, as opposed to people systematically going after people in a structured way. Jamaica may have an advantage with Tony there. Tony, you were with me at the time when we were dealing with the whole regional security as well. But there are too many things, having agreed that security was to become the new pillar. It's the only pillar that has come in the last 20 years to the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas, is security. But we have not followed through on the functional day-to-day cooperation that can make the difference there. Secondly, coming to the issue of crime prevention. And on the matter of law and order, the judges, we need to start rotating the use of judges and magistrates in the region to ensure that there is not the familiarity with counsel and other circumstances and the things that people take for granted. CARICOM arrest warrant. We talked about it 20 years ago. We haven't done it. Raymond is nodding his head because he was in his Ministers of National Security meeting with me. Bottom line is, if we have a CARICOM arrest warrant, we can bypass the length of time on extradition and all of these other things that are holding us up. And we do not have the level of deep cooperation that, as I said, we need, which the RIC was intended to bring about. With respect to Andrew's point about the guns and the US has no moral authority to speak on these issues. None. And you cannot separate violence from climate, from pandemic, from all of these things. They are development issues, and regrettably, in every instance, behavior that has come from outside of the region is crowding out our ability to spend money on development for our people. And that's why the Bridgetown Initiative we're trying to force, you cannot finance development with 10 and 12-year money when citizens can get 25 and 30 years for a mortgage. It's nonsense. And we cannot put the systems in place to help us fight these things, from the education reform that Roosevelt called for, recognizing that our system is based on the 1940s Education Act of England, that does not see 100% of the population, but is only intended to educate the top 40% and the rest to be able to be herded in a particular direction. Can't work for us anymore. So I asked myself in the deconstruction, who is owning the struggle? Who else is owning this struggle? It can't be about governments, as Decon said. We need to be talking to the young people. We need to be talking to the artists. We need to be talking to the sportsmen. I used to manage a band, love music. But you cannot have Caribbean music denigrating women and promoting guns to the extent to which it is doing. And this has nothing to do with curtailing anybody's freedom of speech. It has to do with the mirror image, as Errol Barrow would say. What do you look into the mirror and see? And at the end of the day, if we're looking into the mirror and only seeing women as an object, then that is how people are going to treat them in our societies. We have just agreed that we will introduce parental coaching and life coaches for communities, not because we want to, but we realize that if children are raising children, they need support and guidance, and that there has to be a gold standard still. We talk about communities, the pursuit of money has trumped everything. There was a time when business people would belong to cricket clubs, and they would go and mentor young men who would be there who might not have a father figure. How many business people, how many captains of industry belong to cricket clubs in communities across our countries anymore? How many take the time to spend and reach out to allow for intergenerational communication. These are the things that bother us, and I really do believe, Mr. Chairman, that we would do ourselves an injustice if at some point, yes, it's called a symposium, Keith, but we need to leave Port of Spain with decisions. And there's no reason why we can't, because you are the lead Prime Minister on security. We need the CARICOM arrest warrant. We need to have the exchange and rotation of judges, which will allow for a magistracy. We need to have an enlargement of the jurisdiction of magistrates. We need cooperation on forensics. And we need, finally, to deconstruct all the rules in our police service and reconstruct them. In Barbados' case, I've just insisted that we start it. Our service was established in 1835. Most of its rules were done in the early 20th century. You cannot fight and preserve law and order and fight crime with rules that were made for an analog environment when you're in a full digital, almost stateless environment with respect to crime. So I'll stop here and
thank you very much, Prime Minister Motley, for that almost signature incisiveness with which Prime Minister Motley has become so well known and so respected. Three things that you touched on that I'll just comment on very quickly, and it's really an opportunity to use the expression to big up a concept that I am completely committed to. I'm wearing my Caribbean Court of Justice tie right now, and I can say from my personal experience the amount of work that I know that the Caribbean Court of Justice is doing, even though they are not the appellate court for all of the Caribbean, with the local judiciary across the Caribbean to get us to that space that you speak about where we can begin to share our judiciary at the level that makes a difference. That's one point I'd just make because I think it's very important. The other is we are in Trinidad and Tobago right now looking at some very important legislation, some of which you've touched on. So I'm about to bring to Cabinet a bill that is going to eliminate preliminary inquiries and speed up the process of taking indictable offenses straight to the masters of the High Court with enlarged jurisdiction and to the judges. We've also bring in an amendment to the trial by judge alone to introduce lay assessors, to bring trials, and the statistics are phenomenal in our trial by judge alone, where we have abolished juries on the election of the accused, and we're going straight to trial. So those are examples of where the legislative initiatives can make a difference, and I entirely endorse the concept of using those seeds around the Caribbean so that we can enhance our capability. But let me ask Prime Minister Philip Pierre, and then to go to our philosopher of politicians, Dr. Gonzalez, for his comments on our roundtable this morning. Prime Minister Pierre.
Yeah, thank you, Reggie. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we're hearing you.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I'd just like to say something about the gender element. Why do we find young men who go to the same school, live on the same streets, in my case, live next to each other? What causes them to be able to hate each other so much so that they can take a gun and put it in his head, in a friend's head, somebody he went to school with, somebody he knows his parents, and at point blank, shoot him? I mean, something must be wrong with that. I hear about education. I think it has something to do with it. But we must be able to find, I think our psychologists, sociologists should have some study into what causes young men to be so fatalistic. I meet guys who tell me they do not think they live until they say before 30, they think they will die. And they're very cool about that. They just say, well, I will live. And you say, why do you say about the future? And they say, boss, I have no future. These are things that I think we have to look at. Why is that happening? And what causes it to happen? Secondly, there's the elephant in the room, which is the politics of crime. Why can't we get opposition parties at least
to agree on one thing, that we stop the blame game when it comes to crime. And because in spite of what we do, our systems are so polarized that one side will always seek to gain advantage, and it's very sad, but it is realistic. One side always seeks to gain some kind of advantage, even very quietly and in an underhand manner, from the other side when there's an escalation of crime. That is a fact, and unless we face it up front and stop trying to hide it and pretend that, oh, we have one voice when it comes to crime. That's not true. It is not true. There is not one voice when it comes to crime, because politicians believe that they can gain some level of support or popularity if one side fails where crime is concerned. And I also want to mention the integrity of law enforcement, whether we can trust all our agents of law enforcement, whether their greed and their selfishness doesn't allow them to turn their head away when they could do something about stopping the influx of guns and drugs, etc. So I think that it's a serious problem, and the impact it has on our budget. The fact that we have the opportunity cost of the money that we spend on national security, on crime prevention, could be used for education, could be used for social services, etc. And I think the U.S. should be asked to have some kind of payment to us for the fact that we are spending so much money to stop drugs from going to the U.S., and then they are doing so little from stopping guns from coming to our islands. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister Pierre of St. Lucia. May I ask Prime Minister, the Honorable Brigadier Mark Phillip of Guyana, to give us his thoughts, please, on our roundtable.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I notice you're breaking protocol by leaving our philosopher for last. And as Prime Minister, I represent Guyana and our President, who should have been here, but unfortunately not able to be here with us today. So I'm speaking not as a head of government, but as the first Vice President and Prime Minister of Guyana. And I run the risk of repeating what was mentioned before, but I still want to take the opportunity to compliment our host, the Honorable Dr. Keith Rowley, Prime Minister of Trinidad, for having us here today to discuss an issue that is more than critical to our collective survival as a region and as individual state. And as I said, I don't want to repeat what was mentioned before. In my opinion, we need to have an holistic approach that was mentioned before, but we need to focus on the young male in our society. And I'm saying this for many reasons. I served 36 years in the military. And you know, the military is about young people and recruiting young people. If our militaries, police force, armed forces, defense forces, can take youths from our society and convert them into functional, contributing individuals to our societies in the name of defense and security. I think we need to utilize similar strategies to ensure we reach that supposed 80% of the young male
who are out there and who are likely to be recruited by the criminal enterprise. We need to have our sociologists, we need to have all our human resources experts to come together and put to us, politicians, a strategy as to how we, as politicians, can ensure that the young male does not see recruitment by the criminal enterprise as an alternative to being a good person, contributing to the development and security of our societies. We talk about weapons, we talk about the preference for the assault rifle as against the pistol. What is the reality? The reality is no longer an issue of self-defense. It's an issue of warfare. Gang warfare, you call it what you may. It's an issue of warfare. We have several battles are being fought right under our noses. So we need to get into the minds of the young male. Our young male must not see themselves as a failure in our society if they don't make 5 CXC subjects with maths and English. In many societies, if you don't make 5 CXC subjects with maths and English, then we say, go to the military, go learn a trade. We need to change that mindset. And whatever comes out of this symposium, and I know we have all the experts here, the sociologists, the criminologists, the national security experts, we must come together and have a national and regional strategy to arrest what is happening to the young male in our societies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister Phillips of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. I'm going to take a cue from you and put Prime Minister Gonzalez on the spot with something that you've spoken to the young male. And I'm putting him on the spot from a personal experience that I have had that I consider a very compelling, proud experience. And that is the Marine Park Rangers of St. Vincent and the Grenadines in the Grenadines, who Dr. Gonzalez has given charge of the Marine Reserve in the Grenadines to take charge of their own environment and run it on an independent basis. Dr. Gonzalez.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Colleagues, friends.
The mic on?
My mic is on?
Get it, Ben.
Yeah, you hear me?
Go on the other side. Go closer to the no.
Pass this one up.
Right.
Give
the
mic.
Yeah, that's right.
You don't want me to talk?
No, it's on.
Coming now.
It's on. You have to talk to the mic.
Speak now? It's on now.
Yes, it's always on.
I want to
Go on the other side, Mike. Speak to the mic.
They have to turn it on there.
what all my colleagues have said and call what they have said my own and see if I can add some value to the discussion. This question of crime is a complex one, human behavior. And we have heard about the various manifestations of this behavior. And we have heard of root causes and what one may call proximate causes of crime, violent crime. And whether it's the root cause or approximate cause, you're going to have timelines. The root cause is going to take clearly longer. The proximate causes of crimes, they're more immediate before us. there are, in my view, no one set of causes of crime. There are causes of crimes. Different crimes have different causes, even though there may be a particular milieu, a particular source from which the violent criminal mind springs. I do not accept what has been put about by many sociologists and criminologists and commentators, that the causes of violent crimes reside in the economistic sphere. I don't accept that at all. If in fact that was the reason, or the central reason, we would have had more murders, more violent crimes in the 90s and the 1930s and 40s and 50s, coming all the way up, when you have far more opportunities today and less poverty today and greater wealth today than you had in the 1930s and 1940s. So I want to make that factual observation. Secondly, I don't accept the view that people kill one another because they're frustrated. If you are frustrated with life and living, you will kill yourself. And I note that in Trinidad and Tobago and all the countries in the Caribbean, with the possible exception of Guyana, we have among the lowest incidences, the lowest rate per 1,000 persons for suicide. So if you're really frustrated, we should be killing ourselves more individually. Commit suicide. We don't. We kill other people. Why are we killing other people? Well, lots of different answers. But what are the factual situations which we observe? Most crimes, most serious crimes and most violent crimes are committed by young males overwhelmingly. Point one. Secondly, most of those persons, those young males who commit homicides, come from broken homes or dysfunctional homes. Thirdly, most of these young males, overwhelmingly, who commit crimes, drop out from school or fail to take advantage of opportunities available to them. Most of these persons, these young males who commit violent crimes, find themselves in a culture of crime in particular communities and form associational criminal groups or gangs. That these young males, overwhelmingly, who go to commit serious crime, violent crimes, it is nobody's responsibility primarily other than their own. I've never heard anybody going to plea in the court for murder that their defense is that they were frustrated or they come from a poor home. I've never heard that. You are responsible. And we tend nowadays, when somebody kills another one, is the society, is the community they come from. The fact of the matter is that they are a small minority from the disadvantaged communities from which they come. Most of them overwhelmingly have chosen the life of crime. Let us not get away from that. They have chosen to be murderers. They have chosen to kill. And they do so, by and large, because they want to make some easy money.
Yes, I plan to. Yeah.
They're in drugs, they're running crime. Some of them, in order for them to maintain ranks in the community, they get a fascination with guns. They associate with young women, some cases beautiful young women, who are high maintenance, and they have to rob and steal and kill and deal with drugs in order to maintain them. Everybody here knows what I'm talking about here is the absolute truth. Everybody knows it. And we have to speak these things very honestly and straightforwardly. And these young males who commit these violent crimes, they're cowards, they're greedy, and they have an insatiable, they're in a condition, a permanent condition of dissatisfaction, which is insatiable. I'm not saying they can't be corrected. I'm not saying there can be no correction. But they are absorbed with me, me, me. It's an individualism which has grown in our society as a whole. And the material base for it is dog-eat-dog capitalism. They see lots of people get away with all sorts of things, and they decide that they're going to try and get away with it too. No. On the other hand, the overwhelming majority of young males are taking advantage of the opportunities available. They're going to school, people learning a trade, they get in a profession. You look at the courts, those who are in the Boy Scouts, the Cadet Corps, play steel band, play football, play cricket, get involved in community activities, go to church, all of these various things. You hardly see any of them in front of the magistrate or the judge. These are the facts which are before us. I have no doubt that a significant number of them have some mental problems, as my brother Terence Drew spoke to. But they have opportunities. But somehow, in the families, in these dysfunctional families, broken families, the father is not around, the mother is hustling, trying to make a living. And when the boy is 14 years old and she can no longer control him, she says, Rowley's problem or Ralph's problem? Well, it's not our problem, it's all of us' problem. And therefore, the family, which came before the state, the schools that Roosevelt talked about, the churches, if they stop trying to frighten us to go to heaven because of hell. Because every time I go to church, they want me to go to heaven by frightening me not to go to hell. They have to begin to preach better in order to get my attention. And if they can't get my attention in that way, they have to, how are they going to get young people's attention? Then there's the community groups and all these things, all these various interventions, because the bulk of young males are making us very proud. Let us never forget that. But the media, no. As soon as there's one murder, it is front page and they talk about it.
Yes.
But the thousands of young people who do well, you don't get that kind of a coverage. If you get the coverage, you get it on page 40, continued on page 48. You know how that goes. And meanwhile, politicians, opposition politicians, or would-be politicians, who, including some journalists, who want to be politicians, but are not brave enough to come into it, they spit to the wind, and they begin to talk all kinds of general thing, and is Rowley fault, is Philip fault, is Ralph fault, and all that sort of thing, and give us a chance, and we will do better. They have no plan, nothing at all. You know that, and I know that, and the public knows that, and we have to call out that kind of a foolishness when we hear it, because we need to have a mature conversation, which is what this is about, a mature conversation based on facts. And then there are things, the plan of action has to involve a lot of things which me I talk about regionally. I heard the police commissioners, I heard Andrew speak to them. But we have to address, in relation to proximate causes or issues where we can address criminal conduct, we have to deal with it in our legal system. And I'm a Roman Catholic. The Catholic Church preaches that we shouldn't have the death penalty. And my mother was a Catholic, Legion of Mary. She taught me that we mustn't have the death penalty. I happen to think that both my mother and the Pope are wrong. For crimes, for murder, other than a crime of passion, you should get the death penalty. I know the Europeans don't like that. They had it for a long time, and they may want not to give aid if you bring it back, and so on and so forth. But I am satisfied, being as a legal practitioner for many years, that most of the people who do killing, they are cowards. Never mind this macho thing which you see they may present. They're absolute cowards. And if we have that as a particular option in the punishment schedule, and for the courts not to make it very well nigh impossible to carry out the death penalty. What I'm talking here, people in the taverns across Trinidad and Tobago and Barbados and so on are talking these things, you know. And too many of our judges and our magistrates are too soft. Sometimes you get the impression that some magistrates, depending on who is the lawyer, their people seem to get a better treatment, their clients. Everybody talks about this, you know, but they talk about it behind closed doors. You don't hear it from a prime minister. Well, let us begin to talk about these things too. All of these matters touch and concern how we are going to address this question. We have put a lot of resources, this Caribbean, into the police, into crime fighting, in the judiciary, in the prosecution service. And more money ought to be put. We have to do several of the things regionally, and we have to update our laws. Of course, making sure that when we update our laws, that our laws are reasonably required for the protection and the promotion of and in defense of public order and public safety, and are reasonably these laws are reasonably justifiable in a democratic society. So I'm not calling for any totalitarian measure. I'm not calling for that. But there is, in aspects of our judiciary, a creeping lack of awareness as to some of the problems which we face. How can you go and give up somebody who is charged for murder bail? Let's be serious. How can you do that? I saw in the numbers from the Bahamas. Where those judges live? On Mars? And we need, so it's a mixed set of issues. It's a comprehensive package which we have to come to. And I think that what Keith wants for us to get out of this at the end of the day is an action plan with things which we can do regionally and what we have to do nationally. We have a common position as to what we can do nationally so that we can get rid of a lot of the opportunism which we get in dealing with this issue of crime. Around the region, opposition parties are saying, I want to work with you in dealing with crime. Don't believe that at all. The opposition parties are interested in the following things: to oppose, to expose, and to depose constitutionally. They don't have anything to propose. I haven't heard any of them proposing anything. And they can fool other people. They're not fooling me. I'm too long in this game to be fooled with these kinds of considerations. We need to have a mature, realistic contribution. And I come back to all what I've said, and to add this, Mia said something which is of importance, and Dick and Mitchell said something which is of importance. We have to be able to communicate well with our young people, especially our young males, and we have to use the cultural artists, the entertainers, the sports personalities, and others who are sensible and mature, who can help us with this particular challenge we have. The last thing you need to want to help you with this is an opposition politician who wants to get involved with you to try to undermine you in doing your work to make the place safer. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Prime Minister Dr. Gonzalez. I'm just going to ask the Secretary General of CARICOM to give us a few of her thoughts, particularly since she's going to be the one to keep us to the timelines on the action plan that will come out of this symposium. And then I'm going to ask Dr. Rowley to just give us a few closing remarks. Dr. Barnett.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. There's a lot of very good points that have been made here. And as a secretariat, we are collecting all of these because we are in the process of preparing both a declaration and an action plan, because it's not only about saying what we need to say, it's about stating how we're going to actually get it done. We are organizing to ensure that we enlist the support, the advice of experts across the region as we proceed forward. We are prepared to advocate, mobilize resources as may be necessary. We've heard all of the leaders on this stage talk about the fact that spending more money to fight crime means that you have less money for education, health, social services, investment, and all of those things. And so there's a large riddle to be solved. It's not only about what we do, it's also about the relationships we have. Prime Minister Motley has talked about the way we need to work differently with the international financial institutions and the way they need to work differently. They're an important part of this as well. So we will continue to work, and by the end of the day tomorrow, Prime Minister, we should have a declaration and a plan of action that will lay out a set of work that we need to do nationally and at the regional level.
Thank you very much, Dr. Barnett. And Dr. Rowley, some closing remarks, please.
Thank you very much. Worst time to speak is when the lunchtime has passed. I promise I'll only be 2 minutes. But already I'm seeing hope. I'm seeing possibilities. My colleagues of mine mentioned something that needs to be acknowledged over and above all that Ralph has said. There's something called the business model of the criminal that is at work. Our states are facing intelligent people who are operating a business model. Unfortunately, that business model includes killing and not being held responsible. Secondly, if we are going to take action in response to that, another colleague of mine talked about the antiquated nature, Prime Minister Motley, the age of our laws from another era to deal with crimes that are different. So we have to construct, after we deconstruct, and create an environment, and I've heard it said, not one where dictatorship is at work, but one where a reasonable defense is available to those who are threatened. There's nothing that we can lose more than our lives. And when our lives are threatened, our economies are threatened, our future is threatened, then the law has to be adjusted to give us a defense. I'm seeing those emergencies. I've heard the call from Dominica about that thing, about looking at our education system, which is only about passing exams and counting success. What do you need 15 O-levels for if you don't have any social skills? These are things we have to face. And of course, we are talking about areas which can be identified where this kind of antisocial behavior is now a threat to the whole country. And Jamaica has said to us, it's possible to use the tool of a state of emergency which reduces your rights only for a while to face down the criminals that are at work in your district. These are possibilities that are being raised with us. And finally, I want to say, if we're ever going to talk about the use of the union in CARICOM that I mentioned this morning, it makes no sense if every Attorney General's office and the parliamentary group is there fighting to craft a law that is different in St. Lucia, that is different in Dominica, is different in St. Kitts, to fight the problem that we all say is the same problem. We need the CARICOM Secretariat working with governments and the Attorneys General actively going forward to create templates of useful laws that can be adopted in all our territories, saving time and money. So I just touch on those things to indicate that a narrative is emerging today, that if it continues until tomorrow, an action plan is possible. Thank you, and we go to lunch first.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rowley. Thank you very much, Prime Ministers all, Secretary General, and we will take the break now and proceed to lunch. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you all hold your seats for a minute to allow our heads?
to or part of the actual theme that may follow thereon from their presentation, but for them to have the liberty of being able to deliver the perspectives that they so choose to in their respective capacities. So here we are after lunch, and we invite now to deliver remarks the Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis and lead head with responsibility for human resource development, health and HIV/AIDS. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Honourable Dr. Terence Drew.
Good afternoon, all. Thank you, Master of Ceremonies, and following your orders, I will adopt the protocol already established. But allow me to recognize, of course, the organizer of today's symposium, the Prime Minister of beautiful Trinidad and Tobago, the Honorable Rowley. And to recognize all the other heads of government, ladies and gentlemen, good evening, good afternoon. Let me say that I came to Trinidad, maybe not with the broadest smile, because of the issue that we were facing. And after this morning's discussion, I think that my smile will be well represented, with the hope that I am now imbued with, that we are really putting now the political will to get this problem dealt with here in our region. So I'm very, very grateful for that. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak on the challenge of violence, and possibly specifically youth violence this afternoon, because I think from the data you saw, you would have recognized that violence and criminal activities, especially dealing with gun activity, is mainly an issue of young people. At the outset, it is clear that much work has been done to document the risk factors, the characteristics of victims and perpetrators, and the impacts on the individual, families, country, and region. Solutions have also come to the fore, so there is reason for me to be very optimistic. In 1996, the World Health Organization was correct to declare violence as a major public health issue. Then in 2002, the World Health Organization report on violence said this: gangs and a locally supply of guns and drugs are a potent mixture, increasing the likelihood of youth violence. St. Kitts and Nevis accepts this formula: gangs plus guns plus drugs, a key driver of our gang violence issue. By the early 1990s, we witnessed young adults, then high school students, organized in transnational traffic of drugs. The groups of brothers and sisters became deadly territorial as they protected their turfs with imported guns. Such is the influence that by 2018, we saw some primary school children who were gang members rather than being constructively engaged in organized arts, culture, and sports. What push-pull factors cause some children to be ensnared by a subculture of mental and physical violence? Why are they not, some of them, being inspired to be Carifta Games participants? Why the seemingly overpowering appeal of get rich quick or die trying? I am advised that the habits of thought or the thought model is operative. It speaks to chronic, toxic, early childhood experiences that erode mental resilience. So much so that by or before mid-adolescence, violent behavior spills out of the homes and onto the streets as a disease. In November 1937, Marcus Mosiah Garvey, national hero of Jamaica, came to St. Kitts and Nevis to speak. Then he was speaking to my grandparents. And among the pearls of wisdom that he left was this: man is a product of his mind. In other words, violence is a learned behavior. I am a medical doctor, and what is learned can be unlearned, provided that there is a definition of the issue and early application of best practice interventions. Speaking of definition, for 2 decades, Caribbean public health experts have known that, like measles, dengue fever, and HIV/AIDS, violence is characterized by the epidemiological triad of disease causation. The triad elements being an agent, a host, and an environment. Very critical. For example, COVID's agent is a virus. We are somewhat familiar with the triad, especially because of COVID that has affected all of us. And so extending it to COVID, we would say that COVID, or the agent of COVID, is a virus. The host are animals and humans. An environment dominated by structural, social, and commercial determinants of injustice, inequity, and ill health facilitates transmission and virulence. We know this already. In youth violence, the agent is chronic exposure to especially family-based toxicity. The primary hosts are children. Enablers are the determinants of injustice, inequity, and ill health, including easy access to guns that we do not produce here in the Caribbean. Further studies, of course, is that public health and security experts can produce maps of violence hotspots, and I think we saw one this morning. They know the demographics and geographics of clusters. There are graphs of incidence versus time, which depict a series of epidemiological curves. Therefore, the violence challenge in the Caribbean appears to be well characterized as a public health issue with ominous social and economic implications. Neither good health nor development are possible in a climate of violence. We need, and I term it today, we need violence climate change. The present leadership task is to resource and apply best practice interventions. In that regard, the work of Dr. Gary Slutkin, World Health Organization, and others is instructive. 3 primary intervention fronts are recommended, and I will name them. 1, interrupt the transmission. 2, prevent further spread among the exposed. And 3, change societal behavior norms. In one way or the other, we heard all 3 this morning, and that is why I say I am optimistic. And if these sound familiar, they should. They were part of the public health toolkit to mitigate COVID. I regard this regional symposium, therefore, as a coalition of the willing. Notwithstanding the delays because of a pandemic, there's a window of opportunity to move the needle now to solutions. Our people must see and must feel solutions now. So I came convinced and want to leave seized with a commitment to train people with street credibility to function as violence interrupters. We can track and trace young people experiencing toxic exposure or who are high risk for the same, we can find them and offer them a suite of interventions to deal with the many issues. We can roll out a campaign of culturally appropriate public messaging using the talents of known social influencers. We heard that this morning as well. Several experts I know will follow me, and I look on the long list of those who are versed in the field. And as a medical doctor and one in the field, I expect them, and they will do it, to be factual and forthright about the required resources to deal with violence from a public health standpoint. So I'll tease them by saying how struck I was with the data produced in 1992 by the US Government Accounting Office. For those who wonder if this makes monetary sense, specifically, it says that violence prevention programs can save $6 to $8 for every dollar invested. I think I want to say that again, because money will always be the elephant in the room for some. It says that violence prevention programs save $6 to $8 for every dollar invested. The US GAO, as I just referred to, the conclusion that violence prevention funding is smart money is accepted, and to my mind, a political imperative. We need to do it. Therefore, gathering research evidence on violence is not the rate-limiting step of the Caribbean action of finding a Caribbean solution. The research and evidence is not the issue. We have it. We heard it. The issue is political will. Will we do it? I end, of course, with a quote from Martti Ahtisaari, 10th President of Finland and Nobel laureate, and he said, and I quote, "If the political will is there, we can solve anything." I'll repeat, if the political will is there, we can solve anything. And from today's presentation of the heads of government, the interaction and the erudite presentations that they would have made tell me that the political will is there. So the Caribbean has a proud track record of solving and mitigating major public health issues through robust, evidence-guided intervention programs. We know them. We had to deal with AIDS and HIV. Not as individual countries, but we dealt with it as a region with evidence-based approaches, and we have success. We are also dealing with NCDs, chronic non-communicable diseases, and we are dealing with that issue from an evidence-based perspective. And so the challenge today, we are looking at violence as a public health issue. And it's quite interesting that it's our geologists who have brought us together. I think his scientific mind tells him that evidence-based approaches resolve situations. And today, we are taking that bold step. And that is why I am optimistic that we have seen the evidence, we have gathered the evidence, and we are willing to put the political will using that evidence to solve violence from a public health perspective. There is hope, and I wish this symposium and all that we do success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the Honourable Dr. Terence Drew, Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis, for delivering remarks as we resume here this afternoon. Prime Minister, thank you. We move now to the subject theme area, violence as a public health issue, the crime challenge. And on this occasion, there is a video presentation coming from His Excellency Dr. Isben Williams, psychiatrist and former ambassador to the United States and the Organization of American States. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a bit long, so I ask that you put the stamina of after lunch into high gear so that we captivate your attention. I promise you that on the other side of the presentation, you'll be kept well alive. So please direct your attention to the screen for His Excellency Dr. Isben Williams.
Good day to all the participants taking part in this important meeting, which brings together CARICOM leaders at the highest national and regional levels to discuss and find solutions to our epidemic of societal violence and crime, having regard for their implications, not just for citizen security, but also for national and regional development. I'm grateful for the opportunity to share some thoughts on this issue with you. I regret, however, not being able to attend in person as my current circumstances, albeit temporary, dictate otherwise. For his foresight in mounting this initiative, I am sure you all join me in thanking the convener of this sorely needed symposium, CARICOM's lead head in security, Trinidad and Tobago's Prime Minister, the Honourable Dr. Keith Rowley. Permit me also to adopt the order of acknowledgements which preceded, save for acknowledging the presence and participation of the current chair of CARICOM Conference of Heads, the Honourable Philip Davis, KC, Prime Minister of the Bahamas, CARICOM's lead head on health, Prime Minister, the Honourable Dr. Terence Drew of St. Kitts and Nevis, my Prime Minister, Secretary General of the Caribbean Community of Nations, Her Excellency Dr. Clara Bennett, CBE. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen all, in the time allotted me, I invite you to position your thinking, or perhaps to reposition your thinking, for a while on the issue of violence prevention and to envision it as a developmental imperative, a critical dimension of development for the global community, but particularly for such regions as the Caribbean states, which have not had great success at remedying this problem. Violence has become one of the most preeminent developmental issues facing policymakers and one of the most persistent challenges in today's global agenda. Its negative impact on social and economic development in many countries has been well documented. Violence takes many forms and has many faces. Its various manifestations all converge to erode the well-being of us all and to stymie development efforts. It is undeniable that the anxieties and the hypervigilance caused by the possibility of violence being perpetrated against any right-thinking one of us all too frequently pervades our thoughts. For how can we escape such anxieties, triggered as they are by being bombarded daily and relentlessly on many fronts with stories of violent occurrences happening around us? We have all come to appreciate the risk of our personal safety, to experience some measure of unsafety. For many of us, staying out of harm's way may be a matter of locking our doors and windows and avoiding dangerous places. For others, escape is not possible. The threat of violence is behind those closed doors, well hidden from public view. And for those living amidst external threats or conflict, the risk of violence may permeate every aspect of their lives, their thoughts, their feelings, and their actions. Many who live with repeated violence in whatever form over an extended period may have difficulty disabusing their minds of the faulty notion that violence is an intrinsic part of our human condition to which we should adapt. Not so at all. Violence can be prevented. We now have the knowledge, we have developed the tools, and we must now harness the courage to face up to it and reverse its trend. Violence is now clearly recognized as a public health problem. But just 40 years ago, the words violence and health were really used in the same sentence. Several serendipitous occurrences and observed trends contributed to a growing recognition and acceptance that violence could and should be addressed from a public health vantage. Firstly, as the Western world became more successful at preventing and treating many infectious diseases, it was observed that homicide and suicide rose in the rankings of cause of death. Tuberculosis and pneumonia were the two leading causes of death at the turn of the century, the 20th century. By mid-20th century, the incidence and mortality from these infectious diseases, along with others such as yellow fever, typhoid, poliomyelitis, measles, and diphtheria, were dramatically reduced through public health measures by sanitary control of the environment, isolation of contagious disease cases, immunizations, and the application of new and therapeutic medical techniques. Violence became a phenomenon of greater focus by the US Centers for Disease Control and in public health because in the USA the risk of homicide and suicide reached epidemic proportions during the 1980s among many specific segments of the population, including youth and minority groups. Suicide rates among adolescents and young adults 15 to 24 years of age almost tripled between 1950 and 1990. Similarly, from 1985 to 1991, homicide rates among 15 to 19-year-old males increased 154%, a dramatic departure from rates of the previous 20 years for this age group. This increase was particularly acute among young African-American males. These trends raised concern and provoked calls for epidemiologic inquiry and for new solutions. Another important development was the increasing acceptance within the public health community of the importance of behavioral factors in the etiology and prevention of disease. It is now generally accepted that prevention of 3 of the leading causes of death in the United States, heart disease, cancer, and stroke, rest clearly and largely on behavioral modifications such as exercise and change in diet, smoking cessation. Successes in these areas encourage public health professionals to believe that they could likewise overcome the same behavioral challenges underlying interpersonal violence and suicidal behavior. And thirdly, the emergence of child maltreatment and intimate partner violence as recognized social problems in the 1960s and 1970s demonstrated the need to move beyond sole reliance on the criminal justice sector in solving these problems. This is a public health foundation upon which the proven steps in violence prevention rests. Surveillance, identifying risks and protective factors, developing and evaluating interventions, and implementing programs born of sound policy. Moving forward into the global context, As the public health efforts to understand and prevent violence gained momentum in the United States, they also garnered attention abroad. Violence was placed on the international agenda in 1996 when the World Health Organization, the World Health Assembly, adopted a resolution which declared violence a leading worldwide health problem. The resolution requested the WHO, World Health Organization, to initiate public health activities to document and characterize the burden of violence, assess the effectiveness of programs with particular attention to women and children and community-based initiatives, and to promote activities to tackle the problem at the international and country level. In the year 2000, the World Health Organization created the Department of Violence and Injury Prevention to increase the global visibility of international injury and violence and to facilitate public health action. The organization's World Report on Violence and Health, published in 2002, is now used throughout the world as a platform for increased public health action towards preventing violence. Despite public health professionals having contributed to the understanding of violence, using epidemiologic methods to characterize the problem and identify modifiable risk factors, enlightened methods of violence prevention remained in too many global jurisdictions, and adapting to the new paradigm shift has been somewhat a hard sell. How does the Caribbean fit into this global violence prevention scenario? Well, globally, homicide rates have been a gauge for the incidence of societal violence. It is couched as the number of murders per 100,000 of population. The global homicide rate for 2019 was 6.1 per 100,000. Homicide rates have been consistently high in the Americas for at least 3 decades and have remained high in the Americas even as they plummeted elsewhere. The region's average rate remained at the same level between 1990 to 2016, fluctuating slightly from a low of 14.5 to a high of 16.7 per 100,000, compared with a global average that varied between 6 and 7.4 over the same period. The rate in the Americas jumped to 17.2 in 2017, reaching the highest level since the late 1990s. Africa came in a distant second with a homicide rate of 13. The Caribbean sub-region of the Americas has also consistently led mainland America. According to a joint UN-ODC World Bank report of 2002, the Caribbean had attained a level of 30 homicides per 100,000 at the beginning of the decade, the first decades of the new century. These rates must give us at least cause for pause. Yet, as the Caribbean community of nations reels and quivers from the acute and chronic ecological impact of violence and its varied manifestations, I am heartened and proud to realize that our leaders are prepared and emboldened at this time to seize the moment in reversing this trend. Violence constitutes a common enough occurrence in our daily Caribbean lives, even if not necessarily impacting most of us directly or personally. Nevertheless, we should guard against ever bringing ourselves to regard it as an inevitable part of our social and human condition, an immutable characteristic of our daily lives to which we must find ways of adjusting or responding to the extent that we find possible. Rather, we must regard it as a phenomenon that can in fact be curtailed or prevented. Violent cultures can be turned around and cultures of nonviolence vigorously promoted. There are many remarkable and shining examples of how violence has been countered, and not primarily with law and order approach, nor repressive pushback or coercion. Because of the multifaceted character of violence, it has been shown that what is required to abate its progression is broad engagement of all societal sectors, government, civic and corporate sectors, academia, the citizenry, and partners at all levels, local, national, regional, and international, and a key role should always be played by development agencies. Even with the increased awareness that violence can be prevented, a commensurate level of appreciation among policymakers and program developers is still necessary, and even such understanding by itself is insufficient unless there is the unfettered will for essential next steps to be taken in shaping appropriate data-driven responses. I cannot overstress data-driven responses. Hence, I entreat you to arm yourselves and those you entrust with taking over the rudder after this symposium is done. Gird yourselves with evidence of what is known to have worked to curtail the impact of this scourge of societal violence, and to apply this knowledge to all our benefit. For as is well known, the essence of knowledge is having it to apply it. Defining the nature and extent of violence is a necessary first step toward fully comprehending the phenomenon of violence. Homicide rates are not the only indicator of societal violence. Homicide rate is a measure that is used most often to determine overall levels of violence in a city or country, because homicide constitutes the most serious and publicly visible of all violent acts, and it is usually reported more accurately in statistics on violent crime. It is estimated, however, that for every young person killed, 20 to 40 receive non-fatal injuries that may have required hospital treatment, and the preponderance of the victims of violence never access needed medical care, particularly for the types of violence that are stigmatized, such as domestic violence. Homicide rates represent, therefore, a fraction of the tip of the societal violence iceberg. In 2005, the heads of government of the Caribbean community commissioned a report on the health situation in the region. Among the findings of the Caribbean Commission on Health and Development, which was chaired by Sir George Allain, was that there were 3 health issues looming large, which had the potential to stymie growth and development in the community of nations, and which needed to be addressed as priorities. These were HIV/AIDS, chronic non-communicable diseases, and violence and intentional injuries. Progress in addressing HIV/AIDS has been significant. The Pan-Caribbean Partnership Against HIV and AIDS, which is dedicated to this health issue, had been established, in fact, since February 2001. It has provided a unified vision and direction among all partners in reducing the spread and mitigating the impact of HIV in the Caribbean. PANCAP is now recognized by UNAIDS as a global best practice model. Commendable strides have also been made more recently regarding chronic non-communicable diseases, NCDs. In fact, it is the CARICOM states that were instrumental in placing this issue on the agenda of the United Nations General Assembly in September 2011, when world leaders convened at UN headquarters a high-level meeting on NCDs, non-communicable diseases. Violence and injuries was a third issue identified by the Caribbean Commission on Health and Development as needing immediate redress. Although as much a health and development issue as the other two, it straddles the purview of many other sectors, including public security, governance, law enforcement, and education, among others. Perhaps because of its complexity as an issue and the many sectors to be engaged, it has not yet gained the traction it deserves. You, the participants of this high-level symposium, have the capacity to change that. I entreat you to do so, if only having regard for its being a critical dimension of development. I have heard the opinion expressed that after the deliberations of this high-level symposium and its planned follow-up actions, nothing short of an agency, partnership, or alliance, an organization akin to PANCAP, capable of developing and implementing policy for preventing violence and reducing its impact, and reducing the rate of homicides, in which we are frontrunners, would justify our efforts. Perhaps so. I have faith that our heads, being at the end of this exercise better seeds of the problem, would at this juncture make the sound decisions in tackling this challenge and taking it forward. Violence is often not only preventable, but also predictable. Many of the factors that increase the risk of violence are shared across the different types of violence and are modifiable. Hence, while public health does not offer all the answers to this complex problem, we must be determined to play a role in shaping responses peculiar to our ecologic and sociocultural realities for better outcomes, and thereby make the Caribbean and the world a safer and healthier place for all. I thank you for your attention, and I trust that your deliberations will be very fruitful.
There we are. Okay, we're back. Truly engaging, and our thanks, of course, to His Excellency Dr. Isben Williams for perspective, as well as pointing a way forward, if only that, of course, the suggestions that come forward here dovetail with all that's being discussed for the two-day symposium. Ladies and gentlemen, we move now into the plenary session that allows us to have presentations on the overview of violence and health, crime and violence, a public health approach, violence is a public health issue, the Bahamas experience, accident and emergency experience, mental health as well being discussed. The moderator is Senator the Honorable Dr. Amory Brown, Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. I invite Senator Brown to join us on stage at this time, and we invite the panelists to also make their way on stage. So will you please welcome Mr. Dean Chambliss, Dr. Roy St. John, Dr. David Allen and Kevin Bethel, Dr. Robin Sinanan, Dr. Hazel Othello. So my brand name over the next 2 or 3 sessions is going to become housekeeper. As you make your way on stage, please ensure that your microphones are now on. Just to check before you make your way to your seats. And I'm being guided for those who have now made their way on stage.
I'm fine.
Right, we're all good. That this large monitor here that happens to carry a countdown clock that can make its way across all 4 is to ensure that not only do you provide your lucid remarks, but that you also keep us back on time. and magic is going to happen that by 6 o'clock this evening, we will have done it. But it all depends on your participation from here on in. So good luck. I turn you over to Senator the Honorable Dr. Avery Brown, who will lead us forward for this session. Minister.
Thank you very much, Wendell. I wish I had a time machine, because the challenge placed before us is that we are starting a session at 3:15, which should have ended at 3 p.m. And I've been asked to get us back on time. Prime Minister, what a challenge. I would first like to ask you to join me in expressing appreciation and showing appreciation to the heads of government that have come here to Trinidad and Tobago to participate in this forum. And the stage was very much set for this plenary session by the Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis, a distinguished medical doctor himself, who really helped put into perspective the discussion that we are aiming to achieve in the next few minutes, getting into the health component, the public health component of this symposium. And it really is a bit of an unusual turn for the contemplation of many of our publics, who very often would consider the front lines in the fight against violent crime to be our police officers and security professionals. But now we are recognizing more and more that there's great value in terms of information and in terms of solution coming from our healthcare practitioners, our mental health experts, our public health strategists, and others that are now becoming involved. And as Dr. Drew set the table by saying, we have to be evidence-based, guided by evidence, and it has to be a multi-sectoral effort. Well, I'm sitting here surrounded by some of the key components and representatives of a very important sector in this effort. Time is not with us, so I will spare you my quotes from Shakespeare and all the other things that I prepared, and seek to get right into the discussion. But there's something that was said in the presentation a short while ago that triggered my thinking. And I thought of a 13-year-old boy who right now may be presenting at a public hospital here in this country, or in Grenada, or in Jamaica, or the Bahamas, or elsewhere, with a stabbing injury. He's treated, he's discharged, and maybe 2 years down the road, he's 15, he presents with a gunshot wound, a wounding. He's treated, he's discharged, and maybe 6 months later, he joins the statistics of homicide victims in our country and in our region. How many opportunities would we have had to intervene during that trajectory? And then maybe we need to go back before his age of 13. Was he involved in violence previously? Was he the witness of violence or exploitation perpetrated against his mother? Were there opportunities to diagnose mental health challenges that he himself may have experienced, or that his parents may have experienced? Would he have benefited from child development support in his early years that may have altered the trajectory of his life? I think those are some important questions for our contemplation. To help us move forward with the discussion on the health component, the public health analysis of our challenge and presentation of our solutions, we have a very distinguished panel with us this afternoon. I would like to begin the next component of this discourse to turn the microphone over to Mr. Dean Chambliss, who who represents the Pan American Health Organization, PAHO, well known to us, and he is the Sub-Regional Program Director. Mr. Chambliss, I would like you to now begin your presentation, condensed as it is required by the circumstances, but to help us move further into an analysis of the public health component of violence in the Caribbean region. Please.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. This appears to be working correctly. So good afternoon, and thank you very much for this opportunity. I bring greetings on behalf of PAHO's director, Dr. Jarbas Barbosa. We had a little segment earlier that touched on social media. I would like to assure you that I am not, in fact, checking my Facebook on this phone, but that I have my speaking notes here. So thank you for your indulgence on that. It is indeed a jarring juxtaposition that perhaps the most beautiful region in the world, the Caribbean, is suffering such a wave of violence that this high-level symposium is necessary. Yet, we must face facts. Per the World Health Organization, the region of the Americas has the highest homicide rate in the world, both for adults and, even more tragically, children. Our homicide rates are more than 3 times the global average, and 10 of the top 20 countries and territories in terms of the intentional homicide rate are located in the Caribbean. I was going to provide you with more statistics on violence in the Caribbean. However, in view of the prior extensive information provided just now by Dr. Williams, I will not repeat what he has so ably presented to you. I would note, however, that PAHO WHO has long worked with our member states on violence prevention as a public health priority. We've had a particular emphasis on violence against women, children, and youth, focusing on how health systems can help to prevent and respond to violence as part of a multi-sectoral response. One thing has long been clear, and that has been re-emphasized at various points today, that fighting crime and violence is a whole of society struggle, from parents to teachers, to health workers, to church leaders, to policemen. We must all work together as we deal with this most pressing and challenging of problems. PAHO applauds the clear-eyed commitment by Caribbean leaders gathered here today to tackle violence in our societies with fresh ideas and evidence-based approaches. A public health approach to violence prevention recognizes that different forms of violence intersect and compound each other. As highlighted earlier by the Trinidad and Tobago Commissioner of Police, a public health approach to violence includes 4 key steps. Step number 1, defining who is most affected and by what forms of violence. Step number 2, why does it happen? Identifying risk and protective factors. Step number 3, how can we try to change it? Developing and testing prevention strategies in selected target communities or other settings for proof of concept. Step 4, how to scale up and continue learning. We need to assure widespread implementation of effective strategies, expanding to the national level and examining sustained impact. PAHO WHO recommends a range of cost-effective and practical interventions that can lead to real change. I would note that the interventions I'm going to describe are in line with much of what we heard from the Prime Minister's panel this morning. Evidence confirms that children who witness violence in their homes are more likely to perpetrate or experience violence later in life. Violent discipline and corporal punishment in childhood increases the risk of involvement in bullying as an adolescent, and in turn, the risk of gang involvement and criminal activity. But we have an opportunity to intervene early and to break this vicious cycle. As early as during pregnancy and the first months after birth, we must reduce the probability that a child encounters violence in their home. This means tackling violence against women, especially that perpetrated by their husbands and partners. Economic strengthening programs are key including offering microfinancing and cash transfer programs, combined with training to help women and men to understand the role gender plays and to adopt egalitarian attitudes. These strategies can improve a household's economic situation, thus reducing the risk of abuse and neglect, while potentially increasing access to education and other protective factors. In very young children, we must recognize the potential harm of using corporal punishment to discipline and to teach. We know that there are other ways of fostering safe, stable, and nurturing relationships between parents and their children. In early adolescence, children spend a large amount of time at school and with their peers. They may be involved in bullying and physical fights as victims or perpetrators. The right school environment can turn this around. For older adolescents and young adults who may be at particular risk or already engaged in violent activity, it is critical that we consider mentoring such as Big Brother and Big Sister programs, connecting at-risk youth with role models in their communities. When responding to offenders of violence, we must recognize there remain many gaps in information about what works to rehabilitate offenders. Especially for younger offenders, we must do better in offering mental health and counseling services that foster positive behavior change. The interventions I have mentioned must be supported by community-level initiatives that benefit all. This includes, for example, improving the safety of the environments in which we live, work, and play. I want to reiterate that we all have a role to play at home, at work, in schools, and at church. In our day-to-day lives, we can demonstrate to family, friends, and neighbors, and our youth, that violence is never acceptable. We are not helpless. Violence is preventable. The strength of a public health approach to violence is its emphasis on the evidence for what works. When the stakes are high and when resources are limited, we must be guided not by hearsay and anecdotes, but by interventions that have been proven to work. Every individual has the right to live a healthy life, free from violence, and our efforts during this symposium will further drive our commitment to creating a safer and more prosperous Caribbean for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chambliss, for a very detailed and whirlwind coverage.
Almost.
Yeah, and respecting the time as well. Very much appreciated. And I'm told that if we do very well in terms of time, we would have the opportunity to have some interaction from the audience as well. So if you develop any questions, we would seek to field a few of these. Well, we have a treat in store because the next contributor, beside being a good friend of mine, is part of the strong female leadership within CARICOM and our region. It gives me great pleasure to introduce, and it is my belief that she will share with us her perspective on a public health approach to violence in our region. It's my pleasure to introduce the Executive Director of CARFA, Dr. Joy St. John. Over to you, Joy.
Thank you very much, Minister Brown. And in trying to deal with the topic I was given, crime and violence, a public health approach, I want to give the Caribbean Public Health Agency perspective. And I start first by reminding people that the heads in the picture before you, and some of them in the room with you, are the same heads who led CARICOM out of what was supposed to be a death sentence for the Caribbean region, not only with reduced numbers of illnesses and deaths, but economic recovery, which was not expected. So I will then go straight into some examples of international experiences of the public health approach to crime and violence. The UK example is very intense. It's labor and cost intensive, relentless disruption and targeted action against highest harm, establishment of a single whole system approach. The Nordic approach also using the Danish prevention model as an example can be characterized as a comprehensive interagency model which emphasizes cooperation across a wide range of sectors. So what is a public health approach? And the first thing that we need to discuss, and I was really excited to hear so many heads and previous speakers refer to this, is that there demands a determinants of health perspective. What are the causes of the causes? And then, of course, there's prevention and treatment and care and rehabilitation, some of which can be mental health, not just physical health, as my classmate, Dr. Othello, will tell us later. And I'm going to put forward not just an approach, but a cost-effective, what I think will be sustainable approach, which mirrors something that was already approved by heads of government. And it's the 6 policy package framework for addressing childhood obesity, where regional and international agencies carry out their usual functions using their own budget lines for delivering programs which, when coordinated together, do address many of the regional level public health issues that will affect childhood obesity. But multiple sectors must provide coordinated action. The ambition of the heads is massive, and it needs to be, because the other individual, national, or non-coordinated, including many sectors, efforts have not done what is necessary, and crime has changed. And so I give you a snapshot of the sectors. There are others that I wanted, but I wanted to mirror what the agenda of this meeting has suggested that we do. And to make you realize that if we are having multiple sectors, there has to be some level of coming up to speed or even creating a new language, a new way of communicating, and most definitely a way of sharing information. But I would not want you to think that nothing has been going on before. Most definitely. And I give you here roles of the security cluster. Remember, it was the security cluster that worked to ring-fence the region during COVID-19. And here are some of the roles that CARFA, SEDEMA, CARICOM Impacts, and RSS can do and are doing to ensure that we have at least a regional level security response. And here I offer things like conducting ethical research. Many previous speakers spoke about the need to have the evidence. And I can also offer a themed CARFA research conference. We need to conduct surveillance and have indicators to support monitoring and evaluation, and also to ensure that the interventions that we propose are working. And remember, I said it's an ambitious vision. It's not going to be only at the regional level, but national level with communication and data sharing, community levels, and for the individual. SPD Chambliss spoke about several of the individual interventions across the life cycle that are going to be necessary so that we address things like recidivism, because a lot of the crime that is perpetuated is done by the same people. And so I come to my recommendation for a task force to develop this expanded, ambitious CARICOM regional public health approach, guided by the political declaration that will come out at the end of this meeting, involving key sectors as chosen by the heads. And there's a roadmap with immediate actions. Serendipitously in the Bahamas next week, the chief medical officers and the Council for Human and Social Development, the Council of Ministers will be meeting in the margins of CARFA's conference. And we need to put this, because it's a new paradigm, we need to put it to them and let them come up with the health policy support of the overall political agenda set by the heads. Next, we have to have the convening of the task force. Remember, these are proposed prime ministers. Research to define the current status of the region. Some of this has been ongoing in collaboration with the University of the West Indies, as led by CARICOM Impacts and supported by CARFA and others, many of the sectors that have been mentioned before. We need to develop a costed strategic or action plan, training, capacity building, and then monitoring and evaluation of the intervention. I'm done.
Absolutely perfect. Thank you very much, Dr. St. John, for really offering us the CARFA perspective, but also pointing us to some very clear recommendations with respect to next steps, which certainly will be taken on board as we formulate both a plan of action and even a declaration coming out of this particular symposium. We would like to move right along, and again, I thank you for respecting the time frame to perfection. We'd like to move right along. If there was just one early takeaway from this symposium, it is that we are not in this alone. We are not in this alone. And to share with us the Bahamas experience. We've had a bit of that already, but certainly from a very specific health and public health perspective, we have the benefit of a leading psychiatrist and consultant and advisor to the government and Prime Minister of the Bahamas, none other than Dr. David Allen, present with us. I now turn the floor over to Dr. Allen. I know he has some assistance as well in conducting his contribution. Dr. Allen, the floor is yours, and we're looking forward to your sharing of the Bahamas experience.
Thank you so much. A hurt child is a dangerous adult. I came across this nearly 30 years ago. We had the world's first countrywide crack cocaine epidemic. I picked it up in my office at Princess Margaret Hospital. 1982, there were 32 cases. 83, there were 59 cases. 84, there were 600 cases. That exponential increase indicated that my country is facing a very dangerous epidemic. Crack kills. It was the first drug that feminized drug addiction. In marginalized communities in the Caribbean, they're run by mothers and grandmothers. And so in the Bahamas, then, in our beautiful, serene country, through crack, women were ejected from the home, and many children were left to fend for themselves. I saw them. I went to homes where 5-year-old kids were taking care of 3-year-olds, 2-year-olds, and 1-year-olds. Mothers would come crying to me saying, how could I do this to my child? Some were secretaries. Some had great jobs. But a hurt child is a dangerous adult. That hurt child goes looking for other hurt children. Those hurt children come together, and guess what? They form what? Gangs. I've been going at this now for the past 55 years. I've seen it start like this, and now we have a gangsterized nation. From the prison to the high schools, the junior high schools, to the primary schools, to the community. But you know, hope is not lost. HOPE, helping our people everywhere. It's so important that we be balanced in our approach. I will carry to my grave many things I've seen. That's beautiful, because beauty means you still have to see the beauty no matter how bad things are, because there is still love in the world. And so, if you look at our graph of homicides, in 63 we had 5, in 85 it went up. But what I found was that after discovering a number of treatments for the individual crack users, we had a tremendous outpouring of treatment programs. I found out I didn't know how to deal with the social fragmentation in our communities. Grime and crime was everywhere. Kemp Road, a wonderful community, was now being destroyed. Bain Town, Meadow Street, The Grove. And so I came up with the idea that if I could find, having been trained in group psychotherapy, a space where I can get a group of people who had experienced children who were gone through the mess, then maybe I can understand it. I found 7 women. They all had lost a child to murder, but they also saw, they think, the murder of the child walking by the house at night. They were terrified. They were ashamed. I said, can I meet with you? They said, why? We don't want your psychiatry. Well, let's forget psychiatry. What can we call ourselves? They said, the family. I love that. It's neutral. What should we do? Let's tell our stories. You tell me your stories, and I'll tell you my story of trying to learn as a soft, scared Bahamian to work with you. It's amazing what happened. Within 1 year, the groups had grown from 1 to 3. In 2 years, 30 groups throughout Nassau, including the prison. I was able to understand what was happening. Our nation was shame. Yes, there's violent crime, but the pathogen is shame. S, self, H, hatred, aimed at who? Me. And I realized that not just the hurt is shame, David Allen was as well. I remember my time training at Harvard. Malcolm's ex-sister taught me something. She said, David, why are you so soft? You need to get some spa. I said, yes, Jackie, you're right. She gave me some lessons. Then I went to East Boston. There's a guy there called Jim Snelders. I tried to treat his opiate addiction. One Friday, I waited for him for 3 hours. He came late. Well, he says, Dr. Allen, you know something? You and I are just alike. I shoot up on heroin, but you shoot up on ego. Oh, what? Yeah, you're an addict as well. Wow. Shame is the gap between the expression of what we want and what we have. I realized that I was a shamed individual as well. Shame always produces separation. And in the Caribbean, we have so much talent, but we live separately. We don't get together and help each other. We could solve a lot of these problems. We could help those hurt same children, but our shame blocks us. That gap is so big. What I am. But you know, as we get older, the gap increases. I'm old now. The gap is coming. But you know, fellowship, community, communitas fills the gap. We could come together. You can break one stick. It's hard to break 10. We can work together. And so I got together in Nassau with the family concept. Michael Broadman from Trinidad, God bless his soul. He would come every 2 months and be with me. He loved Friday nights, fat night. His drink was always what? Bacardi and ginger ale. But he helped me. People came from the States. The Archbishop of Jamaica, Burke, came to the Bahamas, and he also blessed me. Pastor Roach, and they all came around me. And I put my office in the convent. This is a charity convent. I didn't know. When I knocked on it, they said, welcome, St. Joseph. Well, I'm not Catholic. But they gave me a nun each day who sat in my office doing contemplative prayer. The world doesn't know that. But I can tell you, check our hospitals today, crack is virtually gone. Yes, there are impossible situations, but we do have now a shame problem. And so what I decided to do was to try and form the family, which is a shame buster. And in the family, we realized to handle shame, you have to learn how to grieve. You see, you can only love as deep as you grieve, and you can only grieve as deep as you love. So grieving equals love. And if you can't grieve, you can't leave. So if the gap we face in our life, whatever it is, if we can't grieve that gap takes us out. What a shame. I think Derek Walcott said it best. He said, self-contempt is hard to eradicate. If you live long enough, walk up your own stairs, look in your own mirror, and the image you see of yourself, you either say, I love you, or to hell with you. But you will have to face your shame. It started in the Garden of Eden. Remember Adam and Eve? They disobeyed. They were afraid, they were naked, they were ashamed, but they covered themselves with fig leaves. Shame always creates vulnerability, but seeks cover. And so when the transcendent love came down to them, Adam said, go away. In other words, shame rejects the love it craves and walks toward the rejection it fears. Let me say it again. Shame rejects the love it craves and walks toward the rejection it fears. W.H. Auden, the poet laureate of England, we would rather be ruined than changed. We would rather die in our dread than climb the cross of the moment and let our stupid illusions die. I've seen that in my lifetime. I've seen guys with the gang, they meet with me. Doc, I don't like this, but I can't stop. I came early to my meeting one day in East Street. I sat down. This nice-looking guy came. Hey, you David Allen? Yeah, I think I am. He said, look, I'm a killer. Oh, wow. I'm sorry, I can't fight. I started to get up to walk to the door. He said, don't run. I'm going to kill you. I said, what do you mean? What's this about, man? He said, I've been watching you for years. Always wanted to talk with you. Then he started crying. He said, you know, if I had a dad like you to talk with, I killed a darn bicycle. And the bicycle don't work. So he said, look, man, the family's starting in a half an hour. No, Doc, don't mess with that. No, Doc. I watch you, I'll join you later, but not now. Just killed. I developed a theory called the contemplative discovery pathway and tried to show how in the family I can be a shame buster. At birth, the outer circle, the child needs 3 needs: safety, love, and empowerment. They're the instinctual needs, but guess what? They're the dreams of all our life. We want to be what? Safe. We want to be loved. We want to be empowered. And safety requires the child has to be seen. They have to be soothed, and then they're safe. But then that child starts a journey. The child gets hurt. If dad's not there, if mom's not there, the shame takes place. Self-hatred aimed at me. But wherever shame goes, there's a shameful self. This is important to recognize, because the killer on the street who lives by respect and survival is totally different from the Tom Jones at home. I've met them all. They meet with me sometime. Tom Jones at home goes to church with grandma. But on the street, he has to what? Survive and have what? Respect. He's been groomed for about 6 months to 9 months. And these guys are good at it. They help the mummy groceries. They give him Nike shoes. They give him shirts. But after 1 year, they give him what? The gun. I've talked about 5 guys who got their gun. They were ecstatic. They said, Doc, now I've got it made. NASA belongs to me, because with my gun, my shiny friend, when I walk, why are you so excited? Man, I check all the guys who hurt me. I can knock them out if I want. And Doc, what you have, I can get. Gee, this gun. The gun is the new drug. The gun is the new drug. And Andre Chappelle, who was homeless for 30 years, I treated him when he was 15. I watched him go down into homelessness. I'll show you his picture at the end. He came back just before he died. But his dying words to me was, David Allen, the gun is the new drug. He was so darn right. And so when we catch the shameful self, the shame is hard through grieving, but that shameful self is tough because they're surrounded with multiple layers of gangs. There's protection. They tell me when they killed the first time, they warm it all night. But after 5 times, they say, Doc, it's like drinking water. Human beings get used to anything they do regularly. And I realized, wow. But yet I've seen gentlemen and ladies move through that shameful self-barrier to become what? Authentic. And find solitude and communion. One of my guys was a tough guy. His face was really blown off. This Christmas I said, how do you do, buddy? He said, you know what? I had a great Christmas. Why? I was able to be by myself and enjoy it. For the first time, he said, I enjoyed solitude. Isn't that beautiful? As Kevin would talk about, that was my researcher, and I can't move without Kevin. And please, you know, this is a connection thing. She does the work, and that's hard work because you've got to have evidence-based. You can't do this kind of work without evidence-based. Please give her a hand because she's very humble, but a great researcher.
In the interest of time, I'll just skip through a few slides, but what he wanted me to discuss with you is the results of our trauma study, which we did on the cusp of the COVID-19 pandemic. And what we did is we hypothesized that the participants in our family group program, they were traumatized, and because they were traumatized as children, they engage in at-risk behaviors as a result. So what we said is that participation in our group therapy program can counteract this traumatization that they received as children. We collected data, and our sample was a little bit over 200, and what we tested them with was a Beck depression score, something called an Adverse Childhood Experiences Questionnaire, an anxiety screen, and a post-traumatic stress disorder screen, along with an Allen resocialization screen. And what we found was that 11% of the participants in our group therapy program, they had moderate to severe depression, 23% had mild anxiety. But what was most important was that 44% of them had adverse childhood experiences. And this adverse childhood experiences was developed by Felitti and Anda in the 1980s. It was a collaboration between the CDC and Kaiser Permanente, and what they said was that if you can answer yes to 4 or more questions about how your life was before the age of 18, it was an indicator of how many physiological and psychological effects you would have in your later adult life. So in our sample, 44% of our participants had significant adverse childhood experiences, including 44% that admitted to being physically abused before the age of 18 years, and 23% who admitted to being sexually abused before the age of 18 years. Life experiences play out in the function and the malfunction of our bodies. That was the premise for them developing the screen. And there was also a correlation between adverse childhood experiences and at-risk behaviors. So in our sample, again, we had 38% who had significant adverse experiences and who admitted to alcohol consumption, and then 32% who admitted to drug use. What we also found was that because of these adverse childhood experiences, 84% of those in our sample also had post-traumatic stress disorder. And at the end of giving them the screening tools, we also gave them one to measure resocialization, because we wanted to see if our group therapy program worked. And 98% of those tested with our resocialization scale proved to be resocialized.
Okay.
Can I just end with one slide to honor this gentleman? That's Andre Chappelle. Came an animal, put in the family, came back, died 3 years later. He told me, Doc, the new drug is the gun. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Allen. I must say I was very conflicted between the clock and the respect for the voice of practical experience. So thank you very much for that very enriching presentation, and to your colleague as well. So I will now turn over to the Ministry of Health. So we will hear from
the machine. The clicker.
Am I next?
Yes. Yes. I think that last presentation was a useful segue into the next presentation from the Ministry of Health. So we will go to the Accident and Emergency team, where I am convinced there is a large volume of daily information, brackets evidence as well, that flows through those premises, and a large repository of experience that our professionals have in the casualty departments, A&E departments, that this symposium, our leadership and other stakeholders would benefit tremendously from. I'm very much looking forward to this presentation. Dr. Sinanan, you're a very young man, so you're not going to get the same latitude as Dr. Allen. With those few words, I introduce you, and please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Brown. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My presentation today looks at the emergency department perspective to violence here in Trinidad and Tobago. Okay. The aim is to just look at the role of the hospital in a public health approach to violence reduction. The objectives is to look at the scope of the problem, look at the data, how many people are actually coming into our emergency departments for violence. Just briefly about the care pathways that we provide to these persons, what data we capture, and provide just 2 solutions from our end. Okay, slide 3. This is ambulance transfers from Trinidad for the period 2019-2022. And you will note it's about 70 to 75,000 persons per year, and about 2,500 to 3,000 of those would be moved for violence, which is roughly about 3 to 4%. The total assault responses remain fairly constant, and you would note a slight dip in 2021. The sexual assault numbers here would represent persons who would have called the ambulance because they would have more likely been exposed to additional physical trauma. 2021 also appears to show a drop in the number of assault numbers, but showed a rise in both gunshot wounds and stabbings. And you will note, and this was highlighted earlier today, that gunshot wounds appear to be outnumbering stabbings. Right. Same data is presented in pie charts. On the left shows a fairly consistent number of trauma each year. On the right shows that the majority of violent injuries that we see are common assaults. I'll now cover the persons who present to the 3 main emergency departments in the country, starting with Eric Williams. You would see between 2,500 to 3,000 persons coming for injuries due to violence. Unfortunately, we weren't able to disaggregate this data to show the different types of injuries. We did manage to get some disaggregation for Port of Spain with gunshot wounds, stabs, and sexual assaults, showing there were 1,563 persons that presented to that facility. At San Fernando, okay, we went. Okay, for the year 2022, we had just around 2,000 persons coming in, and the same trend that gunshot wounds outnumber stabs. If we look at attempted self-harm, we have data from 1 county, and it's 2 to 3 cases per month. Right, so this is suspected sexual assault that is not associated with additional trauma presenting to the primary care system. And this is 1 county with a population of about 240,000 people. So it's 53 to 56 cases per year. Now, just a little bit of information about San Fernando, where I spend most of my time. We had a system of injury surveillance data capture since the early 2000s. Over the years, that has since been replaced now by a computerized database where we capture clinical as well as epidemiological data. It's still in its infancy, but we're starting to get some information about it. And why is the information important? And this, we would have gone through this by a number of persons over the day so far. But just one quick example from San Fernando, where a couple of years ago we noticed a high incidence of firecracker-related hand injuries over Diwali. And our team at South, we started a social media lobby amongst our contacts and friends, and that grew into a bigger program where we actually, it's engaging the attention now at the minister level and higher levels. So the point is these systems works, this advocacy works, the data-based approach works. The last 3 examples of international programs that have been very successful because they were data-driven. Right, so what happens when we see somebody with violence? We deal with the clinical part. We undertake our mandatory reporting requirements. Suspected domestic violence and violence against women, we do activate social workers and police and safe houses and so on. So that works, and although I think a lot needs to be done to improve that, it works. Where I think we have a challenge is where we have male-to-male violence. Those guys, honestly, we patch them up and send them back out. There's no follow-up, there's no counseling, and that is, I think, is an area that we really need to work on. Solutions and recommendations. If we follow primary prevention, secondary prevention, tertiary prevention, it all starts with data, and this point has been made over and over again during the course of the day. So I am suggesting a national system with a separate subset to cover all the groups of violence that we are focusing on: interpersonal violence, sexual assaults, adverse childhood events. Doctor spoke about that just now, and the significance of it. Gunshot wounds, violence against women, elder abuse, self-harm. Having a ready database is the way to go. When somebody comes in, we should be able to start a response within the emergency department. We can call it a violence response team, we can call it a unit, but the point is it starts from the emergency department. It should be very well coordinated, and it should come and meet the person there and then take the response all the way back into their homes. Because we are very much aware, and we have gone through a lot of this before. Some training for the healthcare workers, and this has been advocated as well in recognizing violence and violence prevention. And in summary, I would especially like to focus on that point about the adverse childhood events. I would like to see a better system put in place for that, because we know it's a big factor in school performance, we know it's a big factor in future violence, and even physical health outcomes are impacted by adverse childhood outcomes. Thank you all very much.
It's a lot of data.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sinanan, and really adding to the data content, enriching the symposium from the accident and emergency perspective. Well, if you spend enough time in politics, you would know the importance of mental health to societies in our region. It gives me great pleasure. Another component of the Ministry of Health's very important contribution to this symposium would be to share some further detail on the mental health perspective. We have a very vibrant, well-known and hard-working Dr. Hazel Othello to share with us some of that particular perspective. With no further ado, please, Dr. Othello, you can proceed.
Thank you, Minister Brown. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'll go very quickly through this definition just to make sure we're all on the same page and we all mean the same thing when we talk about mental health. So this is just the World Health Organization's definition that doesn't speak to the absence of a mental illness. It's more holistic than that, and it speaks about our ability to realize our goals, to cope well with situations, to work and produce, and to make a valuable contribution towards our society. It's not just about the absence of an illness or challenges or adversities. And this diagram kind of illustrates that, in that it's a pyramid which reflects the different mental states that we can all experience. At the bottom of the pyramid is where I would assume that most of us in this room would currently sit, where we're okay, we may have challenges that we're facing, but we're coping with them and we feel pretty okay about things. As we face more stressors and as our coping ability is challenged, we move up the pyramid to different states, and at the top of the pyramid, you see the area of mental illness or mental disorders, and that's where we talk about the diagnoses that many of us would be familiar with. I put that graph up to lead into this slide, because this slide speaks about the psychological impact of violence, and I think that's an area that many of you are interested in. People who experience repeated or severe trauma from violence can find themselves experiencing the various levels of this pyramid and sometimes find themselves developing illnesses such as depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, substance use disorders, sleeping and appetite disorders. They experience symptoms of mental illness, and they can actually develop mental illnesses. So it's very important for us to look at this situation, not just from the crime prevention point of view for keeping the numbers down, but also in terms of taking care of those who are affected by it. And in that regard, I got some information from the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. They have a victim and witness support unit, and they provided some very valuable data. They've been in operation since 2008, and since then they've seen over 30,000 victims. Their 2022 data shows us that for that year, they saw over 3,000 new victims. In terms of their interactions with the public, they saw over 5,000, they did over 5,000 in-person sessions, and again over 5,000 virtual sessions. So they've been quite busy. And they also do group interventions and community outreach activities. So that shows us that, you know, the law enforcement arm in Trinidad and Tobago is not just in the business of preventing and solving and prosecuting crime, but they're also in the business of taking care of those who have been affected by crime. This graphic just shows us the types of crimes that have resulted in the Victim and Witness Support Unit interacting with the public. Domestic violence, as you would expect, is right up there. Family disputes follow. And of course, homicide makes a significant contribution, followed by sexual offenses. And what used to be called children beyond control, but is now called children in need of supervision. The last graphic from the TTPS shows us over the years from 2008 to now, the increasing number of persons that they've been having to see as a result of people's trauma produced by crime. The other side of the coin is the link between mental illness and violent offending. And I'm not just talking about mental health in a holistic way now. I'm speaking specifically about people who develop diagnosable mental illnesses. It's important to know that mental illness does not necessarily mean criminality. In other words, the vast majority of people who develop a mental illness will never commit a violent crime. They're not generally violent. And we have to remember that, because when we lose sight of that, we increase the likelihood of them being subject to stigma and discrimination. So it's very important for us to realize that there is an increased risk for violence produced by some mental disorders, particularly those associated with certain symptoms such as paranoid thoughts and what we call command hallucinations, where you hear a voice telling you to do something and you feel that you must act on that voice. But the illness that causes those types of symptoms is schizophrenia most commonly, and that only affects 1% of our population. And not everybody with schizophrenia will commit an offense. So it's really small numbers we're talking about. We also need to remember that most violent crimes are not committed by mentally ill persons. We're not saying that mental health does not have a role to play, because if you remember that first definition that we started out with, if you're not making in a state that allows you to produce, to make a valuable contribution to society, to deal with stressors and things like that, then you do not fit the World Health Organization's definition for being mentally healthy. So let's look at what kinds of risk factors we need to be thinking about as we address mental health and crime. We need to make sure that treatment is available. If we don't have adequate treatment, symptoms linger, they don't get resolved, and they increase the risk for crime and violence. We have to look at comorbid substance abuse, as was mentioned by several previous speakers. Some mental disorders are associated with intellectual disabilities or cognitive impairment, and that could reduce judgment and cause certain types of crime. And of course, as many people have said before, we have to deal with the social determinants of health. So how do we break those links? Very important, we must have multidisciplinary approaches. We must have training for mental health professions in the whole area of risk evaluation and risk management. If you don't know how to identify what makes your patient more likely to commit a crime or to be violent, you're going to miss it. So we have to be doing that. We have to be able to access all the resources that people need, particularly people who are recovering from mental illnesses, so that they can recover well and be reintegrated into society. And of course, we can't forget the offenders who have mental disorders. Make sure that the types of rehabilitation strategies that work are available to them. And last, multidisciplinary collaboration for the provision of care to crime victims is very important. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Othello. Unfortunately, I am not able to keep my promise to open up the floor for interventions from the gathered audience, simply because we have run out of time completely. All that remains for me would be to thank the members of this distinguished team that have helped us to plunge a bit deeper into the public health perspective and focus on violence and crime. We've had quite a span from the mental health to accident and emergency, public health policy at the regional level. And I believe we've also had some data presented that would be very useful for us in formulating the next steps coming out of this symposium. Perfect. The presentations are available and published and can be easily accessed. We will provide the information as to how they can be accessed. So thank you very much. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you to all the participants. I kindly ask traffic lights, sorry, we're going to do a little carnival route, Dr. Sinanan. Could you exit this way? We'll call this the North Stand, and just head in this direction, because we need those lovely devices called microphones that you have on in order to mic the next group. So please, ladies, gentlemen, please make your way stage left. Thank you. And as we keep the program going, ladies and gentlemen, it's Jamaica's turn. Indeed, Jamaica is here with us this afternoon, and it is indeed a pleasure at this time to invite to share remarks the Prime Minister of Jamaica and lead head with responsibility for external trade negotiations at the level of CARICOM. Please welcome the Most Honourable Andrew Holness.
The Honourable Philip Davis, Prime Minister of the Bahamas, Dr. Keith Rowley, Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, other colleague heads and representatives of community institutions, ladies and gentlemen, let me express sincere appreciation and gratitude to the government of Trinidad and Tobago, the CARICOM Secretariat, and the other regional institutions, including CARFA and IMPACTS, for coordinating this meeting. Colleagues, we live in a high violence region. If we use murder rates as an index for violence, the Latin American and Caribbean region would be approximately 15 murders per 100,000 of population, while the world average is approximately 6 per 100,000. For the Caribbean, this runs counter to our global image as a zone of peace. In the last 3 decades, the CARICOM region has seen an increase in crimes and, in particular, the use of fatal violence. Violence generally in social interactions and violence in crime particularly has grown in scale over and above the existing capacity of our respective state infrastructure. Aside from the increase in the volume of violence, there is also a change in the nature of violence and crime, for which our law enforcement, justice systems, public health systems, education and social intervention programs are not fully equipped. The truth is, violence and crime, particularly murders, have become more than a community-based or citizen-level threat for which a localized or single-entity response would be sufficient. Crime and violence can no longer be seen only as a policing problem. We must acknowledge that in nature and extent, crime and violence has become a public health epidemic and an existential threat to the state, meaning that the nature and scale of crime and violence is so extensive and insidious that it is impacting the allocation of public resources and the national economy. Governments must now consider increasing their national security budgets relative to all other needs to which they must attend. In the last 6 years, Jamaica has tripled its capital expenditure on national security. Tripled. Crime and violence is undermining the ability of the state to deliver services, and it weakens the confidence of the citizen in the state. Crime and violence are now a systemic threat to the proper functioning of the state to enforce its laws, deliver justice, protect its borders, and secure its revenues. When criminals routinely seek to kill or intimidate witnesses, they weaken the ability of the justice system to convict them. When criminals deliberately seek to befriend and enlist the protection of police officers and other public officials, they compromise the ability of the police to effectively enforce the law. When criminals seek to infiltrate our seaports and airports, they compromise the ability of the government to control our borders. But the greatest threat to the state and citizen security is the prevalence of criminal gangs organizing the use of violence against the citizen and the state in furtherance of criminal enterprise. While these gangs may not have political motives, they are intent on weakening states and governments to create space for criminal activity. They use corruption to weaken the state and violence to terrorize and spread fear among citizens, which reduces confidence in the state to protect citizens, thereby reducing the legitimacy of the state. Gangs using organized violence amount to criminal terrorism, and our law enforcement and justice system must adapt to this new reality. Crime and violence are also damaging the reputation and brand of our countries in the global marketplace. All of us here rely on our brand for tourism, the Caribbean, a safe place to visit. From a public health perspective, speaking from the Jamaican experience, which aligns well with what was just presented, physical assaults, that is the intentional use of violence in domestic disputes, intimate partner affairs, in the disciplining of children, corporal punishment, in business dealings. In Jamaica, we're seeing an increase in the use of violence in land disputes, for example. And of course, the increased use of violence in criminal acts. A robbery is now committed, aggravated with assault. Quite unnecessary, but the robber has a gun, so why not just use it? So the intentional use of violence in all these social interactions and in crime cause more trauma and loss of life than most diseases. And that is a fact. In the initial stages of the COVID pandemic, all our countries instituted emergency measures. And at that time, the incidence per 100,000 of cases of infected persons were well below what the murder rate was at the time. But we employed emergency measures. Our governments are, I wouldn't say reluctant, but we have not used, in many instances, the emergency measures, which are justified by the conditions that now exist with crime and violence. Crime and violence would be in the top 10 causes for seeking medical attention and a leading cause of deaths of victims. This is compounded by the mental health trauma to loved ones and persons who witnessed the violent act. The widespread normalization of violence generally in social interactions and as a means of conflict resolution, the extensive use of violence in crime, and the evolution of organized violence by criminal actors to capture communities and even states to create space for criminal enterprise is now at a level where it is no longer a citizen-level or community-level threat. It is now an existential threat to the effectiveness and legitimacy of the state. If this is the case, what should we do as a region? If it is that we're assembled here today because the heads feel that crime and violence has now reached to that stage where it is not only threatening the re-election of governments, but the very stability of the state, what should we do? Well, the region needs to recognize that the activities of criminal gangs, criminal enterprise, in creating an atmosphere of fear and terror among entire communities is tantamount to criminal terrorism. Feel free to clap if you wish. There is an internationally recognized and accepted approach to deal with individuals and organizations classified as terrorists. A similar approach must be utilized to deal with domestic criminal terrorists. The fact is that our region's laws and jurisprudence were generally not designed to treat with criminal threats of this nature and magnitude. In other Commonwealth jurisdictions, such as Australia and the United Kingdom, jurisprudence has played a critical role in regulating the access, possession, use, and trade of illicit firearms, which has resulted in greater public safety and security. Furthermore, the existence of robust laws, timely prosecution of cases, and the exercise of sound judgment in sentencing builds a belief in the justice system and delivers the cumulative effect of deterrence while balancing the rights of citizens in free and democratic societies. We must therefore reform our legislation to match the growing sophistication, scale, and nature of the threat. Our jurisprudence must incorporate measures which will support enhanced security operations, which will support the use of emergency powers, and which will support preventative action to disrupt and control the space in which criminal actors operate before they commit the act of violence. Friends, this epidemic of crime and violence has been exacerbated by the uncontrolled influx of illegal small arms and light weapons. I call it an accelerant. I so liked the description given by the professor when he said, guns are the new drugs. They are an accelerant. An act of violence that may not result in the taking of a life without the presence of a gun. With the presence of a gun, the probability of taking a life doubles. In Jamaica, in the last 10 years, we have seized 8,036 illegal firearms. And I wouldn't tell you how many I think are still in the hands of criminals. Multiples of that. But the really important figure is that 12,641 Jamaicans were murdered by illegal firearms. Criminal organizations and gangs have been able to acquire illegal firearms with ease, even though they are not manufactured in the region. As a matter of regional security and foreign policy, we must coordinate and strengthen our efforts bilaterally with the United States and multilaterally through the UN system to secure greater control over the illegal export of small arms and light weapons to our region. This regional approach to prevent a dangerous substance from leaving our shores to get to the streets of North America is taken in the war on drugs. That's what it is. We spend effort, we spend time preventing an illegal substance getting to the shores of another country. A similar effort must be placed on ensuring that illegal guns don't leave their shores to come to our countries. Our children are being killed. Our young males are being killed with guns exchanged for drugs which head to North America. Our children are just as valuable as the children in North America. There has to be equal energy, effort, and attention paid to preventing illegal guns coming into our country as we pay effort, energy, and attention in preventing illegal drugs going to their country. In fact, the war on drugs will continue to be ineffective unless there is an equivalent and consummate war on guns. The foundation of any economic and social progress is security. The rule of law, public safety, and national security are all threatened by this ever-growing crime and violence threat. Governments must respond by increasing their investments in national security to build capacity. As Caribbean nations, we oftentimes see ourselves as small islands, that the threats that are affecting other larger nations, those threats would probably not affect us until they are at our doorsteps, until they are overwhelming us, which is effectively what has happened in the last 30 years. This crime and violence threat that we face didn't happen yesterday. It didn't happen last year. It didn't happen a decade ago. It started over 30 years ago. But we never took it seriously. We never looked at it with the level of sophistication that we needed to have. And the truth is, sometimes we are trapped in our inherited archaic laws and frame of thinking, which we need to break out of and create our own laws to deal with our own circumstances. So, while I do call upon the United States and other countries to take responsibility for the illegal export of a dangerous weapon, which is the equivalent of drugs, I also call on our governments to put our money where our threats lie. We have to increase our capabilities and our capacities to scan the goods coming through our ports, to buy the offshore patrol vessels, to have the maritime surveillance. We cannot rely on foreign countries to tell us what is moving in our waters and what is coming in our ports. They're only going to tell us what's in their interest. We must act in our interest. So one of the things we must do regionally and individually is to increase our capacity to control our domain. A complete solution statement requires focus beyond the symptoms which manifest as crime and violence, to a far deeper analysis of the social, cultural, and historical factors that drive aggression, hate, lack of respect for authority, low socio-emotional regulation, antisocial behavior, and lack of the value for the inviolability of life and for the sanctity of life. Why are so many Caribbean citizens choosing to use violence to resolve conflict? Why? Why is the propensity to use violence so high? Clearly, social intervention and support programs must be reconfigured and scaled up, and our education system must be reimagined. Reimagined. We really have to rethink our education system to promote the values and skills needed to develop a pro-social, pro-growth, creative, and productive citizen. The epidemiology of the social demographics of crime and violence in Jamaica shows that the perpetrators are 90% young males. And the victims are also largely young males. So yes, we have to take a grand approach to our social intervention and a grand approach to reforming our education system and our social services. But the evidence of the public health approach shows that the immediate attention must be towards our young men. Something has gone wrong in the socialization of our young males in the Caribbean. And public policy needs to respond to that. We need to respond to that in how our young males are parented. We need to respond to that in how our young males are taught in our schools, and we need to respond to that in how our young males are transitioned into the workforce. Ladies and gentlemen, before I close, one of the final things that need to happen in the region is that there has to be political consensus on what to do about crime and violence. The solution arc for dealing with the problem extends beyond the political cycle. In simple terms, the solutions are long-term. The political cycle is short-term. And therefore, there has to be a long-term pathway for the solutions to work. It means that you must have political consensus. You must take crime and violence out of the competitive political space and place it as a national priority, so that we can give our citizens a long-term pathway. There is no short-term solution to this problem. There is no flip of a switch. Well, there is, but we're not prepared to use it. So, ladies and gentlemen, in closing, I feel optimistic about this conference. Things have been said which needed to have been said. The leaders are thinking similarly. And I think that solutions are going to emerge over the coming weeks and months. Again, let me thank PM Rowley, the CARICOM Secretariat, and the team for putting this together. Thank you.
And our thanks to you, Prime Minister, the Most Honourable Andrew Holness, the Prime Minister of Jamaica, and lead head with responsibility for external trade negotiations. The subject area next is transnational organized crime, challenges with small arms and light weapons in Latin America and the Caribbean. To present on trans-border crime, the French Caribbean experience, is the President of the Collectivity of Martinique, His Excellency Serge Leshimi. The slide presentation will be in English. There will be a narration in English. His Excellency will present in his native tongue.
Monsieur le Premier ministre.
Mr. Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Secretary General of CARICOM, the Chair of CARICOM, dear colleagues, Prime Minister of Barbados, the Ambassador of France who is present. I'm really honored by your invitation. In Martinique and Guadeloupe, we are not members of CARICOM, but we have a deep desire to come home to this common structure. It is not a whim. It's not a desire to participate simply for participating, but it is a desire that is being shared now by the French authorities to share our problems and to organize the development that we need, and to not be strangers to our shared geography. The subject that we are addressing today is fundamental, and it shows that Martinique, Guadeloupe, and French Guyana are affected by this traffic of I believe, and I've heard the Prime Minister of Jamaica say, I share his belief, that there are things at stake that we can solve, because if not, we risk destabilizing the democracy in Caribbean countries by the disorder brought by the traffic of weapons and drugs. And in my opinion, we have to legitimize and attack the democratic basis, which is challenging our development. Second observation, yes, we are in the Caribbean. We have a specific geography. Our geographical position is an advantage, but it is also used by drug traffickers and arms dealers. We are between Europe and the Americas, and I'll give you the example of Martinique, Guadeloupe, and French Guyana to show you that we are becoming a logistic platform for transferring drugs to Europe. The statistics are very concerning, and we have to find a way of responding to this issue together. And this is what justifies our presence and our integration in regional organizations, including CARICOM. This integration will allow us to amplify the cooperation that exists, because today the French forces are carrying out widespread actions to seize drugs. We have a unit that has been set up to fight drug trafficking, and tons of drugs have been seized in the Caribbean Sea. And this is extremely important. We are working to organize cooperation with shared actions in the field of justice to monitor our coastlines and monitor our waters. This cooperation is fundamental. And I can give you a few figures today to show how this can destabilize progress. There's a very important element, and it's the state's capacities to deal with the financial stakes.
Cocaïne, entre 2021 et 2022.
In 2021-2022, we seized 12 tons of cocaine, and the military forces were responsible for the seizure. The army, which patrols the exclusive economic zone that includes Trinidad and Tobago. And this seizure of 12 tons included seizures in maritime areas, on land, and in Europe. This corresponded to 360 million euros. The sale of these proceeds in Europe.
Disons que les saisines ne concernent que 10% du trafic qui se fait entre les Amériques du Sud, la Caraïbe et l'Europe.
Président, on va vous demander d'enlever le casque parce que ça crée pas mal d'interférences sonores pour nous ici. Est-ce que vous pouvez éteindre? Désolé. So we've only intercepted 10% of the drugs trafficked through the West Indies. And the value of these drugs is between 5 and 7 million euros. And it's sold in Europe for 70,000 euros per kilo. The global market, which arrives in Europe, is between 3 and 5 billion euros. And why am I giving you these figures, friends? It's simply to show you that this meeting today, this symposium, is fundamental, because in the face of such a reality, there are direct consequences on the functioning of our different countries and our different societies. We can't lose hope. We can't lose our vision. We can't abandon our hopes and change our attitude to defense. We must federate our judicial, financial, structural responses and establish a cooperation system with all the countries of the Caribbean. And this is why Martinique, Guadeloupe, and French Guyana, with our national authorities in France, have committed, notably with St. Lucia and Dominica, to a series of discussions to build a common policy to combat drug trafficking, and especially the traffic of cocaine. The situation is even more complex in French Guyana, because in French Guyana, they use very specific methods. They use mules. The human body serves to transport drugs between the Americas and Europe. In 2021, 512 mules were arrested with 1,260,000 kilos of cocaine. This human trafficking is paid by up to 3,000 to 10,000 euros per trip. And the market in French Guyana is estimated at up to 40,000 euros per kilo in Europe. Quite often, this drug trafficking is accompanied by weapons, And the traffic of weapons has become a serious issue in French Guiana, Guadeloupe, and Martinique. In Martinique, we have seen an explosion of murders and of 30 persons who were murdered, over 29 were killed by guns. In Guadeloupe, of the 30 homicides that were recorded in 2022, 29 were due to guns. Attempted homicides are 13 times higher in Guadeloupe and Martinique than in France. In French Guiana, there were 47 homicides in 2022, with an increase of 51% from 2021 to 2022. There are therefore this transnational organized crime and a progressive establishment in developing countries. And that is why I say that violence and crime are also based on inequalities and precarity. And that is why I think that we absolutely must adopt responses that are adapted to our reality. If we strengthen our actions in terms of combating drug trafficking, especially on the Caribbean Sea, in consultation with CARICOM. There are existing contracts, conventions, treaties, but if we set up bilateral agreements, we will be able to adopt common policies to share information. We must also adopt legal policies. And some of these suggestions were already made by the Prime Minister of Barbados, who told us that we must create common judicial responses in the Caribbean. Of course, I know that this will be more complicated, but I do think that regional judicial treaties should be possible. We also think that it is important to have judicial cooperation that is much more powerful, and that is why we have asked for a magistrate that is specialized in cooperation who can work directly with the Caribbean countries and the countries that are close to Guadeloupe, French Guiana, and Martinique, and with countries that are also involved in this traffic. I say it as I think it. I don't think we have to respect the sovereignty of states, but there is a responsibility, a moral and political responsibility among those who manufacture arms and who allow them to be exported massively throughout the Caribbean. This is not acceptable. And this is why the figures are clear. 90% to 95% of guns that are found in Martinique, we're not speaking about small weapons, small guns. We're speaking about heavy guns that are used in wars. They come primarily from the United States, but also from Venezuela. And the traffic is carried out at sea. Our shared responsibility is crucial, but we have to involve those countries. And in this context, we must amplify cooperation by including countries, French-speaking countries, so that global policies do not exclude these countries that are directly affected by the causes of violence and crime. I was asked to speak about the trans-border crime. And the two examples that we have with St. Lucia and Dominica, our neighboring islands, but even beyond that, if we look at the other islands in the Caribbean, we have to set up an exemplary cooperation. The fight against crime and against drugs, the fight against the introduction of guns cannot stop at a defense policy. It cannot be limited to a policy of repression. We cannot simply look at judicial responses. We must include, and this has been said before on several occasions, we must adopt a policy that allows us to see human beings and individuals in a different fashion, so that from the youngest age, these individuals do not find themselves involved in drug trafficking. Allez-y.
C'est bon?
Oui, allez-y. So, these practices lead men and women to very abusive situations, but I've never seen a child born delinquent, killer, assassin, trafficker. And I think honestly that society creates the conditions for abuses and excesses and specific situations that amplify the victimization of those who are in unacceptable situations. In this context, in Guadeloupe, Martinique, and French Guyana, but I've also seen it here, we also have a humane approach where we must have the support of family policies and organized rights. We must protect those who are excluded, the most defenseless, with policies for job creation, for cultural mediation, to have local healthcare services, community services. We must adapt our education to our realities in our different countries by giving a second or even a third chance to those who are victims of exclusion, because exclusion and misery are not a choice. They are the consequences of our history, the consequences of economic systems that produce unemployment, that produce exclusion. And these are the values that we must reinstate. And several ministers have said it before me. We cannot continue increasing national security budgets. Because doing so would establish relations, very, very complicated budgetary relations that are difficult to maintain. We have to create a resilience policy, a social, cultural resilience policy that goes beyond all of the policies that we put in place to ensure the security of our countries. Honorable Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, at the beginning of this event, I was a bit doubtful. I saw the extent of the subject and I thought, how will these countries organize themselves to come up with a strategy, to have concrete proposals to involve all of the countries and to face the circumstances? But with this symposium, you're demonstrating that you want to give hope a chance, even though reality is imposing despair. I wish you the best luck, and I continue to be available to help you in this fight. Thank you very much.
Our thanks to you, the President of the Collectivity of Martinique, His Excellency Serge Lechebi. Thank you. We'll move now to bring in each of our spokespersons and representatives that will be part of the plenary session. I invite to the stage the moderator for the plenary, the Honorable Justice Gillian Leckie. I also invite on stage Mr. Jonathan Lowy, Global Action on Gun Violence for the Mexican experience, Mr. Miguel Reyes, Deputy Legal Advisor, Ministry of Foreign Affairs from Mexico. We will be joined online by General Luis Rodriguez Musillo, Undersecretary for Security of Mexico, and our first presenter in this section on transnational organized crime, challenges with small arms and light weapons in the Caribbean, is Lieutenant Colonel Michael Jones, Executive Director, CARICOM Implementation for Crime and Security Impacts, and RSS.
So does the wall.
Yes, Lieutenant Colonel Michael Jones, the microphone is yours, and you may proceed with your presentation.
Thank you, sir. Thanks.
If you want to do you want me to go first? I'll just introduce it. Yes. What I will do at this stage, and I'm sure my friend Wendell, who is doing an excellent job doing the chairing of today's proceedings, will not mind, is if I just overrule you in terms of the procedure, and I will just give very brief opening remarks, because it will certainly be setting the stage as to how we intend to deal with curbing time. So, honorable prime ministers of the region, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, 3 quick house announcements. Sorry to disappoint everybody, but we will not be having a Q&A at the end. However, you can take out your pens and write this email address: H as in helpful, S as in saving, D as in device, at caricom.org. That is hsd@caricom.org. Any questions you may have, please feel free to send it, and I assure you it will be given to the respective persons on the panel, and they will answer you in writing, so you will have documentary proof that you can use as you see fit. Secondly, all panelists have been asked to stick to the 7-minute time frame. There'll be no music played as is done at the Academy Awards. However, if you go over time, you will be taken and escorted to Tower D at level 9, and from there you will be taken to a location that we cannot disclose at this point. The third house announcement is that I intend to impose my own sanction, and that is I will be very brief in my introduction. It is to say this, that we are dealing with transnational organized crime, and those 3 words alone tell us the way in which this session has to be handled. It is transnational. Guns are not made in the Caribbean. guns do not fall from the heavens. They are coming in. And the fact that they are coming into our borders, it is not enough merely to say, well, you know, let's blame this one or blame that one. The reality is we each have a role to play. It is a whole of government and society approach. We in the region have to understand the 3 C's: cooperation, collaboration, and communication. And I was very happy to hear our Honorable Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, the Honorable Dr. Keith Rowley, making the point that criminals have a business model for their operation. And therefore, the time has come for us in the region to have a bigger, better, and more robust model of business to fight crime. And we can do it. We in the Caribbean do not have to boast. As the young people like me say, we don't need bragging rights. We in the region are innovative, we are creative, and we are patriotic. We are Caribbean. And the fact that guns are coming into our respective territories and in our region, it means that there's an element of a C word that has been used by the Honorable Prime Minister of Jamaica, the Honorable Mr. Andrew Holness, who referred to the fact that we must look at another C word, and that is corruption. Let us not hide the fact that there is an element of corruption taking place with persons who are operating in agencies that are meant to control our borders and are also meant to ensure that when the illegal guns are brought to our shores, they are detected and, more importantly, they are stopped. Now, I'm not going to ask for any round of applause, but it would be nice to recognize at the end of the day, we are Caribbean. And the point being made is that we have to learn from the best practices of others. We don't need to reinvent wheels, but we have to recognize, and it was said by the Honorable Prime Minister of Barbados, we are dealing with laws and legislation that is coming from a time when we were analog. We are now in digital. We are now in the age of AI. I mean, I can assure you I'm not a robot, but the fact is that is what we are dealing with. And it is very unsatisfactory to have the criminal element using all the tools that are available to them, and we are literally leaving some tools lying down. We have to remember, and I want to endorse what the Honorable Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago said, and it is this: there is hope. For those of you who love Star Wars, I'm not going to ask because I know the number of hands that will go up will practically be none. But you will remember, if you love Star Wars, what was said is, once there is hope, then there is going to be action. And what today's session and tomorrow's session is giving us is hope. These experts here are going to share with us not fairy tales, not Nancy stories, but what is actually happening and what needs to be implemented. And therefore, in that regard, I ask each and every one of you, please, bearing in mind that the word guns is the word that has been used most from this morning to now. I'm not saying that our session will be the best session. All sessions have been great. Tomorrow's sessions and the one after will be equally great. I'm just saying ours should be one that we need to pay particular focus to, because we've all been saying, guns, guns, guns. We need to do something about the unlawful guns. It is therefore my pleasure and my privilege to hand over now, and I know, Wendell, you did an excellent introduction, so what I will just say now, we hand over to our first speaker for this particular session, and that is Lieutenant Colonel Michael Jones, the Executive Director of CARICOM Impacts and the RSS. Could we please give him a warm and short welcome?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'm not the Executive Director of both the RSS and Impacts, but I've been asked or tasked to speak briefly within the 7 minutes allowed to give a perspective from both institutions. So respecting the time and recognizing certainly the volume or the myriad of challenges that the things we discuss certainly would not be exhaustive. And coming at this time of the day, a lot of these issues would have been addressed before. You've seen and or heard these statistics mentioned all throughout the course of the day. So the one thing I would add that wasn't said before essentially is this: when you compound the 14, 16 to 30-year-olds on average that are dying on a daily basis due to this violence, it is suppressing or augmenting another problem that we have, that none of our member states, the population growth rate is above 2%.
The highest, I believe, is in Belize at 1.86% on an annual basis. So this is already compounding another problem that would add further complexity to the situation. So it is necessary, therefore, that we would need to have a whole of government or innovative approaches in solving or attempting to solve these issues. Again, a lot of these things were discussed or mentioned. So the one thing I would highlight here in terms of facilitating traffic of other illicit activities is to give the nexus, as Prime Minister Holness opened up the session, reinforce the nexus between the guns and drugs trade. Because in some instances, the gun is used to protect the illicit commodity. In other instances, it is a means of payment for the illicit commodity. And in some other cases still, you have commingled loads. So whether it is guns, ganja, girls, or what have you, they're all wrapped up into one. So you can't divorce and look at them in a siloed approach. Again, this was mentioned by Dr. St. John in her contribution on stage as well. And this is as a result of some of the research that between both CARICOM Impacts, CARFA, Small Arms Survey, and from the UE, it's the Center for Chronic Disease Research Center. And we're looking here, what you see is just a snapshot of some of the direct medical costs. You would have heard Dr. Rowley speaking in terms specifically of the costs. So this does not take into consideration the economic or certainly the opportunity cost. But when you look in terms as to how much money is being expended, this is significant monies that could otherwise been placed elsewhere. And we had undertaken this study because we recognize that there's a dearth of literature in the public domain. Typically, you would find Latin America and the Caribbean lumped together, and it tends then to skew the message or the messaging for us in particular. And so this was undertaken, like I said, in collaboration with our counterparts, with some follow-up research to continue. Serendipity was a term I heard mentioned before earlier. Next week, God willing, between the 25th to the 27th, we will be hosting again the technical working group under the Caribbean Basin Security Initiative framework, which was last held here on the 31st of January 2019. So a lot of work was done since then, and this research would be launched in the margins of that particular meeting. This slide, quickly, again, we would have heard about the preponderance of firearms coming from the United States into our region. Two quick points I would just point out there is that while the majority of them would come into our region, I think the only exception there would be in Belize, where the majority would be coming from both Honduras and Guatemala. You would notice that from the tracing done of firearms recovered, it lines up pretty much with the position of the diaspora within the US. And there is an unfortunate correlation emanating at this point where some of our very own citizens are the ones being convicted for shipping these firearms back to our region. Yes, I got the buzzer. This slide was to talk about the modes of transportation, but again, to reinforce a couple of points here. It just is not the typical law enforcement, but you recognize that you have component parts of firearms coming through the mail or fast parcels and so on, so they need to be brought into the picture. For one, Prime Minister Holness said it best in terms of having domain awareness and certainly beefing up your literal infrastructure. I'm glad that Justice Lucky mentioned it because it was used by a lot of synonyms, but you got to call it what it is. You can do all the best of your technology and so on, but if you don't address the issue of corruption, then a lot of that is going to go for naught. But I think there needs to be a third cordon that needs to be applied, and that has to do with our information and intelligence sharing external. If we start to address these issues, whether it is the firearms or what have you, once they are on our domain, you basically position yourself behind the 8 ball and you don't have as much time to address the issues. So the further out that we can deal with these things, the better. Commissioner Ferdinand from the Bahamas made mention of this early o'clock this morning. So while you can all read this, pay attention to the purple, man color, purple. That slice is increasing. So there is a trend towards using more and more of the rifles, high-power rifles in the crimes that are being committed. 31 seconds, emerging issues. Heard of the ghost guns. We did some work with the mayor's office from New York and with Mexico as well last month, sorry. And at the end of this month, there'll be another session in terms of learning from the best practice from the New York police in addressing the whole issue of ghost guns and so on. Was next year. Some of the challenges. One of the challenges I would not mention there in particular was that of legislation. So again, for example, we talk about information sharing. 2018, we were given the mandate for developing a common vetting policy. 2019, it was approved. While Prime Minister Motley talked about familiarity and so on, we're not going to be sharing information unless we know each other, that is true, and we trust each other. And it has been done and drafted, but we need then to implement some of these things to give teeth to the operators at our level. The clock has gone. The presentations are available this week and next week. A lot of work going on. WCO is here doing some work with the customs. This is happening. The small arms survey next week, like I said, the TWG on the firearms, the launch of the crime guns intelligence unit. Vetting is ongoing. There's a lot that we're doing with our international and our partners, again, because we're all in this together. And before I end up before you, Justice, I would end there and hand it over to you, ma'am. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Lieutenant Colonel Jones. I think we can do better than that, please. And we move from hearing about what is happening in terms of the role being played by CARICOM impacts and the need, of course, Lieutenant, you making the point, Lieutenant Colonel Jones, that we need to have that level of cooperation and collaboration, and we have to build on the community trust in the region. And we move straight over now to Mexico, and it's important for us to remember there's so much we can learn from those operating in the region, and of course, those who are operating very near to us and facing similar challenges and what has been done. It is therefore my privilege to introduce our next speaker, who will be speaking on country of origin, manufacturers, corporate social responsibility. Okay, you would want to. I want to start until I do the introduction again. So, in other words, we'll be moving on to public security policies in Mexico. Yes, we weren't sure that we were going to get the virtual link, but I see that we have in fact gotten the virtual link. And therefore, are you hearing us, sir? This will be General Luis Rodriguez Bustillo. Are you hearing us loud and clear?
Yes.
Yes, and you can take it away, sir.
Nous allons parler des politiques de sécurité publique au Mexique. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias. Muy estimados.
They are members of the community of the CARICOM. Honorable Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley, Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, to the Regional Symposium Violence as a Public Health Issue, the Crime Challenge. Honorable Philip Edwards David, Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Honorable Carla Natalie Barnett, Secretary General of CARICOM. Honorable Prime Ministers of CARICOM, their participants, It is an honor and a great pleasure to participate as a member of the Mexican government in this regional symposium, Violence as a Public Health Issue, the Crime Challenge. It is organized by the Caribbean Secretariat, Community Secretariat. I take advantage of extending cordial greetings from the President of the Republic of Mexico, Andrés Manuel López Obrador, as well as the Minister of the Security and Citizen Protection Ministry. While Mexico is not a member state of CARICOM, the issue on the agenda for this symposium constitutes a permanent concern that we share with the countries of the Caribbean. And we dedicate great part of our resources to public security. In Mexico, we consider that there is a relationship and there is a formula of degeneration of violence from the region of North America. Trafficking of illegal arms, ammunition, and explosives. These are the elements that can also be present in the region of the Caribbean, which conspire to the development of our people and decreases the quality of life of our people. Given the high level of prejudice to peace and well-being, in the case of Mexico, the public security is manifested, and this concern is taken by the government of Mexico and is evidence that the President of Mexico, he presides the meetings of the cabinet on security matters at 6 o'clock every morning. Because every morning we take notes of the situation in Mexico, which affect tranquility and peace of the Mexican population. All arrangements are made in order to strategize and be able to face these challenges. It is very important to note that the guiding strategy for security of the Mexican government with regards the reduction of the trade of firearms and drugs look to the causes that originate this behavior. Hence, the importance of social plans which are used to channel all the resources in order to better facilitate plans for the population, and these are basically seen among people with disabilities, the citizens, and persons of low economical resources, and the students who don't even have employment to cover their basic needs. As I mentioned before, in this presentation, firearms are one of the elements of the formula that generates violence in the region of North America. And here I want to make a reference. In Mexico, we have a federal law for firearms and explosives, which in its 8th article stipulates that ownership or bearing of arms which are prohibited by law are only reserved for the use of the Army, the Air Force, and the Navy. All the arms, type firearms, such as Colt R-15 M4 of caliber 5.56 millimeter, AK-47 of 7.62 millimeter, Galil G3, the famous Barrett .50 millimeters, among others, are considered only for the exclusive use of the armed forces. With this background, we put in the context how important the trade of firearms is for Mexico. It is the illegal entry into our country that it provides all the criminal groups with the capacity to be important actors in the generation of violence. We respect the origin of firearms that arrive in the hands of groups that generate violence in Mexico. We have detected an average of 70% originate in our neighboring country, the United States. The entering into Mexico is through contraband and the inordinate economical power that criminal organizations yield and allows them to acquire great quantity of arms, taking advantage of corrupt practices in custom officers and as well as lax restrictions to acquire them, and as well as outlets established at the border between the United States and Mexico for sale of guns. This firearm trade is an old problem in Mexico that has increased in the last years. For this reason, an important objective in the strategy for security of the government of President López Obrador has been the reduction in the trade of arms and illegal drugs from and to the United States, respectively. The security forces at this federal level, among others, that is, armed forces as well as security forces in the municipalities and states of this country that secure firearms, mainly by carrying out the activities to secure these arms and ammunition from the crime organization that transport and use them during the violent and criminal acts. By this effort, from the beginning of the administration of President López Obrador in December 2018 and until current time, we have seized 33,358 firearms, among which we can count 388 machine guns of .50 caliber millimeters, the famous Barrett. This is equivalent to a daily average of seizure between 20 to 30 arms, which are prohibited for use by the population. With regards to illicit drugs that represent a very lucrative business for criminal organizations, Mexico, because of its geographical location and soil condition, is a country that trades and produces drugs. The consumption is each time also something that requires the attention of the security agencies as well as health agencies. In the same period that I mentioned, that is between December 2018 to date, we have registered for safeguarding illicit drugs between 69 tons of cocaine, 98 tons of meth, and more than 30 million doses of fentanyl, in addition to 77 tons of various chemical precursors. In this regard, within the framework of the control of containers of the Office of the United Nations Against Drugs and Crime, Mexico participates in this mechanism in a very active way in order to strengthen the security measures, inspection, and examination with non-intrusive technology of containers to detect synthetic illegal drugs, as well as the chemical precursors and fentanyl. In order to achieve this, the security forces and customs continue work regarding inspections of containers at the borders, such as Tijuana, Ciudad Juárez, Nuevo Laredo, Reynosa, and Matamoros, which are carried out, which is what formed part of that commercial exchange between Mexico, United States, and Canada. Given how delicate the delicacy of the illegal transit of firearms in the United States to Mexico and the trade of illegal drugs from Mexico to the United States, the governments of both countries continue to have a permanent dialogue in order to arrive at common grounds, and this has been achieved by an innovative mechanism known as the bicentenary understanding, which is based on mutual trust and responsibility that is shared. This mechanism looks to make commitments so that generation violence and crime in order to develop actions at the level of prevention of crimes that occur at the borders and to prosecute criminal networks, including money laundering. Just last week, a high-level delegation from the governments of Mexico and the United States met in Washington, D.C., in which main issues were combating the firearm trade and fentanyl. It was on the 13th of April when officers of Mexico and the United States made a commitment to increase cooperation to combat firearm traffics through special joint operations among various security institutions, institutions for investigation and prosecution. The officers of Mexico and the United States committed themselves to push forward a campaign of public awareness in which the citizens of both countries, particularly youth, will be educated on the dangers of synthetic drugs, including fentanyl, which cause irreversible damage to the health of our communities. In addition to what I said before, and in an unilateral manner, the past 12th of April, President López Obrador issued a decree for the creation of a presidential committee to combat the traffic of synthetic illicit drugs, firearms, munitions. In this special working group, federal agencies from the government of Mexico convene in order to support research and the arrest of individuals involved in the production and traffic of fentanyl. For the Mexican government, it is a priority to design and to implement public policies that are suitable, virtuous, multidimensional, and integrational in order to face the challenges in terms of security. With regards to 4 elements that we consider as the ingredients for the formula for generation of violence in the North American region, dialogue and collaboration between institutions as well as at the international level in order to share information, experiences, and best practice are added high-value elements that can yield results. I would like to end this intervention thanking all of you for your kind attention and expressing again in the name of the President of the Mexican Republic and of the Secretary for Security and Citizens Protection our best wishes for the success of this symposium in order to find better and more efficient ways to face the challenges that crime means to the region. Thank you very much.
General Luis Rodriguez Buchillo for your contribution, of course, reminding us about the need for mutual trust and the shared responsibility. We move right now and we move along to a presentation by Mr. Miguel Reyes, the Deputy Legal Advisor in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Mexico, speaking to us about, yeah, that probably was if people are going overtime, but we don't need that again. And we'll be speaking to us about the country of origin gun manufacturers, corporate social responsibility, the Mexican experience.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everybody. Can we have the presentation on the screen, please? Can you help me with the presentation? Thank you. I will start this conversation saying that I'm truly honored to be here. Thank you very much for the invitation to Mexico to participate this afternoon. And as we have already discussed, we are aware on the problems that we have in the region. You can see that you can see the image of a seizure that was recently taken in Mexico City, and unfortunately, this kind of seizure is the activity of every day of law enforcement officers in Mexico. This is some equivalent of the map that Lieutenant Colonel Jones showed regarding to the CARICOM region. But you can see in Mexico, there is only one store that sells weapons. And on the contrary, if you can contrast, the darker the color in the map of the United States, it's the higher the number of federal licensed dealers that supply weapons. And it is no surprise that the flow of guns comes from the United States according to traceability information. That is no surprise for anybody in this room. So after a very tragic incident that occurred in the city of El Paso, Texas, a border city with Mexico, it is why the government started thinking, the government of Mexico started thinking, what else can we do in order to stop the flow of weapons into our territory? How can we resort to courts in order to stop this flow? And we started a 2-year study in order to investigate what we can do, what we could do in order to stop this phenomenon. And we were aware that everybody was focused on what the governments were doing, on prosecuting people, on stopping, reinforcing their customs, but nobody had already asked what our companies were doing. That was the missing link in the middle that was lacking in the security strategy. And we were really surprised to see that there are the companies know or should know that their products end in the wrong hands outside the borders of the United States, and they do nothing to prevent that. And they don't not only do nothing, but they knowingly engage in commerce, and they prefer to make profits at the cost of innocent people. So what did we see? That the companies engage in illicit commercial practices, and that's why we resorted to American courts in order to file 2 lawsuits. The first one was filed in Boston, Massachusetts in August 2021 against 8 manufacturers. And what Mexico is requesting is that the judge orders that these companies implement the standards to reasonably monitor and discipline their chain of commerce. What Mexico is also requesting is that these companies incorporate current technologies to add safety mechanisms to prevent that an unauthorized user shoots a weapon. And also Mexico is requesting that these companies provide funds and programs in order to prevent gun trafficking. Mexico is also requesting a compensation since it is a civil lawsuit, but what Mexico is requesting is changes in the industry. So this lawsuit has drawn a lot of interest and a lot of support. There's a support that I want to highlight, which is when we filed the appeal 1 month ago, we received the support of different persons and entities through amicus curiae briefs, and one of those was filed by 5 Caribbean countries. That was Antigua and Barbuda, Belize, the Bahamas, Jamaica, and our host today, Trinidad and Tobago. We really appreciate the support on this litigation. And what has happened in our case? Well, in the first instance, the district court stated that that there's one law that grants immunity to these companies. And unfortunately, even though the judge expressly said in his order, even though he's empathetic to the violence of victims of gun violence outside the United States, there is one immunity law that prevents him to continue the case. Of course, Mexico does not agree with this interpretation of law, and we filed an appeal, and we are in the middle of that appeal. Our arguments are that that law was designed to provide immunity to those companies for damages that occurred in the United States, but since Mexico is claiming damage that has suffered in its territory, that immunity should not be applicable. And even though the law is applicable, the law has exceptions to that immunity. And these companies have violated several state and federal statutes that trigger one of those exceptions. We're really optimistic that we are going to prevail on appeal and that the case is going to move forward. We have also filed a second lawsuit in Tucson, Arizona. The first one was against the manufacturers, the distributors, and this one is against 5 dealers, 5 points of sale in the state of Arizona, in the city of Tucson, that is also bordered to Mexico City. And we have already identified that these 5 stores are among the worst offenders that that engage in straw sales or in multiple and repeated sales of guns that definitely end in the wrong hands for criminals in Mexico. What we're requesting in this second lawsuit is the main request of Mexico is that these dealers need to pay somebody to closely monitor each and every sale they engage in order to prevent their products to cross into the borders of Mexico. We're in the initial stages of this lawsuit. The reply from the defendant was filed on January. Our response to the reply of the defendant was filed 1 month ago. So we expect also to have a hearing in the course of this year. And finally, I will just call your attention into the advisory opinion that Mexico requested before the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, in which Mexico requested the opinion on several questions that can be divided into 2 categories. The first one is, what is the scope of the international responsibility of companies that engage in this commerce, especially what is the impact that the conduct of these companies have regarding human life and the right to life and the right to personal integrity. And the second one is, what is the scope of the obligations of the states regarding the duties to protect their populations? Is this law that grants immunities contrary to human rights? That is one of the questions that the court is going to resolve. The invitation is open to all the states and also civil society and observers to provide their opinions and visions to the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. The deadline is in July, so please, it would be really important to add those elements to the discussions. I just want to conclude stating that for us it is really important to resort to courts. Our countries abide by the rule of law, and we believe in settlement of disputes, peaceful settlement of disputes. So please, let's continue resorting to the judicial arena in order to achieve our ultimate goal, which is provide safer communities to our population. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reyes, for your contribution. Thank you very much for staying within the time. And I can assure you that we are going to be following this particular case. I know it was dealt with in a particular matter in the first instance, but certainly let's see what the higher courts will be saying, because whatever comes from it, I am sure we'll be able to use that level of learning and reasoning that will be given to determine how we chart forward. So thank you very much for sharing it. Our final presenter in this session is, in fact, Mr. Jonathan Lowry, who will be speaking on using litigation to prevent gun violence, the Mexican experience. Can we welcome him, please?
I'm going to start with a 3-sentence version of my talk. One, can you hear me?
No.
I think I'm sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to start with a 3-sentence version of my talk. One, the main reason the homicide rate is so high in the CARICOM...
Test, test.
Can you hear me? Okay. I'm going to start with a 3-sentence version of my talk. First, the main reason that the homicide rate is so high in the CARICOM region is because of the flow of guns from the United States. 2, that flow needs to be stopped at the U.S. gun industry source. 3, litigation may be the most effective way to stop that flow. I founded Global Action on Gun Violence to work with and for countries, governments, to prevent gun trafficking, especially from the United States, including in impact litigation, which I've been engaged in against the U.S. gun industry for over 25 years. And I'm going to give a brief overview of the Mexico litigation, which I'm privileged to be counsel for Mexico in both of those cases, as well as a number of other cases. We all know the problem that the guns are coming from the U.S. It's important to know that Mexico's lawsuits do not argue that gun companies should be liable for gun violence simply because they make and sell guns. The theory is that gun companies should be liable because they deliberately choose to make and sell guns in particularly unsafe ways that they know or should know supply the criminal market. They do this in order to profit off of the criminal market, including the criminal market here in the Caribbean. Gun dealers know that straw purchasers, where one person is buying a gun for somebody else, is a major way that criminals get guns, but corrupt dealers have even been caught on videotape, as you see in this slide, explaining that they are engaging in an illegal straw purchase, which is a felony. And often the circumstances make it clear that gun dealers know or should know they're selling to traffickers because the trafficker is buying multiple guns, buying assault weapons, is returning to the store frequently, and often is paying in large amounts of cash. Gun manufacturers know who these gun dealers are. This is a stat from over 20 years ago where ATF reported that about 5% of gun dealers sell about 90% of the crime guns, and they're indicators as to which gun dealers are reckless or corrupt. Manufacturers also know that dealers are not effectively policed. So there are many dealers who are corrupt who still retain their federal license. And U.S. law enforcement has told gun manufacturers for over 20 years that they need to change their business practices because they are supplying the criminal market. But the manufacturers have refused. And in fact, they design and market their guns for increased lethality. There's been a lot of talk today about the rise of AR-15s in the Caribbean region. That rise is directly linked to U.S. gun industry practice to double down on AR-15 production. In fact, in 1990, the percentage of AR-15s that made up the U.S. gun stock was 1.2% of guns produced in the U.S. 30 years later, 2020, it's 23.4%. About a quarter of the guns made in the U.S. are now AR-15s. And they know those guns are used in mass shootings of children and others in the U.S. and by gangs in the Caribbean and cartels in Mexico. So the theory that Mexico raises is that the gun manufacturers can be and should be liable under basic principles of civil justice, negligence, public nuisance, and also that they aid and abet unlawful sales. And importantly, I mean, this is, even though these lawsuits are not against the United States and they are not against the Second Amendment, gangs in the Caribbean and the cartels in Mexico do not have Second Amendment rights, and gun manufacturers and dealers have no Second Amendment right to supply them. However, their practices are enabled by the weak U.S. laws, which I don't have time to go into in detail, but in the U.S., it is legal in most states to buy an unlimited number of guns, no explanation needed for why you want 100 AR-15s. There is no registration, there is no licensing. Military-style weapons are sold to 18-year-olds who are not allowed to buy beer in the United States. And the result of these practices is a booming gun industry and, of course, increased death in this region, throughout the Western Hemisphere, and in the United States as well. The solution, given my 25 years experience, is to cut off the crime gun pipeline at the U.S. source. The inside game that is attempting to move U.S. Congress has failed. The outside game, avoiding U.S. gun politics, can succeed. Litigation has reformed many other industries: tobacco, cars, now the opioid industry. And it can do the same with the gun industry, taking the profit out of supplying the criminal gun market, requiring safer practices, shutting down reckless gun dealers. In my experience over the years, we've accomplished all of those things in litigation. 84% decline here in one study from the crime gun supply of 25 dealers who were sued by New York. And that's an example of the sort of tremendous reduction in crime guns you can get from litigation. In 2000, Smith & Wesson entered into a significant deal with the US government, completely reforming its business practices because of litigation. It then was able to walk away from the deal, but it shows the potential impact of litigation, and there can be tremendous financial compensation as well. In cases I've been involved in, there's been over $100 million won for victims and survivors of gun violence against bad actors. There is special protection for the gun industry, as Miguel explained, but an international approach where foreign governments like Mexico and like the countries of the CARICOM region can avoid many of those special protections from the arguments that, one, the special protection law in the U.S. should not apply where the harm is caused outside of the U.S., and also, as Miguel said, because we fit under various exceptions to that law. Our plan is that through an international approach, which includes litigation, working with and for countries, we can reduce crime and also bring much needed compensation to victims of gun industry misconduct. And here's some of the services that we're a nonprofit that we provide. We'd very much be interested in working with all of you. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Mr. Jonathan Lowry. Can we hear it for all our presenters, Lieutenant Colonel Michael Jones, General Luis Rodriguez-Bucio, Mr. Miguel Reyes, and of course, Mr. Jonathan Lowry. And as we end this session, in the time allotted to us, might I just say, I know that there are some persons who have indicated that this is just perhaps another workshop and a talk shop, and it isn't. We've been hearing the contributions from those this morning, this afternoon, those to come after this session and tomorrow, and there clearly is an indication by what is being said, what is already being done, and what is in the pipeline to get things dealt with. And I just want to end by quoting from a former mentor, the late Black Stalin, who, whenever he had to inspire and remind people that when you are facing your darkest hour, it is not then to just drop tools and go away in despair. As our Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Keith Rowley, said, there is always hope. And therefore, I end by saying, for our region may be facing its darkest hour, so our people need us today more than ever. But in our fight to recover, if ever you feel to surrender, is one little thing I want you to always remember. Together, we can make it if we try. try just a little harder. If we just give one more try, life will be much sweeter. I thank you very much. May God bless all of us.
Thank you to the panel, and of course acknowledging the moderator, the Honourable Justice Gillian Luckey, and all who participated in the discussion on transnational organised crime. Ladies and gentlemen, a minor amendment to our programme. The Honourable Ralph Gonzalez's remarks have been adjusted and will be delivered during the course of Day 2's proceedings. We will move now to the economic perspective on crime and violence, and invite Dr. Randy Prasad of the University of the West Indies, St. Augustine, who will share a presentation on economic inequalities as the driver of crime and violence. We'll also have on stage in just a short while Professor Andres Rengifo, of the School of Criminal Justice at Rutgers University in Newark. And then we'll move on to a discussion on the social perspective on crime and violence with an overview from Trinidad and Tobago, a presentation on gang activity and social determinants. I'll invite Dr. Wendell Wallace to also make his way on stage, and Professor Anthony Harriott to also join us on stage. In a short while, I'll introduce as well the moderator, Dr. Rohit Doon, who will also be part of the panel for the discussion. We'll be joined by the Minister of Social Development and Family Services for Trinidad and Tobago, Senator the Honourable Donna Cox. However, Minister's presentation will be at the podium. She will not be part of the panel review thereafter, but will be, of course, presenting in this segment. Dr. Doon, do you care to deliver any introductory remarks before we start, or can we proceed?
Not really.
You're good, right?
Yeah, I'm good.
Very well. Okay, so without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, economic inequalities as the driver of crime and violence. From the University of the West Indies, St. Augustine, Dr. Randy Prasad. Please welcome him.
Good afternoon. All protocols observed. There was a slight change that I think the speaker who introduced wasn't aware of, but I'll correct. Both Professor Rengifo and I are looking at the economic cost of crime, whereas I am looking at it from a regional perspective. Professor Rengifo is looking at it from the perspective of Trinidad and Tobago. So at the outset, one of the things that I want to stress is that the cost of crime goes far beyond just the economics of crime. The cost of crime is psychological, it's social, it affects the healthcare system, it affects communities, it affects families. Even when we talk about the cost of crime and we look at the things that are measurable and we calculate prison costs or costs that go with the police service, there are other costs that we sometimes neglect. For instance, investments from external businesses, the effect on the tourist trade, etc. So there are tangible costs, there are intangible costs. In this particular slide, I look at some crime data, not for the sake of presenting crime statistics to you, which you already know, but merely to highlight two things. When we look at the cost of crime, one, crime is very high in the Caribbean region compared to other parts of the world. This we know. The second thing, quite importantly, is that what we know from police statistics really is just a fraction of all the crime that is happening. If you look at victimization surveys around the world, they'll tell you that there is far more crime happening than is reflected in police statistics, sometimes many, many times over. And when we go to various sources to estimate the economic costs of crime, if we rely only on official crime data, then we very severely underestimate the economic cost of crime. Luckily, we know this, and we're able to make fuller estimates of the cost of crime. Now, while I focus in the next few slides on businesses, just to remind you that the cost of crime goes far beyond businesses. We're talking about the costs of imprisonment, the costs associated with the judicial system, the cost of the police service, not just the costs of Ministry of National Security healthcare system, and the costs associated with intentional injuries, etc., etc. This particular graph shows you perceptions of persons from businesses in terms of whether theft and disorder represent a serious obstacle to doing businesses. And you see certain countries standing out there in terms of the issue being very serious or a major obstacle. Countries include Belize, Guyana, and Jamaica. But you even notice if you look in Trinidad and Tobago, the deeper colors to the very top of the graph there show that a large proportion of persons as well in Trinidad and Tobago believe that it's a very serious obstacle. In this particular chart, it shows firms that experience losses as a result of various types of victimization in Caribbean countries. And you see countries that really stand out there at the very top: Guyana, St. Kitts and Nevis, Suriname, Grenada, and Dominica. This particular chart shows you the types of victimization that are experienced, and the figures are self-explanatory. So you have a sense of what is happening among businesses. Of course, this represents just some of the types of victimizations. Now we know there are other types of very, very serious threats out there, one of which is cybersecurity. And very recently, the folks at ITAC, I know, did an exercise with UWI, looking at the penetrability of various public sector systems, and the infrastructure Caribbean-wide is pretty weak. Anybody with a moderate level of skill in terms of hacking into systems can hack into your systems and create havoc. They can encrypt your data, and you'll have to pay a ton of money to get it back, etc. So the threats to businesses, the threats to the economy, to national security, etc., goes far beyond just what you see in this particular chart. Here we look at losses due to theft and vandalism as a percentage of annual sales. You see countries that really stand out there: Suriname, Jamaica, Guyana, and Grenada, above the average for the Caribbean. Here we look at the percentage of money that businesses spend on security issues by country. And you see Trinidad and Tobago, the Bahamas, and Kitts and Nevis, Jamaica, and Suriname standing out at the top in terms of percentage of business money spent on security issues. This particular one looks at security costs as a percentage of annual sales, and Suriname, Guyana, the Bahamas, and Grenada stand out at the very top. In this particular slide, we're comparing Latin America and the Caribbean region in terms of crime-related costs to different parts of the world. And you see that in this 2017 study that was done by the IDB, the figure stood at 3.555% of GDP. 3.55% of GDP, and more than likely, this is what we're able to calculate, more than likely it's actually more than that, right? And this final slide breaks down the costs in terms of some of the core areas: public spending, private spending, social costs, and other costs due to imprisonment, into different regions. And you see the breakdown there for you to give you a sense of the economic costs of crime across the region. So the bottom line is that the cost of crime goes far beyond just the economics. If the economics of crime or the economic cost of crime isn't a big enough motivation for us to really do something serious and to really recognize that if we could make a dent, the Caribbean region's cost is twice what it is for the rest of the world. If we could make a dent in crime statistics, there is an economic gain to be had. Money that could go to education, to healthcare, etc., that is being lost to crime. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Dr. Sipasad, for that perfect segue into the next presentation. We have coming up Professor Andres Rengifo from Rutgers University, who is here courtesy of the IADB. Kudos to the IADB. And he was visiting us. He had been here last month, spent a couple of weeks with us to assess the economic dimensions of crime and violence in this country. Dr. Renjifo.
Thank you, Doctor. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here. And as a researcher, I'm very excited about the conversation that we've been having today. But also as a Colombian, it's very good to be here. I feel like I'm visiting my cousins coming here to Trinidad. So thank you for hosting me. I'm also very happy to be part of this ongoing effort, cabinet level, appointed committee by Prime Minister Rowley. Thank you. Co-chaired by the permanent secretaries of the Ministries of Health and Social Development and Family Services. This is a committee that was established last year. So I'm a leader for a team that's supporting the work of the committee. And in this presentation, I'm hoping to share with you some of our ongoing work, trying to assess and update some of the numbers that we have on the economic cost of violence. So it's not about crime, but interpersonal violence, specifically with some of the caveats that have been already presented in terms of how difficult it is to examine violence and its impact on individuals and families from this economic perspective, because there is a lot that goes into the impact of violence that's intangible or that is invisible or that is long-term, and it's hard to capture using some of our standard metrics. So we know that violence harms the most vulnerable, young, mostly male and mostly poor people who are in our societies, often at the margins of that society, and strains, sometimes overwhelm support systems and ways by which we provide support, formal or informal, in communities and governments. But also, as we've discussed so far, violence varies, different expressions of violence, that they don't take the same form, they don't have the same impact, and they may not be addressed in the same way. And one way by which we can think about it is in terms of severity of violence. So I'm using here two of the charts that we've produced using our conversations with people in Trinidad and Tobago, looking at the data that has been produced and also compiling information from other sources. So we know that some forms of violent crime have been increasing in Trinidad and Tobago, not all of them. The commissioner early this morning spoke about this paradox where we see some violent crimes, murder, for example, going up, but other violent crimes going down. So this is not actually a chart about trends, but a chart of the number of crimes that we're looking at. This is the pie on your left. So we see that murders actually are a very small fraction of all offenses. Oh, where's the presentation? Okay. Thank you. So we see on the left chart that murders are only 600 and plus compared to the number of other offenses that we're looking at that are violent in nature. So here in the blue slide, this is domestic violence expressed in the form of physical injury. So not all forms of domestic violence, but violence, domestic violence associated with physical injury. And on the right chart, we see the economic cost that we've calculated. So while murders represent less than 1% of all interpersonal violence incidents in Trinidad and Tobago, they represent about 20% of those economic costs. So for every one of those murders, we're going to look at them in a second. We estimate that they cost approximately, in Trinidad and Tobago, approximately $350,000 US. Our estimation is that interpersonal violence costs the country approximately $1 billion a year. And we're going to talk a little bit about how we get that number. So the first thing we did, working with the committee, was to examine the manifestations of violence that everybody understands and we all deal with, examine in different ways on a regular basis. We talk about youth violence, we talk about gang violence, we talk about firearm or gun violence. But these forms of violence need to be, in a way, traced to specific crimes. And so we can see that gang violence is typically associated with murders, but gang violence may be also showing up in woundings and shootings, may be showing up in school fights, may be showing up in other forms of violence that are less likely to be recorded. The same thing with youth violence. Youth violence is not a crime per se, right? So youth violence is expressed through a number of different indicators or specific crimes in our legal codes. So to look at measurement, we use administrative data, often in the form of police data by TTPS, but we also relied on information by the Ministry of Health, collected using forms that we developed, but also in connection to the injury surveillance system that is operating in some parts of the country. We also look at data from the Ministry of Education for school fights and assaults. We also look at other data in the form of victimization surveys that in this case are very important because they allow us to track the incidence of crime beyond what's reported to the state. So for example, of all the crimes that I'm listing in this presentation, only about 2% of those crimes are known to government authorities. A lot of those other crimes are underreported for a number of reasons, most of them because they're tied to domestic violence incidents that do not necessarily make it to hospitals or to the police authorities. So this is the table that we developed, and that we divide costs in 3 types of costs: direct costs to victims, so what happens to victims, victims of violence that have to secure support, that cannot work, that have to move, that have to address their mental health concerns, costs to the criminal justice system and to government in general in the form of policing, the judiciary, prosecution, public defense, prison, parole, and probation, and then other tangible costs associated with the provision of school safety, private security, and opportunity costs for people who are not in the labor market and who decided to engage in a life of violence. So on the left side, you see the different types of crimes that we're tracking: murders, obviously, but also other types of crime that have been adjusted because the administrative records, for example, in the case of things like woundings and shootings, would suggest that in the country there are about 700 of those incidents reported to TTPS, but according to the National Crime Victimization Survey conducted in Trinidad and Tobago, that number, you need to multiply it by about 24 times in order to get the actual prevalence of those woundings and shootings using data from surveys. So I'm not going to bore you too much at this stage of the day in terms of costs. You see that we start to break down then how these costs operate in the case of the different incidents of crime. And then we aggregate them up and come up with that figure of about 6 billion Trinidad and Tobago dollars, about $1 billion spent, about 4% of the GDP on violence alone. We did this over time. The numbers don't change very much going back to 2020, and then there are some confidence intervals around those numbers. I'm running out of time, but these numbers in a way match what has been produced at the regional level. And I will highlight, though, that once you translate these costs in terms of the budget of the different ministries, you see that this cost is very high for specific ministries associated with the prosecution of crime. About 54% of their budget, we estimate, is associated with the response to violence, 24% of the budget in the case of the Ministry of National Security. I'm going to stop here. There are a number of things that I would love to talk about. We can do this at a later point. Yeah. But things that are working and things that can be used in the short term and in the long term. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Let's move along.
Thank you, Professor, and thank you, Dr. Oviduen. We'll now invite the Minister of Social Development and Family Services of Trinidad and Tobago, Senator the Honorable Donna Cox, who will share an overview from Trinidad and Tobago.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we aspire to have a stable society and healthy, happy families such as the ones depicted here. The family is a major institution that contributes to the growth, development, and stability of our nation. Put simply, healthy families equal safe communities and safer societies. When we view our current social landscape, we recognize that some families need extra support to achieve this ideal. We often get caught up trying to find out who are committing crimes, where are they happening, why are they happening. But there's one important aspect we sometimes neglect to consider: how social determinants affect families and their likelihood to engage in criminal activities. And these social determinants can be complex and intertwined, but they play a significant role in influencing behavior. It is therefore critical that we acknowledge the gravity of this issue and take action to address it. There were almost 10,000 cases of domestic violence reported to the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service between 2018 and 2022. And we lost 175 lives to domestic violence. Another 504 lives were lost to suicide. Even more startling is the number of incidents involving sexual and physical abuse and neglect of our children. Annual reports from the Children's Authority between 2017 and 2022 indicate that there were 5,340 reports of neglect, 5,267 reports of sexual abuse, and 3,530 reports of physical abuse. Between August 2017 and July 2022, 1,811 children were before the court for criminal matters. 1,405 cases were filed for children in need of supervision. 27,095 cases filed for domestic violence. 8,608 cases filed for maintenance. 13,222 cases filed for divorce, and 2,487 custody matters were filed. So, ladies and gentlemen, these are not just crime and social services figures. For us, this data represents broken families, affecting thousands of our citizens regardless of age, gender, race, or economic circumstances. The sum total of these numbers paint a picture of families in crisis. And families in crisis mean communities in crisis. Communities in crisis means a nation in crisis. And when this spread across the region, we can safely say that our region is in crisis. Here are some additional factors which we have observed, which also contribute to the breakdown in family: poverty, unemployment, culture, teenage pregnancy, illnesses, mental, physical, or behavioral. Well, COVID-19, which was mentioned earlier today, because we have some issues with regards to COVID-19. Migration, and of course, social media influence. But I want to hone in on the issue of parenting, because we have found that poor parenting is a major issue in Trinidad and Tobago. It can increase the likelihood of a child engaging in criminal behavior later in life due to delinquency and violent crime. And in some families, it is reported that the gangs have taken over the roles of the parents, guiding our young men and women and providing them with a false sense of safety and security. Poor parenting has a range of adverse effects on children, including, but not limited to, difficulty forming healthy relationships, lower academic achievements, increased risk of substance abuse, mental health problems, increased risk of criminal behavior, and increase in school violence. And speaking of school violence, the Ministry of Education reports thus far for the academic year of 2022-2023 5,362 students were suspended from secondary schools for offenses ranging from arson, assault, with or without weapons, cyberbullying, and possession or use of drugs and explosive devices, to name a few. Primary school students, who are generally 12 years and under, accounted for an additional 463 suspensions for similar offenses, including one child for leadership of a gang. And these findings are extremely disturbing. And what about the media reports of parents entering schools to fight or violently engage teachers and students? That in itself is also similarly distressing. So the data I have presented, when combined with each other, they create the perfect storm. So how has the government of Trinidad and Tobago responded to this? The government established a committee to take a holistic public health approach to crime and violence. And this committee is co-chaired by the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services and the Ministry of Health. And that committee has been mandated to develop a national action plan. Ladies and gentlemen, this strategic approach to crime prevention begins with the family, as you can see on this slide. At the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, our program of work involves, but is not limited to, the following: creating and maintaining a robust national poverty reduction strategy, empowering our clients with the tools to make better, more informed decisions that contribute to their good health and well-being. And of course, we pay special focus on the vulnerable sections of our society. We engage stakeholders to collaborate, share ideas and resources. We are indeed improving our policy and legislative agendas and becoming more client-driven. We continue to implement policies and programs that would fulfill the basic needs and, of course, reduce poverty. And this includes the provision of grants which support over 200,000 households per year in Trinidad and Tobago. And we are also making our services more convenient, accessible, user-friendly, cost-effective through our digitalization efforts. We recently established a suicide prevention hotline because there has been an increase in suicides since COVID-19. We introduced our Step Up program with the aim of transitioning clients through the welfare system to move from dependence to independence. And we started a values, attitudes, and behaviors campaign, which aims to revive core family values that were spoken about today, right? Because there are some of these values have been lost, and they are no longer dominant in our society. More importantly, we are giving families the tools needed to make better decisions and improve lives by providing psychosocial and counseling support. We have been hosting parenting, co-parenting, and grandparenting workshops because when our family social workers go into the community, they recognize that there are many children being raised by grandparents. Many families are broken due to parents being either incarcerated, deceased, or absent. And in those instances, the grandparents often step into the role of the primary caregiver or as father and mother. And to this end, we recently launched a grandparenting program. A co-parenting workshop, because there are many conflicts that arise because of co-parenting. So we have held a co-parenting workshop, and we included inmates from the Trinidad and Tobago Prison Service. There is an inmate development program, and we included them into our parenting workshop. Over the past 7 years, the government of Trinidad and Tobago spent approximately $40 billion on social services, 40 billion TT dollars on social services. And we will extend our net further to ensure better outcomes for our citizens and ultimately reduce crime. Our continuous data gathering will drive decisions that identify misaligned strategies and help us to reframe. We should measure our success not by how many persons we put on grants, but how many we take off and empower to become more self-reliant. But we must partner with each other, share ideas and resources, exchange experiences, and draw from practices. And this begins with collaboration, people to people, organizations to organizations, community to community, business to business, government with business, business with government, government to government. Our crime fighting initiatives must also focus strategically on social determinants, which include parenting, values, attitudes, and behaviors, and of course, the family unit. And it is from the family issues emanate and spill over into the wider society. The current state of our nation is a reflection of the breakdown that is occurring within families. So prime ministers, delegates, specially invited guests, I wish to reiterate the importance of looking at the social determinants of crime and violence. According to Blanche Lincoln, a former US senator, stopping crime before it occurs is the most effective tool of all. We must act quickly. There is no better time than now. I thank you.
Thank you, Minister, for your passionate advocacy on the importance of family and parenting in that context. I'll move along to our next speaker from the University of the West Indies, Dr. Wendell C. Wallace.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Honorable Prime Ministers, members of Parliament, members of the media, specially invited guests, members of the judiciary, good afternoon. To my fellow panelists, good afternoon. It's indeed a pleasure to be here this afternoon in the midst of so many illustrious minds, Caribbean thinkers and leaders, as well as a panel of my peers. Indeed, it's a pleasure to be sharing the stage with Professor Harriott to my left, who was my academic examiner for my dissertation, my PhD dissertation. And for those of you who are familiar with academia, you will know that the examiner normally exudes a certain level of academic rigor on your dissertation, and Professor Harriott did that. It didn't break me, it made me, and I am happy to be sharing the stage with Professor Harriott this afternoon, looking at the social determinants, but more specifically, looking at the social perspective on gang activities. Crime and violence, crime and gang activities are all part of the complex social phenomena. And because it's a social phenomena, this calls for explanations and understandings from a social perspective. So rather than examining the perpetrators for the causes of crime, violence, and gang activities, the social perspective examines the social situation for causal factors. So what is the social perspective? The social perspective says that gang activities is not an individual problem. It's not an individual problem, but it's shaped by broader social structures and cultural values that are often rooted in inequality and injustice in many societies throughout the Caribbean. The social perspective framework also examines how social factors, poverty, inequality, and social norms contribute to criminal behaviors, gangsterism, and violence. For example, people residing in poverty are more likely to engage in criminal behaviors as they lack access to resources and opportunities for success through legitimate means. Further, people who experience discrimination, marginalization, and stigmatization, they also have a greater propensity to engage in crime, gangs, and violence, either as a way of expressing their frustrations or as a way of seeking justice. In the interest of brevity, I will not go very deep into the public health approach as Dr. Joy St. John, if I have the name correct, spoke to this a bit earlier. But globally, what is noted is that crime prevention and reduction strategies, they have adopted that public health approach. And instructively, the public health approach does not replace the criminal justice system approach or the combination of other approaches. Indeed, what it does is that it works alongside the criminal justice approach to bring different views, different actors, different resources to the task of crime prevention and reduction. In other words, the public health approach to crime reduction and crime prevention, it's a complementary approach, and it focuses on the well-being of community residents. When we look at gangs in the Caribbean, one thing that we can be sure of is that throughout much of the Caribbean, gangs are a social problem. And they develop from core structural problems, and they generally allow people to join gangs due to a variety of socio-ecological factors. In fact, Professor Harriott, in one of his past publications, has noted that throughout the Caribbean, for almost every country that data is available, crime as well as gang activities has been on the rise since the year 2000. When we look at the social perspective and we try to incorporate it with the crime reduction and crime prevention strategies, the question that we should all ask, and answered in the context of gang activities, or the question that we should not ask is, why does gang activities occur? The question we should ask is, why does this socially undesirable behavior occur with greater frequency in some communities and circumstances than in others? And the answers that we gather from that question is what we should use to frame interventions on the social perspective. At this time, as we speak, I have been conducting, in fact, I am conducting research on gang activities in Trinidad and Tobago using several of our marginalized and stigmatized communities. And preliminary results indicate that weak, immobile justice systems, low social control, reduced social capital and community efficacy, weak parenting, stigmatization of both communities and residents, the inability of some individuals to delay gratification, limited and blocked legitimate opportunities, little community resources, as well as poverty are all contributors to gang activities. And while this study is being conducted in Trinidad and Tobago, I'm certain that the results can be juxtaposed throughout the entire region. On the other hand, the social perspective also indicates that there are impacts of gang activities, and these are some of the impacts. You have a decline in the provision of social services and amenities, increased injury, increased mortality rates, and when you look at that factor, that cements the rationale for using the public health approach. To conclude, gang involvement and prevention strategies cannot be viewed in isolation. Prevention and reduction efforts must adopt a multidimensional approach by adopting a whole-of-society approach, and that had been alluded to earlier by Mr. Chambliss from PAHO. Indeed, when we look at the Caribbean, when we look at research conducted throughout the region, it is evident that we have become so siloed and so boxed in to our approach in terms of crime reduction and crime prevention. In fact, there's a pervasive view that crime reduction and crime prevention, they are the sole purview of the police. However, the Honorable Prime Minister of Jamaica, the Honorable Mr. Andrew Holness, indicated that we must be able to move beyond policing strategies and use a range of other strategies. The public health approach, the community approach, have parents involved, the communities, the churches, and this more or less cements that whole aspect of the public health approach to crime reduction and crime prevention. Thank you.
Dr. Wendell Wallace for assisting me by introducing Professor Harriet in advance, as he represents such high degree of academic rigor. Professor Harriet?
Sure. Thank you. Perhaps you could put up my slides. Yeah, good. Honorable Prime Ministers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I've been asked to speak on the social determinants of violence, and I'm going to do it with special reference to that youth problem set and gangs. Now, this is a rather expansive and complicated matter, and therefore, in the 7 or so minutes that I have, of necessity, my comments have to be very, very limited and perhaps a bit simple. Now, if I may borrow the words of Prime Minister Motley, something is fundamentally wrong. When we examine all the data on violence within the region, you cannot but come to that conclusion, that something must be fundamentally wrong. The rates of violence across the region, with some exceptions, is just too high. You're all by now familiar with the data, so I need not repeat. But importantly, the violence is just too much into the social mainstream. It's too much a part of everyday social interaction. When you look at the data from the violence surveillance systems in our hospitals, some of which was presented here today, but take the case of Jamaica. We have between 1,200, 1,400 incidents of murder every year, and much of that has to do with conflicts between hardcore career criminals, if you wish, life course persistent criminals. But when you look at the data from the surveillance system, and you see 25,000 incidents of serious injuries in a given year, these are folks who report to the hospitals for treatment. That can't be attributed to criminals on the fringes of society. That's in the mainstream. So it's just too central. When you look at the domestic violence data, it further supports my point, right? It's in the mainstream. And that must tell us that we have to get to fundamentals. We have to get to basics. And I'll add another point. It's too resilient to treatment. Everybody in law enforcement in this room knows what I'm saying when I say it's too resistant to treatment, it's too resilient. Much has been tried. Some successes, yes, but the successes are not commensurate with the effort, right? So we have to get to basics, and I just want to open up that discussion. And if I may push this a little further, in the most general sense, if I were to provide an answer to this question as to why something is so fundamentally wrong, I would have to say, let us re-examine our development thinking. At the dawn of independence, part of the answer to this has to do with, I think, just the intractable social problems that we inherited from the colonial era. Deep marginalization of not minorities, but majorities of our population in many instances. So that's a huge development challenge that we inherited. But beyond that, we have to ask questions whether we have gotten our approach to development completely right. Note I'm using, note my language, I'm trying to be very careful here. I don't want to say it's all wrong, right? And I'm saying that we have to go back and look carefully at our developmental models. So with that in mind, let me just draw your attention to some findings from some of the more robust studies that have been done on the Caribbean as a whole. I don't want to get into the specifics of countries now. And there are differences, of course, across the Caribbean. But we can look at some relationships. As I said, I'm focusing on that problem set associated with the youth because they account for most of the offenders, they account for most of the victims, in particular the young male. So take a look at that first slide. That's from a cross-national study of around 30 or more Caribbean countries. And it was done by UNODC in partnership with the World Bank. And that regression line that you see running through the dots there pretty much captures the average effects, the relationship between your murder rate and the proportion of young men in the population. And you see, as the proportion of young men increases, your murder rate tends to increase. That's a basic demographic issue, right? And in many of the Caribbean countries, our populations tend to be young. So that's the first hint of a problem there with the young male. If we may turn, let me turn to the next slide. And that is again, your homicide relationship with basically school retention, the number of years of high school education, or number of years of education period. So as the average number of years of education increases, your murder rate decreases. There's another study that a group of us of UWI did, and that was a Jamaica study in which we probed the relationship of a number of violent crimes, homicide included, the relationship between homicide, rape, other violent crimes, and educational enrollment or access. And the findings there were interesting. In fact, we found that when you increase access, you increase, or you tend to motivate increased rates of rape. So generally, I don't want to get too deep into this because we don't have time. But the point here is that access to education may complicate the violent crime problem. We have a huge legacy of our population not having access to education. We have tried to solve that and made great progress on it. But the key thing now, if we are interested in the relationship between education and violence, is to improve the quality of education, and to improve school retention by our males. And we have to develop programming. I'm racing ahead. But we have to develop programming to do these things. We have to take a look, very fundamental look, at what we are doing in education at all the different levels, is the point that I wish to make here. Third set of findings have to do now, as we shift from education to work, the relationship between homicide and other forms of violent crimes and youth unemployment, not employment. I really want to stress this distinction because the relationships are very different. Across several continents, the finding holds. As your rate of youth unemployment increases, your homicide rate will tend to increase. And the opposite, of course, is true. Findings in West Africa, findings in parts of Asia, and here in the Caribbean as well. So I've highlighted the two of the big issues with our young people. And that has to do with education and unemployment. Now, all of this comes to a head when they are faced with at least two key transitions in their lives. The transition from school to work and the transition from adolescent to adulthood. We're stressing the objective issues of access to education and unemployment, etc. But here, a number of subjectivities, important subjectivities arise, partly to do with identity. So for the males, and you are in this no man's land, this liminal space, are you an adolescent or are you an adult male? What's happening? You become kind of hypersensitive to things like what you call dissing. You're disrespecting me, right? And I reply with aggression and violence. They're trying to sort out these identity issues and become super sensitive to these kinds of problems. We have to develop programs that directly address this period of liminality in their lives, when they are neither here nor there, they are in between. They are in a state of becoming, and that period can be lengthy for some males, especially those that drop out of school early, right? It can be between 16 and you don't get a job until you are 23, 24, because in your communities you're faced with chronic youth unemployment. Not high youth unemployment, but chronic, right? And when it is chronic, you look to alternatives. And the gang helps to provide those alternatives. It helps to resolve, include some of the issues of identity, because one of the things that gangs do is it gives you an identity. And it gives you a sense of being powerful. And most of all, it gives you a sense of being a very masculine male. Right? So it solves many problems that the formal system isn't solving. I perhaps have run out of time already. The final thing that I wanted to do was to tease out what this means for some of our programs, but I've hinted at it before, right? It's education, looking at education in a very fundamental way. It's looking at bridging programs between having left school and finding work. It's looking at school retention. It's looking at the identity problems. And some of the countries have done fairly well. Jamaica has a number of institutions that other countries may want to look at. But and I know that in the Eastern Caribbean, in some countries, we have youth resilience programs now as part of the crime prevention menu, but maybe we need to re-examine some of those programs in the light of some of the findings that I've tried to bring to your attention. Thank you.
Thank you. So in closing, I'd like to thank my Prime Minister for placing this issue at the top of the must-do list. Thank you, Prime Minister. In addition, the socio-ecological model requires an examination of relationship between perpetrator and victim, which may either be risky or protective. Growing up, my parents would always tell me, you can judge a person by the company you keep. Be careful, be wary. And so in that context, let me share with you a few lines of poetry. It was an evening in November. As I very well remember, I was walking down the street in drunken pride when my knees were all aflutter. So I landed in the gutter, and a pig walked up and lay down by my side. As I lay in the gutter, thinking thoughts I could not utter, when a lady passing by did softly say, "You can always tell about the man that boozes by the company he chooses," and at that, the pig got up and walked away. So good night and God bless. See you all tomorrow.
An important perspective as we conclude the day one of the regional symposium, and to all those who've been joining us online and on social media and broadcast media, we thank you for being with us and invite you to join us tomorrow from 9 o'clock in the morning. For those of you who are leaving us, farewell, good evening.